International Speedway opener. It's the 24 hours, the Rolex 24 hours of Daytona. Hello everybody, we're live in sound and vision as we bring together the biggest endurance racing audience of the year. Well, we're only the end of January, but already the Blue Riband event that is the Rolex 24 of Daytona is just a few moments away. It's been a packed grid walk with the great and the good of motor racing, not just endurance racing, from the disciplines of IndyCar, Le Mans racing, single-seaters, right up to the very top at Formula One, and the current NASCAR Monster Energy Cup champion in Kyle Busch is here for Lexus this weekend. They're all racing for the big, shiny trophy and the white-faced three-dial Daytona Rolex Cosmograph watch, originally designed for the Apollo space astronauts. It didn't get picked for that, and since it's become an icon of motor racing. 3.5 miles around the road circuit here, which includes the high banks of the Daytona International Speedway that the stock cars run on. The infield circuit looks relatively easy, but the nuances need to be tamed. And even with 38 cars, only 38 cars here, the concentration levels of the drivers, particularly in the 13 hours and 21 minutes of darkness that we will have, the joint longest darkness period of any international 24-hour race this year, shared with the Dubai 24 hours, by the way, in case you were wondering. Well, those concentration levels have to be kept up at all time. This is a bumper crowd, still exotic cars and sports car fans coming in to the sports car mecca that is the Daytona International Speedway. Our Grand Marshal is Christian Fittipaldi, still inextricably linked with Cadillac Racing and Mustang sampling. The command to get running here at Daytona given by Christian Fittipaldi. He did that with some style and some verve. The engines fire, and already, I've got to say, the goosebumps are there. Johnny Palmer alongside me and Jeremy Shaw. Johnny, you're the man in the middle here. This is it. No time for anything else other than racing.
Absolutely right. We've waited all week for this, haven't we? And yeah, the promise of good weather, the promise of a fabulously close race as well, and 4 incredibly competitive categories within that. I think these DPIs are not going to be hanging about at all in the early stages. Yes, they all want to keep it clean, but I think, you know, with the ideal weather, it's going to be a particularly cool night, I'm hearing as well. So race engines like that, and I think there's the potential for happy hour at what, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning as the sun begins to think about coming back up again.
2 pace laps behind the safety car, or the pace cars it will be now. Safety car, if it has to come out again, Jeremy, what looks to be, what could be a very fast and frenetic opening here. We'll keep you in touch with whether we think we're going to get somewhere near the 808 lap new record that we set, a couple of races ago here, when we completely took apart the old distance and a lap record. The character of this race has changed inexorably over the years as the reliability of these cars has just gotten better and better. Gone are the days where you drive at 65, 70, 75% until the last 2 hours of the race.
Yeah, pedal to the metal now all the way through. What a brilliant way to get started that was by Christian Fittipaldi, our Grand Marshal. Yeah, I'm sure there's well, I know there's some sort of trepidation there for Christian. Uncharted territory for him. He was always in this race, you know, won this race, 3 times, didn't he? And he's now watching it for the first time. Yeah, it was a brilliant job there, Christian, and just sets the scene perfectly for me for what I think is going to be a really gripping Rolex 24 at Daytona.
Well, our Michelin countdown to Graham, we talked about the Porsche keys to the race. Looking after the traffic, getting through the night, being there at noon on Sunday, always going to be important here. But with so much green flag racing with potential, empty pit lane, by the way, everyone's got to wait, then keeping the penalties to a minimum, or indeed none at all, is going to be absolutely key, as is the teamwork required, Johnny Palmer, when the cars come into the pit. And perhaps even more so on a green flag pit stop, the pressure's on even more.
Yeah, and I think that's the reason why so many teams used sessions to come in and out, not do many flying laps in the later session, free practice 4, so that they were fine-tuned in terms of doing a pit stop. I mean, you're still doing it as quickly as possible under a caution, but there's extra pressure, that hidden pressure, when you know the race is live, and literally there's not a tenth of a second to lose. 24 hours on the clock. The sun looks glorious above the high banking here at Daytona.
I love to see 24 :00 :00. As far as the timing on the top of the screen is concerned, because that tells us we are ready to go for another Rolex 24. Absolutely magnificent sight to see everybody here at the track, and the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship season is about to get underway. The community that is endurance racing is an extraordinary thing. Hello to everybody around the world. In Australia, we've felt your pain over the last few weeks with the wildfires, and we'll see you in a week's time for the Bathurst 12 hours. And I know there's plenty of you tuned in down there at the moment.
Chinese New Year today as well, and
Burns Night, yes, for the Scots here.
But I know that, you know, with the outbreak of virus there, it's a really tough time to be in certain parts of China right now, and many people just indoors. But that's a great time to witness an endurance race, is it not?
If you can, put aside the worries of day-to-day life and sit down and enjoy one of the great sporting occasions of the world. Let's hope we can take your mind off everything else for the next day. 107.9 FM around the circuit here at Daytona International Speedway, across the USA and around the world, uninterrupted, live and free on RS2 IMSA Radio, and of course in sound and vision around the world as well on IMSA TV and the player at radio-show.co.uk. And add to that, here in the US, Sirius 216 and XM202. Plenty of ways for you to keep in touch. No excuse, Jeremy, for missing any of the action, aside maybe for a little cat nap here and there. It's allowed.
Ooh, I don't know, you might be struggling to have time for that. Just if you've seen that pole-winning Mazda RT24P at the front of the field, not in its usual livery. Yeah, different livery this year, white, a bit of red and a bit of blue. That's in deference to the new sponsor there, Idemitsu Japanese oil additive, and certainly what a great start for that company to be on the pole position here. Tremendous lap by Oliver Jarvis. I was a little bit surprised he didn't quite get down to the official lap record from 1 year ago, nor even within about half a second of what he managed in the Raw test a few weeks ago, but still, it was enough. He will start for the pole position, and this time they want the whole goal is for the Mazdas to be running a lot longer at the front of the field than was the case 1 year ago.
About a couple of hours ago, I was in exactly the same position as Ollie Jarvis is now, and sitting, and by that I mean not sitting.
Position.
Well, I was sitting in pole position right in behind the safety car, because I was given the tremendous honour of leading the Porsche Club America parade laps around here in the new all-electric Porsche Taycan. And I just thought to myself as we were driving round, fast forward a couple of hours, this will be Ollie sitting 2 or 3 car lengths behind this car. And even as I thought that, my heart rate went up a little bit. This is an extraordinary time for all of these drivers. The whole week and all of the off-season has been leading up to this. Porsche have locked out the front row in GT Le Mans with the 2 new 911 RSRs -19. 19 is the new car. Signifies, of course, that they started racing with this car back in early September at Sebring in the United Kingdom, which was the first round of the championship for the World Endurance Championship. And they've already been successful in that. Johnny Palmer, you're the voice of the WEC for Radio Show Limited. A couple of wins already, so that car new here, but not new to competition.
Certainly not. No, I think you meant to say Silverstone rather than Sebring. But
Yes, I did.
4
Yes,
hours,
I did.
4 hours of Silverstone was a race win for the brand new Porsche, and it really was brand new back in late August, and they did incredibly well to win that 4-hour race. And a good result at the 6 hours of Fuji. Wasn't a race win, but it was then at Shanghai. So clearly the car is very strong on the shorter races. Let's see how it deals with 24 hours. It'll be the first one that these cars have tackled.
Glenn Bramaris, who's in Canberra in Australia. Kilvey says, love this time of the motorsport year. The only reason to get out of bed at 5:30 a.m, said Brett Whitehouse. Also in Australia, the world of endurance is coming together with IMSA Radio, IMSA TV and the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. I think I'm more revved up than the drivers at the moment as Ollie Jarvis brings them really slowly and now goes for the throttle as we go green for 2020 season opener for IMSA. And across the line, the pole sitting Mazda DPI of Ollie Jarvis has a bit of a lead going on to the infield for the first time. Round the outside, Felipe Nasser in the red and white Cadillac from Whelan Engineering tries to make it too wide through the chicane at 2 and 3 and somehow squeezes through into third position and immediately attacks the number 6 of Juan Pablo Montoya, the orange and white Penske Acura. That's allowing Ollie Jarvis to be able to weave left and right to get some heat into his Michelin tyres. He's got half a second or so on the rest of the field as they head to the west end of the circuit for the first time. And then from 5 to 6 and on to the high banks on lap 1.
Yeah, Jarvis leads then. Good getaway it was from Juan Pablo Montoya, who's now got an awful lot of bother from right behind Felipe Nasser, who's there in the red and white Whelan Engineering Cadillac DPI. Car number 31 in third position, but Ollie Jarvis making a real break for it. 1.4 seconds his gap through the first split, and it's very much about the fight for second and third on this opening lap. Then Jonathan Bomarito is fourth. Fifth position, Ryan Briscoe and he's Konica Minolta Cadillac, and then Tristan Vautier in sixth position. Ben Keating, a good getaway in the LMP2 category, and Nick Tandy leads in GTLM in the 911 numbered Porsche.
Now, you say that, and I thought I saw the two Porsches swap positions there. Antonio Garcia was right in there.
Yeah, Garcia's
as well.
between the two of them.
Yeah,
Tandy still leads.
Right.
Vantor's dropped to third.
That's what I saw with Antonio Garcia. Then making up a position, splitting the two Porsches. Leader is across the line already. Here comes the P2 field, led at the moment by Ben Keating, as Johnny said. Yeah, the Corvette in between the two Porsches. That's 3 of the 4 brand new cars to IMSA competition in 2020 for the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. Now, we've had a full lap, I think I can say. Nice to see a clean getaway.
Indeed so, yes. I'm pleased you did wait till the end of the first 3.56 miles, though, before you said that.
Thank you.
No
Very
hashtag
good.
blame Hindy just yet.
Nope.
Roger Penske, what a year he had in 2018. He bettered it in 2019. Had his teams winning all over the globe. A banner year for them. Can they make it an even brighter start to 2020 than the year that they finished up having last year?
Brilliant first lap there by Ben Keating in number 52 PR1 Matheson's Motorsports Class A, the LMP2 car. He was a full 4.3 seconds clear of Henrik Hedman in second place in that class. Ben Keating, what a star he is. Talking to some of the guys this morning from the PR1 team, and you know, they're just super impressed with him. I mean, he's as quick. Gabriel Aubry apparently is struggling to match his pace.
Now, hearing from Jamie Howe down in the pit lane that already the GTD pole sitter has a problem. Now, it's not necessarily a problem that will immediately give him issue. It's not a mechanical problem with the car, but the radio is not functioning the way it should. So at the moment, it's not slowing Zachary Robichon down, but he can hear them, they can't hear him. So it's going to have to be a bit of quick thinking from Zach here to work out a code with his team when he goes past the line. If he's one who comes in, flash the lights twice, tap on your helmet, whatever it is you're going to do, put a little flag out the window. I'm not sure if he carries a handkerchief with him. You know, the youngsters don't seem to do that anymore.
No. Well, Jeremy Shaw was telling me earlier on in the week his technique of contacting the team at Snetterton during the 1980 Will Hire 24 hours, I think, which is just a series of waving and thumbs up, thumbs down. That worked. So going slightly faster here than the Snetterton front straight.
But before anybody says, Zachary, no texting and driving.
Yes.
Coming up to 5 minutes completed, and we can just take stock at the moment. It's been a sensible but competitive opening, with the big movers in GT Le Mans being Corvette Racing and Antonio Garcia, who's moved up through the field. Dwight Merriman in the number 18 Orica in LMP2 has let a couple of the GT cars go past him in the Era Motorsport machine. And in GTD, it's still Porsche, BMW, Ferrari, Lexus, Audi, Lamborghini, Acura. 7 different manufacturers in the top 7 positions, and separated by, well, 2 or 3 cars lengths apiece right there. Decent opening as the GT Daytona field heads into the bus stop. Slightly different curbs on the bus stop this year, and particularly the entry curb. A little bit of a problem with that. It was starting to break up a bit at the road. It was relayed, and then there's been some plastic additions to the curbs. They show white if you can see the onboard pictures that are going around the world from the Lexus number 14 at the moment in the hands. Who is in the 14 at the moment, JP?
14 started at the back, remember. Parker Chase, 17th place.
Yes. Well, the little white lines in between the curbs aren't painted, they are plastic strips. Very close quarters competition from 2 Lamborghinis a lap or so ago. Side drafting is a thing here, and the blue car down to the lower side is the Paul Miller Racing machine, and you will get an aerodynamic tow or a little boost if you dare get very close to the car on the outside. The GT Daytona cars may be quote-unquote the entry level to the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship, but they are very sophisticated race cars, particularly in terms of the aerodynamics, Johnny Palmer.
Yes, they are. Yeah, true enough. And actually, some of the Cup car versions of these machines faster down the straights, but they can't make the turns as well as a GT3 car. Got a huge rear wing on all of these cars, which helps with the downforce on the rear, and that front splitter is pretty menacing as well. The car you hear in the background is Jeff Westphal on board his Scuderia Corsa Ferrari with the WeatherTech branding, trying to close in on car 96, which is driven by Robbie Foley for Turner Motorsport.
Into the bus stop on the far side of the circuit from us. Little squeak from the brakes. Don't take I was going to say don't take too much to the inside. Nobody has told Jeff Westphal that as he nails the left-hand curb in the WeatherTech Ferrari. El Puri has tweeted at IMSA Radio using the hashtag IMSA Radio D24. Where are the Corvettes? I can't hear them. Yes, it is different. It is different. That flat plane crank still normally aspirated, those cars. It is not the same sound as before. I'd say the same, by the way, if you're a Porsche file. The now 4.2 litre flat 6 that sits in front of the gearbox but behind the driver in the new 911 RSR 19s. The exhausts routed a completely different way and come out just in front of the rear wheels rather than in the rear diffuser as they're used to do, and that's changed the acoustic properties of those engine notes just a little bit. 8 minutes down, and it's Tandy that leads in the GT Le Mans category for Porsche. Another Porsche leading, that's Zachary Robichon in GT Daytona. LMP2, double duty for Ben Keating. He is in 2 different cars in this race, in 2 different classes. And Mazda from Paul with Ollie Jarvis leads it at the moment. Opening thoughts from Jeremy Shaw. Sensible opening. Yeah,
very much so. And Oliver Jarvis leapt out to an immediate lead, 1.3 seconds clear at the end of the first lap. Then 2.1, 3.0, 3.2 subsequently. Now that's stabilised. 3 seconds was the gap as he completed at lap 5. He has also set the fastest lap of the race at a 1:35.802, which is well over a second outside the lap record. That was a 34.5 set last season by Felipe Nasser. The other categories, Ben Keating is just pulling away again in LMP2. 13 seconds already it was last time around. Cameron Castles, though, has made a good start for the Performance Tech Motorsports team, up into second place now in LMP2, ahead of Henrik Hedman.
So Ollie Jarvis at the moment has got a clear track ahead of him as he heads down into the bus stop. It won't be long though before he starts catching the back of the GT Daytona field. I was talking with Brian Redman and Hurley Haywood early in the week at a Porsche forum, and Brian saying in 1970 when Porsche and the 917 won here for the first time, it was 3 laps before he caught the back of the field. But he was pulling 224 miles an hour on the banking and no bus stops at all, of course.
Yeah, and I saw Derek Bell this morning after the parade from the historic cars here, and even this morning in the 962 he was pulling 200 down here into turn 1. And,
no, I'm sure.
Loved it.
We weren't allowed to go that fast on my parade lap. I think you might have got the better of the deal there, JP.
Possibly so, yeah. Because Tim Pendergast was driving the pace car with me alongside him. Certainly wasn't hanging around either. And thank you to him and all involved for that experience. Just over 10 minutes gone, and Ollie Jarvis, well, lead came down a little bit on that sector, so 2.8 seconds now rather than just over 3. Ben Keating, fastest lap after fastest lap, a 139.180 he's down to now in the leading LMP2 car, which is 9th overall behind all 8 DPIs. Remember, Ricky Taylor crashing heavily in qualifying, had only set a 144 up until that point, so that was actually slower than a lot of the GTLM cars, but the way that the grid is then split for the starting positions, he's still tagged on the back of the other 7 DPIs and has made progress, overtaking Joao Barbosa into 7th place in the number 7 Acura.
Jamie listening into the radio, listening to us talking about Brian Redmond catching the traffic. What are the leading prototypes being told, Jamie, how as far as catching the rear of the field is concerned?
Well, they're being told that in the next 2 laps they're going to start catching up to the GT classes. It'll be GT Daytona first and then GT Le Mans. They're also being warned that they're in their own battle right now, and then the traffic is very tight in this early stage of the race. Nobody's been able to string out any sort of a lead, so once they start catching the back of the GT Daytona field, it's going to be tough work getting through.
It's going to be very tough work indeed, and Ollie Jarvis can now see the Lexus as he heads in towards the kink. He's not quite yet there yet. With a bit of luck, he might not catch them through that. Oh no, my goodness, that Mazda carries a huge amount of speed through the dogleg and into the west hairpin, and now has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 GTD cars in fairly close company right in front of him as they head through turn 6 in behind the Black Swan Racing Porsche, which started the week, this shell at least, started as a Wright Motorsport car. There goes the leader on the high side. That's the right etiquette. Faster cars go to the top of the banking. Fabulous work by Black Swan. They had, dives down the inside of the gear car. The Lamborghini just drifting up to the wall there as the leader was coming through, but Ollie Jarvis was awake and alert. The 54 green, white and silver car, by the way, destroyed in an accident, strange accident with the wall, and it couldn't be fixed here, and Wright donated their spare chassis, but you have to change major components, so suspension, engine and gearbox all had to go in, and that was a long night, Johnny Palmer, for the Black Swan boys, but my goodness, they did a great job. When we saw the car roll out, it looked like it just come off the truck on Wednesday morning.
Yeah, phenomenal, and they were able to get the best part of a 90-minute session under its wheels as well. Almost 2 abreast for 2nd and 3rd, with Felipe Nasser in the red and white wheel and engineering car chasing down Juan Pablo Montoya in the leading Acura from Team Penske. The gap's 3.6 seconds to the front of this race, which is still Ollie Jarvis pounding around this Daytona International Speedway, but no doubt about the fight in the early stages between Montoya and Nasser for 2nd and 3rd positions.
Somebody needs to tell Ben Keating that he's in an LMP2 car. He's closer to the back of the DPI field than he is to the rest of the LMP2s. It's quite extraordinary. It's absolutely flying along at the moment. So now we have traffic playing a part here, with just under 15 minutes of the 24 hours having been completed under clear January skies at Daytona International Speedway. At IMSA Radio, and the hashtag is IMSA Radio D24, sound and vision from the World Centre of Racing, with IMSA Radio and TV joined together, as we will be for the whole of the season. And what a season we have in prospect for you if this is the kind of action that we're going to get.
So Dwight Merriman making his prototype debut this weekend. He's just passed the GTLM leaders, behind whom he'd slipped back in the early stage of this race. So he now leads the GTLM guys on their own. Number 911 ahead of number 3, number 912. What's interesting to me is that Philip Eng in the number 25 BMW has slipped more than 5 seconds behind the top 3 at this stage. Didn't expect that necessarily, but Tommy Milner, who's bottled up behind him, and John Edwards are right there. Alessandro Pierguidi in the Mitsubishi Ferrari. He's, I'm sure, pretty just content to stay where he is at the moment.
Number 10, Connington Minolta Cadillac. Ryan Briscoe down the inside of this train of GT Daytona cars as he comes out of the international hairpin on the infield straight towards the dogleg. The left-handed kink just had to lift a little bit there because he wasn't on the optimum line and sweeping across from the white line at the right-hand side of the road. I've got to tell you, it's 70 miles an hour. That's quite an interesting corner. I can't imagine what it's like at the speeds that these guys are going. So the first 15 minutes are in the book. It's been green flag racing all the way. Here's how it stands. GTD, Zachary Robichon leading by round about a second from the BMW of Robbie Foley in second, the number 96 car. The 63 WeatherTech Ferrari is in third with Jack Westphal. GT Le Mans, Porsche, Corvette, Porsche. Then BMW, Chevrolet, Porsche, Ferrari very close together in the battle for fourth on down. LMP2, Ben Keating's checked out. He's in a different zip code at the moment. And at the front of the field, the overall Mazda DPI leads for the pole-sitting Oliver Jarvis by 2.5 seconds. Then it's 7/10ths back from Juan Montoya in second to Felipe Nasr in third, respectively in the Acura number 6 and the 31 in third position. Although they're much closer than that as they go across the line this time. And the black Mustang sampling number 5 trying to go down the inside. That's the battle for 7th and 8th position between Ricky Taylor and Joao Barbosa as they're trying to make up some positions through traffic. We might as well get this out of the way now. 38 sets of tyres for the DPI runners. So that was 38 sets of tyres from the very start of free practice 1 for the DPIs. That's the IMSA medium compound. 38 sets of IMSA medium for LMP2, 37 for the GT Le Mans runners, although they of course have the Michelin range of tyres between them, and GTD 30 sets of the Michelin S8Ms. Those tyres allocated, as I say, from the first free practice session. As far as time is concerned, to score points in DP and GTLM, 2 hours per driver. LMP2 and GTD, 4.5 hours. And the maximum time for anybody, and this is an issue for Ben Keating, because this is not per car, this is per driver. 13 hours maximum and no more than 4 hours in any 6 for Ben Keating. And as I say, that's driver dependent, Jeremy, not in each individual car in which he's entered.
That's right, and they've got a pretty good plan, or Ben has a pretty good plan. It is to do the first 2 stints in this the start of this race in the PR1 Mathiasen Motorsports LMP2 car. After that, he then concentrates on the GTD car all the way through till 2 in the morning. Then he'll be done with the GTD, and the rest of the race he can concentrate on getting his minimum driving time in the PR1 car. So I think that's a really good, sensible thing. Rather than going back and forth between the 2 cars, he's going to do the stint now. Then it's for pretty much 12 hours, just concentrate on GTD, making sure he doesn't break that 4 hours and 6, and then back to LMP2 for the end of the race.
Talking about GTD, just want to tip my cap to Spencer Pumpelly, who started the race in 16th position in the number 44 GRT Magnus Lamborghini Huracan. He now has the fastest lap in the class, a 1:47.012, and has got himself up to 9th place from 16th position. So not necessarily focusing on that drive at the sharp end, but I think he could be involved in the top 6 in the next, let's say, half an hour or so. Terrific opening stint. I mean, the bit will have been between his teeth because that car wasn't able to qualify after a gearbox went on 0 mileage.
But that means they started at the back, so I'll guarantee you they put a brand new set of Michelins on that.
Yep.
So yes, they might have a slight advantage in the first few laps. But even so, I'm not at all rubbishing the effort that's been put in by Spencer Pumpelly. GT Le Mans action, 25 BMW. That's the red, blue and mainly white BMW from Rahal Letterman Lanigan with Philippe Eng. He's got Tommy Milner, John Edwards, his teammate, and Alessandro Perguidi, as close as you can physically get for GT Le Mans cars without them actually being stacked on top of each other or side by side, of course, before anybody says that. They're heading through the kink at the moment, and they have the second place Acura of Juan Montoya among them, and Juan is not backwards and coming forwards, even with GT cars. He's gone around the outside of the BMW through the western hairpin and now comes under the rear wing of the very, very attractive grey, metallic and yellow striped Corvette. He'll go to the high side through speedway turns 1 and 2 and clears that little gaggle of traffic, and in doing so gives himself a little bit of breathing space on the red and white 31 Whelen Cadillac, which is in behind him. Jeff Gordon down in the pit lane, watching on there, I think, Jeremy, wasn't it? Look at that. So he just looked away from the screen for a moment. Well, this is exactly what we expected to see here at Daytona. Blue skies in the Sunshine State of Florida, and great motor racing, exactly as advertised, with green flag having flown just on 19 minutes ago. And here comes the gloss black number 10 dive bombing down the inside of the number 25 BMW in the hands of Philippe Eng into turn 1. It's a tricky braking area, that, Johnny, even in the dry, because you're coming down from the banking, albeit the slightly less severe banking of the tri-oval, and making that transition easy to lock a wheel up in the prototypes with no ABS, and the GT Le Mans cars as well.
You're trying to slow, you're trying to turn at the same time, and the apex is sort of over there all the time, and you can't quite necessarily get the lock required, the grip required, so it's diminishing returns if you're not careful. And there must have been a bit of a decision to make there from Ryan Briscoe as to which side the BMW was going to go. Thankfully, Philippe Eng saw the Konica Minolta Cadillac in the mirrors and kept well right so that Briscoe could slip through. He is still 5th and trying to hunt down Jonathan Bomarito in the 55 Mazda.
And in the GTLM, you just talked about Philippe Eng there. He's slipping back from the top 3 cars, the 2 Porsches and a number 3 Corvette, at the rate of a second a lap now. Each of the last 4 laps has been almost exactly a second each time the BMW is losing out. So we're going to have to keep an eye. We've seen in the past that the BMW can be hard on its tyres. I'm not saying that's the reason for this. Something could be just being a conservative pace in the early stages, but that's something I think we should need to keep an eye on.
I love multi-class racing. I love multi-class racing. I'm going to get that out there right now. There's always something happening somewhere. Absolutely. Let's go down to Jamie Howe in the pit lane. Jamie?
Well, Oliver Jarvis is still leading this field in that number 77 Mazda. He will be sharing the car with Tristan Nunez and Olivier Pla. Tristan, you will be next in the car. We talked about the tire allotment. We talked about the drivers. You have to backtrack it at this point. So how do you manage driver freshness from the start of the race?
Well, I think doing longer duration stints from the start is going to help us get more rest when we're out of the car. So that's kind of the strategy we kind of thought about. We'll see after this stint. Ollie's doing a great job so far. We'll see how fresh he is after he gets out. And if we need to adjust our strategy a little bit as far as drive time, then we will. But as of right now, we're trying to give the guy who's out of the car as much rest as possible.
Last year was a benchmark year for Mazda Team Yost, this entire program, multiple wins, podiums, but this race was a heartbreaker. With the fire towards the end of it, how does the team come back from that and start fresh in 2020?
Yeah, I know we had a very, very pivotal second half of the season last year, and I think we just needed to get that out of the way. And obviously our main focus is having a good result here. That's everyone's really dream if you're racing on the sports car side of America. So this race would be huge for us. It would be a dream come true for me. And the preparation we've had coming into this race weekend, I think, has been exceptional. The guys on the crew and engineers have really given us a race-winning package. So I think we have all the pieces aligned, and just got to go out there and run a clean race and get ourselves to the finish.
The team car, the number 55, that crew is up on the wall right now. Jonathan Bomarito's behind the wheel. He told me out on the grid, John, that he is more excited to start this race than he has been in a long time. Everyone at Mazda Team Yost feeling reinvigorated in 2020.
Well, the summer of Mazda last year with those 3 wins on the trot, they had then to deal with their lucky talisman, John Doonan, moving away. But I tell you, I've spoken to the new man. He's just as much of a racer and has gasoline running through his blood as John did. I foresee good things for Nelson and the rest of the team. Battle on the circuit, onto the high bank, side by side. Acura on the high side, Cadillac on the low side. Gets the drive out of turn 6 and now has position, but they are literally side by side. Now, who's the bravest of the brave down into the bus stop? Johnny Palmer, you know all about getting the braking point right there.
Certainly, yeah, and it looks like Nasser's hit the brakes at just the perfect time. He slithers up the inside of Juan Pablo Montoya, was there anyway to outmuscle the Acura, had that crucial inside line and slots through into second place. So now we get to see what that Cadillac can offer in free air and whether it can start to eat into a 4.5 second gap.
Very interesting. I mean, that was just torque coming off the onto the banking there, and
that was centre off, wasn't it? As you'd say in NASCAR terms, that was centre off torque, because he was side by side, Jeremy, on not the optimum line coming out of 6 really early on in the piece there.
Yeah, so good move there by Nasser. A couple other notes. The number 25 BMW Philippe Eng, we talked about him struggling to hold on to the top 3 in the class 3. He has now been overtaken by Tommy Milner in the number 4 Corvette. Those cars came across the start, which right now the Corvette is ahead, not pulling away by very much at the moment. Behind him are both of the BMWs, and then hanging on to them pretty comfortably, I would suggest, is Alessandro Pierguidi in the Ferrari. In GTD, no change at the front. Zachary Robichon leads by about 3 seconds over Robbie Foley, who's been pursued closely by Jeff Westphal. Trent Hinman has got past Frankie Montecalvo in number 57, ahead of number 12 a couple of laps ago. And number 44 car continues to work his way forward. That's Spencer Pompelli up to 7th place now in car number 44.
Zachary Robichon crossing the line in the FAF Motorsports Porsche to complete another lap in the GTD category. He's got at a fairly decent distance away now Robbie Foley in the Turner Motorsport Liqui Moly sponsored BMW. The gap from first to second in GTD is 3.6 seconds. It's Jeff Westphal for Scuderia Corsa and the Ferrari 3rd. Trent Hinman in the Heinrich Racing Acura is 4th. Rolf Eichen and then Frankie Montecalvo. But Spencer Pompelli's gained 2 more places since I mentioned him. Still the fastest lap in the class, 146.9. So those new tyres, if indeed that's what 44 have done, GRT Magnus, hanging on pretty well now. And he's only 1 car away from the top 6.
28 minutes gone, or if you prefer, we're on lap number 18. Black Swan going another lap back to the number 6 of Juan Montoya, who has dropped some 1.5 seconds since he was passed by Felipe Nasser, but it's still 4.7 seconds between Nasser and Ollie Jarvis.
Yeah, that's sort of gone out just a little bit over the last few laps. It was around about 4 seconds, and on the lap that the pass was made by Nasser out to 4.7, that stabilised last time around the gap between first and second, between Jarvis and Nasser. In GTLM, it's still Nick Tandy who leads, but he's got the Corvette and the sister car, or sister Porsche of Vanthoor. 1, 2, 3, those three cars very, very close. Certainly a really good opening, I think a promising opening stint, particularly for the Corvette team with this brand new C8R.
I think they'll be loving this right now. But right now, it's not just about now, it's about this time tomorrow, isn't it? They would love to win this race, but think back to the Ford GT coming here for the first time with Chip Ganassi, with so much hope and expectation, and they had, at least with one of the cars, a bit of a race to forget as far as that was, and that was again just new car issues, Johnny. It's not going to be the easiest thing to do to open your racing account with a 24-hour event at one of the toughest venues in the world. I've said this before, this looks like an easy track. Yeah, it's just flat out, round the banks, a bit of a wiggly road course. It's not that at all. And the amount of concentration in the 13 hours and 21 minutes of darkness here that you require, even with this reduced field, it's a real test of team and machine.
Yeah, Ford's first year, 2016. They won Le Mans later on that year in June, coming back in the milestone year since their first victory in 1966. But yes, that car did struggle, and I think this is a true test, isn't it, to kick off the motorsport season. It can turn into a very public test session if it goes rather awry. But then again, you know, what an impressive mark on your breastplate it is if you manage to get the victory in the first year of a new car. It shows how good the manufacturer is in terms of design work, but also the punishing nature of this track. And Porsche turning up with a new car, Corvette turning up with a new car, and there's an awful lot to prove over the next 23.5 hours. Nick Tandy leads by 0.8 of a second then over Tonio Garcia, who not so long ago set a very good lap time. GTLM's fastest lap in the hands of the Spaniard then, despite him being in second place, a 1:43.6, but the Porsches have been capable of putting in 1:43.7s, so really not very far away. Tandy, Garcia, Vanthoor, then the first of the BMWs with Philipp Eng at the wheel of the number 25 BMW team RLL
Pit stops,
M8.
Johnny. Pit stop starting.
55 in, first of all.
This is the Mazda, the Soul Red machine. Let's head down to the pit lane.
I mentioned that the crew was up on the wall. They've been ready for this for the last several laps. So far, smooth and easy. They're taking on 4 new Michelin tires. Jonathan Bomarito will stay behind the wheel of the car while they're waiting on fuel. They are cleaning off the windscreen. I am surprised at how dirty this car is already in this early first stint of the race. The track was awfully dusty, clean and easy. Jonathan's back out here.
Jamie, that's extraordinary, that on the front of the car as well. It almost looks like someone had maybe been off the track in front of it and thrown some dirt onto it, or were they just extremely large bugs that were on there?
It looked like a lot of dust, so I'm not sure if the track just got dirty overnight. Remember, the only laps that were done this morning were from all of the hot laps and the experience that you had certainly early on, but there was no race, there was no morning warm-up, so the night dust just, I think, settled on the racetrack.
Gotta say, we're going to have to keep an eye on that. It is. That was really dirty on the front end. Jeremy.
Philipp Eng has got back past the Corvette of Tommy Milner. It's interesting, for 4th position in GTLM, and that second gaggle of cars now almost 12 seconds behind the rest of the pack. In LMP2, John Ferrano has got into the groove now in car number 8. That's the Tower Motorsport by Starworks entry, up into second place ahead of Cameron Castles, as we see the leaders onto the pit lane.
A couple other cars now taking this opportunity. The number 77 Mazda, our race-leading prototype, in right now. No driver change, as we heard Tristan say. Oliver Jarvis will stay behind the wheel. Both of the Penske entries, the number 6 and the number 7, the Acura's also coming to pit lane. Looking down, I don't see driver changes happening from them either, but the car, this number 77, also very dirty.
Yeah, not as much on the front end at least, but there was a lot of work going into the screen, and I did see a crew member lean over right at the end of the stop and run his gloves across the wheel arch, the fender on the left-hand side, as much as to say, what's this crud all over our lovely cars? So just wonder maybe if somebody's been dropping some oil or something. Did have a radio message earlier on that there's going to be some fluids added to the Lamborghini of Gia Motorsport. Christina Nielsen behind that car. So I just wonder if there's something being lost. The 74 AMG GT as well, also with marks on the front of that car as if something has been sprayed from somebody onto it. 31 due to come in, our new leader. That is Felipe Nasr in the Whelan car, and Shea Adam is down there and may need a bit of extra work on that car, Shea, so keep an eye on that as it heads into the pit lane right now. Here's Shea Adam with the first of the Cadillac pit stops.
Engineering Cadillac is the first one to come in and hit its marks because it was furthest up on the track thanks to Felipe Nasr. Fuel and at the very least right side tires. They do have left side up on the wall though. We also have the Performance Tech Orica. Great start from that car, having been rebuilt last night. That car will also get 4 new tires. We've got the JDC Banana Boat. That's the number 85 Cadillac also in. Fuel and tires for them. And the race defending win from last year, Konica Minolta Cadillac, is in. They're doing fuel and new tires for this. 4 tires still waiting on the Whelen Engineering Cadillac to get moving once again though. Now it does, as Felipe Nasr takes it back out in a nice cloud of smoke. There's no apparent dirt on this one though, as was compared to some of the other cars. The Konica Minolta car looks filthy though. The black is not a good color for hiding any sort of dust or any sort of grossness on the front of that. There goes Ryan Briscoe, and easily beats out the JDC Miller Motorsports car.
Sean, among others, has tweeted in at IMSA Radio using the hashtag at IMSA Radio D24. 30-35 minutes. Is that the expected stint for DPI? For the first one, I would say yes. I think we might squeak it out a little bit closer to 40. There was 2 warm-up laps. The cars will have been brought to the grid, and they'll not want to push too much close to the line. They'll be taking some data, Jeremy, from what they've refilled the tanks this time. I would think maybe a lap or 2 more, but no more than that if we get another full green flag stint. So expect something between 33 to 37 minutes.
Yeah, 36 to 38 I think is probably going to be the normal, probably around about 21, 22 laps. I would think we just did 21 laps for the number 31. Number 5 car is now onto pit lane. That is the last of the DPI cars to make his first pit stop with 22 laps now in the books.
And pulls up in front of...
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, a very good planned stop for this team. JDC Miller Motorsports running the Mustang sampling car. It's the first time that the number 5 has not been under the Action Express banner in a very, very long time, but still is well behind the wheel of this car. 4 new Michelin. They are nice and shiny. They don't have the stickers on them though because they still take the time to take those things off. Waiting on fuel. There was a little bit of a clean of the windshield, but it's not too terribly dirty. Joao will just feel like he's wearing a pair of, well, perhaps finger-spotted sunglasses. Fuel probe comes out. Goodbye, Joao. See you in about 38 to maybe 42 minutes.
Hello to Gerard Deveau, the CEO of the WEC. He's here this weekend. Just tweeted, Rolex 24 started, and it marks a new era between the FIA, WEC and IMSA for the LMDH category. Starting soon. Have a good race, everyone. Gerard, thank you very much indeed for allowing us to be, and me in particular to be involved. You, President Doonan and President Fionn, as well as Mr. France and Mr. Bennett, making me very, very welcome at that historic announcement earlier in the week. I'm sure we'll have the opportunity to go through some listener questions with some of the principals in the next 24 hours. You're all welcome here, all of the principals from that in our booth right next to race control. I have to say, Johnny, I know I'm known for getting sometimes slightly overexcited, a bit overexcitable, Edgar. At least I don't set things alight often. But the thought of adding in perhaps another 15 or 20 wildcard entries, if you like, from the World Endurance Championship in Hypercar and LMDH, as well as, of course, the other ACO categories, including the LMP2s and the GT Le Mans cars, all would be eligible here as well. I mean, if I'm excited about this, that you'd have to, I think, shoot me with a rhino dart before we got underway.
Yeah, what a way to start. I was going to say the motorsport season, more like the motorsport calendar year, but this race does a splendid job at that anyway. And then if you can get plenty of cars that we're more used to seeing at Le Mans to take part in this fantastic Daytona 24-hour race, then yeah, the more the merrier. The current car count is fine, but I think something really needed to be done to arrest a potential slide in the future, and the new plans are very exciting indeed. I wait to hear them fleshed out even further when we get to Sebring in March.
At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch, hashtag IMSA Radio D24. Happy Burns Night to Roddy John Murray in the Western Isles of Scotland. We dram and a bit of haggis tonight. I would say Max Swain's would be my favourite. Halls of Perth, not so bad, but Max Swain's of Edinburgh, always been my favourite haggis. So I'm not expecting to have that as part of our diet this evening, but...
Really?
No, disappointingly. I do like a bit of haggis. I do. Having lived and worked in Edinburgh for quite a while and done a couple of 3 years of Burns Night promotions. So 40 minutes. When do we see the P2s, Jeremy? Have they already done?
They've already been in. Yeah,
right. So GT Le Mans should be next.
Yeah, exactly. In about where are we now? 10 minutes or so, a little bit less perhaps. No major changes amongst the prototypes at the front after their first round of pit stops. Number 77 leads by a slightly reduced margin, 2.6 seconds now over the number 31 car of Felipe Nasser, with Montoya on his heels. Number 55 car remains in 4th position. Number 7 was the biggest gainer, up 2 positions during that round of pit stops, now ahead of both the number 10 and the 85. The number 5 car, Joao Barbosa, though, having been running along at the tail of the class, but he's now a full 8 seconds back at the back. He actually made a bit of ground on that last lap by turning his best lap of the race. That's Joao Barbosa, but he is in the 8th position. No changes in LMP2. Ben Keating has a huge lead.
Sorry, Jeremy, I was looking away at something else there, so apologies if you've already mentioned this, but after the pit stop, the gap between first and second has halved. It's now just under 2 seconds between Ollie Jarvis and Felipe Nasser.
Indeed, came down by 3/4 of a second on that last lap.
Now, was that the pit stop time, or is that just... as you say, the last lap was awesome from
yeah, I mean, the gap was 3.4 seconds, and then 2.6, and then 1.8 last time around. So, it's Felipe Nasser turning up the wick a bit, no question.
Well, we just mentioned listeners in the Western Isles. I think we've got it cleaned up over there at the moment. Joshua Smith is always there as well, and Chris has just found our live stream as well. He says, great, that gets me out of watching Love Island, which is what the missus has got on the television at the moment. This is Love Actually, mate. Tandy, Garcia, Vanto, the top 3. Corvette, Porsche, separated by 2.5 seconds in GT Le Mans. Robichon, Foley and Westfall have got 5 seconds between them in GT Daytona. Jarvis, Nasser and Montoya, 5 seconds between the top 3 in DPI, and 52 seconds between Ben Keating, Cameron Castles and Ben Hanley, and 42 of that is between first and second. Ben Keating has cleared off. More well known for his exploits in the GT car, but my goodness, he's enjoying that LMP2 machine.
Indeed so, and he's got himself all the GTLM cars between himself and the second place car, which is now again Cameron Castles, who's moved back into second place in Performance Tech Motorsports, and Ben Hanley are now aboard number 81 car, so we can expect to see the number 81 Dragon Speed car moving its way up towards the tail end of Cameron Castles pretty soon. The 62 Ferrari, however, that was pitted a little bit earlier than I would have expected. That came in after 21 laps actually, so a little bit earlier than the rest. I wonder whether he's just trying to get that car into the pits, that the Risi team get the car out and get it out ahead of that train of cars which he was behind, i.e. the 2 BMWs and the second of the Corvettes. We'll see once the pit stops are completed by the other contenders in GTLM, whether that ploy was successful.
Very interested to see when the GT Le Mans cars do start peeling off into the pit lane. 3 Corvette heading down into turn number 1. Not the engine that you're hearing in the background. That's on the high banks of 3 and 4, having just gone through the bus stop by the sound of what I was hearing there. And still 23 and a quarter hours to go. Zachary Robichon doing a fine job at the front of the GT Daytona field, and Antonio Garcia just still can see the back of the 911 of Nick Tandy up ahead of him as he comes to put a lap on Matt McMurray in the pink and black Auto Nation 86 Acura NSX through turn 6 and onto the high banks. What a beautiful day.
No one inside here on the front straight at all.
Well, you know what that means, though, Jeremy. In a couple of laps, we're going to have a great gaggle of cars again.
Well, yeah, they're all now between the bus stop and the kink, basically.
Who was it the other day who said, I think it was Matt Bell, wasn't it, when he was in the booth with us? Matt, we wish you well. Thanks for being with us. Great comments from you the other day when you were here. He said you could release these guys at 10-second intervals and within 20 laps they'd all be back together again. It's about this clumping phenomenon that we talk about. Tom O'Gorman as well has been our guest this weekend as one of our driver experts, and both of those young men adding real insight into our coverage here, and we thank them for that. And whilst we're in the early moments of the Rolex 24 Daytona, as in comes one of the GTD leaders, that's Jeff Westphal in the 63 car. I'll come back to my point in a moment. That's at Shear's end of the pit lane, I think. Nope.
I see it.
Yeah.
It's Cooper McNeil who is getting into that car. Jeff Westphal out there doing 4 new tires for Cooper as well. So Silver Driver hands over to Silver Driver. And also coming in, the 25 BMW of Philip Ang, and one of the Corvettes, that was the silver one. So that would be the number 4 pitting together. The 25 BMW will not be doing a driver change, so Philip Ang staying aboard, but 4 shiny, slick new Michelin tires going on that BMW.
Early stages of the Rolex 24 Daytona for the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. And just a quick reminder that our next IMSA event is Super Sebring, the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, combined with the next round of the WEC. I was trying to work out what round is.
Not quite. There's a round between now.
Oh, yes, of course. Because yes, so WEC will be at COTA on February the 24th, and then they're with IMSA with a new start time on Friday of the meeting for the 68th annual Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. So March the 19th, the Thursday, March the 20th, the Friday. We will be covering from March the 18th for the WEC, and of course on the Saturday it is the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. Before that, as I say, I'm pretty certain it's somewhere near the 24th of Feb at COTA. Johnny Palmer on duty for that for us. And next weekend, full live coverage from Bathurst of the 12 hours in sound and vision across the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Let's go down the pit lane. Jamie Howe, you've got action.
We do. The 96 Turner Motorsports BMW in the box right now. No driver change, 4 new Michelins, and then our GTLM class leader Nick Tandy and the number 911 Porsche GT team entry also in. 4 new Michelins, fuel only, no driver change. We were laughing at Nick's all black carbon helmet earlier in the weekend after qualifying. I asked him about it. I said, were you just too lazy? You didn't get it painted? And he said, no, with the new engine configuration, the car is so much louder in the cockpit. He's actually been going through a rotation of helmets trying to figure out which one is going to be best suited for the full season. He's getting a second taste in the race right now.
And not following proper protocol exiting the pit lane was Nick Tandy, because he went from the transition lane in front of another car in the fast lane. We'll have to see if race control looks at that further. But the other car that was coming in is the number 19 Gear Racing Lamborghini. Christina Nielsen is getting out of the car, and they had a brand new steering wheel prepared to put in that car to try and deal with some of the issues that were being had. They also have oil that they're going to be adding to that car, so that will be going in too. For sticker tires though for the new driver, and still working on the installation of the new driver. There was a little bit of damage that was on the front, the right front of the 911 Porsche. I noticed that as it was going out, as if a bit of black gaffer tape had been installed there, but it's about to get really busy down here as the Gear Racing Lamborghini just waits on fuel, and as soon as that happens, everybody else is going to come in.
What was I going to say? Yeah, the race leader, Oliver Jarvis, turned his best lap of the race last time around on lap 28. He's now completed 29. Actually, as I say that, across the line he goes now to complete lap 30. That was a 1 minute 36.9. His fastest lap then a 35.74. Just after the pit stops, Juan Pablo Montoya set the fastest lap of the race at a 1:35.741. That was the Laurens Vanthoor Porsche, and the two leading GTLM cars now onto the pit lane.
And Laurens Vanthoor will stay behind the wheel of the number 912 Porsche. I was just talking to the team, and they said it's an unfortunate way to start the race for them. A couple of their crew members are back at the hotel with a stomach bug, so they're all filling in and doing the work that they can. It was a clean pit stop, 4 new Michelins, and topped off with fuel.
And the 74 Riley Technology Mercedes also coming in. Gar Robinson staying behind the wheel for a double. A bit of delay when the air jack didn't completely lift the car up off the ground, though. These look like they might be, nope, they're new, they're shiny too. New Michelin's going on the car for Gar. So he's going to have a full load of fuel and new tires. That's something that he'll have to get used to in the full season that he's running, sharing the car with Lawson Archibald. Ben Keating, their endurance driver, has already passed Gar a couple times out on track. Car comes off the air jacks, nice clean stop, just waiting on fuel. And the nozzle's still attached. The last time Gar drove at Daytona for this team, by the way, he finished third. That was driving a Viper with a very big hood. Now he's in a Mercedes with a big hood, and he does a nice getaway from the pit box.
It's the final wrap on the front of the Porsche that was peeling off, and I could see black underneath it. Thanks to Rob Chalmers for helping me out on that one. Thought I wasn't going mad. Big black mark on the front of that, and I thought he'd run into something. But it's the white cover that is peeling off. Hopefully that doesn't go anywhere that it should. More pit lane callers, and Jamie Howe has got a Lexus.
It is the number 12 Lexus from IMSA Sullivan Racing. Frankie Monacovo qualified the car. He's going to go ahead and do a double stint behind the wheel of this machine. Not a whole lot of change within the organization for this 2020 season. And for Frankie, it looks like he's going to get 4 new Michelin tires. They're going to wait for the sister car, the number 14, to come in behind them as well. So just split them a little bit, just like we've seen with some of the other teams. There's no reason to create traffic on pit lane this early on in the race. And as the number 12 still waits on the fuel, the number 14 is now in behind him. It's Parker Chase behind the wheel of that car. 2020 was going to be his first full season with IMSA Sullivan Racing. He'll start the race with a double stint as well, Shay.
It's fuel and tires for Lamborghinis down at the exit end of the pit lane for the 44 GRT Magnus car. They just now sent the car to go. It waited about a second longer than it had to. Madison Snow staying aboard the 48 Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini. Fuel probe comes out, he leaves, and will he get ahead of the 12 Lexus? No, he will not.
Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus tuned in and listening to IMSA Radio on RS2 across the USA and around the world. Sirius 216, XM 202 in the US as well, 107.9 FM here at the track, and of course in sound and vision on IMSA TV and the player at radio-show.co.uk. Some of that is territory dependent. Thanks to Jamie for her first stint as the GTD leader. The FAF Porsche comes in to the pit lane, and that will be at Shea's end of things. The plaid Porsche passes by.
Yeah, can't leave before this pit stop. It's Team Canada. Zach Robichon expected to stay aboard for a second stint. Remember, no communication from him to the team. They are not addressing it as of yet, doing the tire change first. This is a team that used most of yesterday's practice to simply change tires. They would do 2 rotations per stop, then send the car out to do an outlap. They've already done all 4 tires. There's stickers on the car for Robichon, but unfortunately, the car that pits just ahead of him, the PPM Lamborghini, also in its pit box. I talked about this at the start of the race and how busy and frantic it's going to get down here. Well, Robichon is going to need a slight pushback to try and get out of his box because the 47 has stopped so far out. The engine has fired on the Porsche, still waiting on the fuel probe. They don't look as if they're going to push him back. Robichon goes on his own. Man, he narrowly avoided one of the tires left out by the Lamborghini team in front.
Which would have been a penalty. Remember our Porsche keys to the race. Green flag racing means green flag pit stops, no penalties, no mistakes. They will cost you an awful lap. Just a few moments ago, almost contact between the 86 Acura from MSR and the 12 in Vassar Sullivan Bayshore Lexus. They could not have been any closer going into turn 6. But sanity has prevailed. Discretion the better part of valour, etc., etc. And other niceties they've got through without trading paint, Jeremy.
Fair bit of shuffling around in DTLM after that first round of pit stops, and number 911 car still leads, but number 912 has moved up into second position. Philipp Eng is now a lot closer to the 2 Porsches than he was in number 25 BMW, having moved up into the 3rd position, just ahead of James Collado, with Antonio Garcia's Corvette having come into the pits in 2nd place, resumed in 5th, and he's right behind Eng and Collado. Then a little bit of a gap back to John Edwards, and one assumes a slow pit stop for the number 4 Corvette, which is now a full 11 seconds off the back of the pack in GTLM.
As far as the laps completed, as we're coming down to the first hour, we've had 33 completed by Ollie Jarvis. Three wide on the banking again, all GT cars coming down towards the bus stop, and the GTD leaders in there with a couple of other GT cars. The WeatherTech Ferrari is in there, and around the outside comes the BMW GT Le Mans car. Excuse me, that was coming into turn 1 through the tri-oval. Those GTD cars, not to say it, Johnny, there's not that much performance difference between the GTLMs in a straight line, or when I say a straight line on the tri-oval, but you know what I mean, not lifting for a corner. Those GT3 cars are pretty quick.
They certainly are, yeah, and getting off the corner, as you say, most impressive. The 63 car now circulating in 3rd position, where it was pretty much before the stops. Pedro Lami's got on board the 98 Aston Martin in GTD, which is run by Aston Martin Racing, by the way, and their ProDrive facility in Banbury in the UK, and that GT3 car now having just done a 146.566 with the Portuguese at the wheel. It is in 11th position in class, but the class is still led by Zachary Robichon for Pfaff Motorsports after a pretty tight pit stop. Wasn't much of a turning circle to get out of there, but he managed to avoid all the stray wheels and has rejoined in still the lead of the race. I've got pit stop times actually for the GTLMs that Jeremy was asking about. The 912, it took 1 minute and 25 on pit road. 911, 1 minute 22. So they saved 3 seconds compared to the sister machine. I think you're also asking about the Corvette C8Rs, both doing 1 minute 25 second pit stop. So equal to the 912. The big winner is was the 911, therefore of Nick Tandy, 3 seconds quicker on pit road.
That's surprising because they came in, fairly close together and went out fairly close together, so that's odd.
Weird.
What about number 4 car, did you say?
4 is labelled as 125, 1 minute 25.
Which was how much slower than the other guys?
Well, the 3 and the 4 both did a 1 minute and 25 second
So
lap.
the same sort of lap time. Okay,
pit stop time, rather.
all of a sudden, then he's lost a dozen seconds, has Tommy Milner. So that's curious.
Total time in pit for 3, 4 and 9:12, 1 minute and 25 is the information I have. I will
On the last line around, by the way, Oliver Jarvis must have had some sort of issue with some traffic, because all of a sudden he turned a 1 minute 39.6, which is a lot slower than his by far his worst lap of the race so far. Has been lapping in sort of 35s and 6s, so it cost him about 4 seconds. The lead he'd built up of as much as 5.6 seconds, all of a sudden now down to less than 2, as Felipe Nasser begins to close in again. Juan Pablo Montoya in third position, edging back, falling back just a little bit, 3.8 seconds a gap from second to third. Then Jonathan Bonrito, a couple of seconds behind him. He is a little bit closer, actually quite a bit closer, of last half a dozen laps. That gap between the number 6, number 55 has come down from 6 seconds to 2.5. But the rest of the train, led by the number 7 Ricky Taylor, the second of the Acura cars, he is definitely dropping back by probably more than a second a lap, and he is just ahead of number 10 and 85. That's a pretty good battle then for 5th, 6th and 7th.
Cameron Castles, yes, he slipped back to third position, but that's mainly because Ben Hanley's got at the wheel of the number 81 Dragon Speed USA Orica 07, and the Mancunian a gold-rated driver. So Hanley has got ahead, but what I want to say is Cameron Castles was second, back to third. Clearly that car that ended up on the top of the tyre wall at turn 6. When was that? Yesterday?
Yeah.
Day before? Yesterday. So they built that car up again overnight, and it is really fast. Third position for the Performance Tech Motorsports Orica 07.
Yeah, and what's interesting also about that battle in LMP2 is that Ben Hanley, having got up into second place, the deficit to Ben Keating has not come down at all, John.
Brilliant first hour of racing from Ben Keating. It's been an absolute cracker. Write this down: 36 laps completed in the first 60 minutes of the 2020 IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Series here at the Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona from the World Centre of Speed and 107.9 FM at the track. RS2 IMSA Radio across the USA and around the world, and here in the US on Sirius 216 XM202. The next hour of racing starts right now. Well, gentlemen.
Well, Oliver Jarvis has just had a new fastest lap of the race.
How
last
nice of
time
him to
around
do
on
that.
lap 36.
First lap into the new hour of racing.
Yeah,
lovely. Well
perfect
done,
timing.
Ollie. Yes.
Thank you very much indeed, Oliver. 1:35.652, about a tenth of a second quicker than the standard that was set back on lap 22 by Juan Pablo Montoya. So the gap between first and second now 2.1 seconds. I think Oliver Jarvis realised that Felipe Nasser was getting a little bit close there, having been held up by in traffic a couple of laps before that. So out to 2.1 seconds now between first and second, and 4.3 back to Montoya in third.
Track getting better and better, because we've had now, of the 3 different categories, 4 different categories, 3 fastest laps, with the Ollie Jarvis one already mentioned. Ben Hanley's just done the best LMP2 lap time of the race so far, 1:37.505, and Pedro Lamy 11th place in GTD, but making good progress in the AMR prepared Vantage GT3. That's just done a 1:46.443. And as I say, he is catching the back bumper of Frankie Montecalvo. He's still got 16 seconds in order to find, though.
I think driver the first hour has got to go to Ben Keating, though. Got to go to Ben Keating. He's been mighty. Absolutely bossing the LMP2 field. BMW engine in the background. Is that Philippe Eng, third position in GT Le Mans, as he heads up onto the banking. Gets up towards top speed. Just... oh, hang on. Both hands off the wheel, almost at VMAX there, to tighten the right-hand strap. And that's coming down into turn 1. So that was through the tri-oval. That shows Johnny Palmer just how stable that BMW is, that the sharp end of 160, 170 miles an hour, Philippe is confident enough in that. It's not like you can move your knee up and jam the steering wheel on these things like you've seen happen in the movies. Both hands, just a quick tug down, and the car tracking absolutely straight on the tri-oval banking.
Yeah, 18 degrees of it, and that little bit of camber just steers the car around the turn. It's yeah, very easily done, and the ever casual Philippe Eng motoring on. I mean, he's been electric over this stint and has steadily worked his way ahead of the two Chevrolet Corvette C8Rs, and now standing in his way to the GTLM class lead are the two Porsches, Nick Tandy in 911, Laurent Vantor in 912. The gap between those two RSR 19s is 2.2 seconds, and then Philippe Eng's a further 4.4 adrift.
Yeah, it's interesting that, isn't it, how Philippe Eng has picked up that pace since the round of pit stops, and last lap times for the GTLM leaders. Laurens Vanthoor just turned his fastest lap. Did you just say that?
No.
Okay.
No, I didn't.
He's just turned his best lap of the race. Not the fastest lap of the race in GTLM, but they're all super close, as one would expect in GTLM. But that was his best lap. And as I say that, Nick Tandy responds by doing a 43.667. That is his best lap last time around as well. That's 38.6 laps completed by the GTLM leaders.
Another great lap from Ben Hanley, who is in turn trying to catch Ben Keating. That gap has come down a little bit now, 34 seconds rather than the, well, 42 it stretched out to not long ago. And then it came back to 40.
It stabilised around about 40 for, well, 8 laps or so, and all of a sudden, just his last 3 laps, Ben has stepped it up and is getting quite a bit closer.
Yeah, just wonder whether that's down to traffic as well, and getting through maybe a batch of GTD machines. And we had in the opening stages a fair few of the GTLM cars able to get ahead of some of the LMP2s on the green flag running, and then we had the P2s pitting, of course, before the GTLM cars.
Game on here at the front of the field now, with Oliver Jarvis having been caught by Felipe Nasser. They're both trying to put a lap on Cameron Castles, who's third position in LMP2 as they head up onto the banking.
Yeah, so the 38 car now being overtaken by Ollie Jarvis is the one that was driven by Don Yount yesterday. He had a horrible moment going into turn 6. The car swapping ends and ending up on the tyres, as I say, but it is very close for the race lead now. Jarvis having to defend from Felipe Nasser into the bus stop.
And Felipe is clearly target acquired now, just a tiny bit later on the brakes, maybe into the bus stop. Meantime, side by side, Cadillac versus Acura. The Cadillac being the number 7 in 5th position, with Ricky Taylor, and Ryan Briscoe's just gone through in the car that Ricky knows very well indeed, run by his dad, of course, the Konica Minolta machine. Then taking that position as into the pit lane comes Felipe Nasser on 39 laps. Well, he did 21 the first lot, so he's a little bit short this time around, but only a little.
So. Yeah, a little bit early, which I'm slightly surprised by. I would have expected to do one more lap or two than this.
Well, it's going to be full service in terms of tyres, Michelin tyres and fuel going in, and they look like new tyres to me. But I don't think there was any thought of a driver change. They're right opposite us, so I can see it perfectly through the binoculars. That's a great job by the Whelen Engineering Cadillac team and the Action Express run car, the red and white machine. Slightly different colourway this year, only slightly. There's a bit more red on the top of the side pods, but still very recognisably that lovely red and white colouring.
Yeah, I certainly would. I would have expected that car to do another couple, at least a couple of laps before it came in. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Maybe he felt he'd been bottled up somehow behind Oliver Jarvis. Doubt that, but we shall see. In GT Daytona, on board again with Zachary Robichaud, continues to lead, but only by about a second and a half from Trent Hinman, who's moved up into second place. Robbie Foley last time around moved up into third in the Turner Motorsport BMW, ahead of Cooper McNeil's Ferrari car number 63. So the order now in manufacturers in GTD is Porsche, Acura, BMW, Ferrari, Audi, Lamborghini, and then the second of the Acuras is Matt McMurray doing nicely in 7th position ahead of Madison Snow and John Potter.
Let's go to Diana, who has the...
Both Mazdas have come into the pit lane. The number 77 Mazda Team Yost comes in just behind, and in front of that the 55 Mazda Team Yost is coming. Jonathan Bomarito is jumping out, and Ryan Hunter-Reay is getting in behind the wheel in that one. Full service here, tyre change, cleaning the windscreen and refueling, and obviously that's a longer pit stop for the 55 with the driver change, so I didn't see a change from the 77, but I'm guessing with that time they didn't change the car, and the 55 leaves the pit lane.
Shouldn't be a longer pit stop to put a driver in. It should always all happen in the time that the fuel goes in. 20 seconds is about 28 seconds, between 20 and 28 seconds, depending on how much fuel you're putting in, and the driver change should happen in around about 20 seconds, is what the team were telling me. That means that the 77 car went 1 lap shorter than its teammate 55 Mazda last time around, because they came in on the same lap this time, where they were split by a lap last time around. So there's something freaky going on in terms of how the fuel is being used in these opening salvos of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Beautiful blue skies. If you're just joining us, where have you been? It's been flat out racing. In comes the car that is scored as the leader at the moment, Juan Montoya. Been in the car since the start of the race for Acura Team Penske. Welcome to the broadcast, Joe Bradley.
And thank you. That's a nice welcome as the number 6 Acura does pull in. We're not going to be able to measure what is restricting the pit stop time for this one, because Montoya's staying in the car, so it's fuel and tyres, and it looks to me as though the tyres are on before the fueling's done here, which
that
is
should be right.
Pretty standard. Yes, fueling's still on, the car off the jacks, bit of wipe of a windscreen there, pretty early in the day to be acquiring the kind of detritus we'll see towards the end of this race. Fueling still going on as I speak. Now he pulls off, and now the car flicks past me.
Look pretty efficient to me. Montoya just glancing up into the mirror. The unmistakable and very focused eyes of Juan Montoya with his Troy Lee design helmet in behind the wheel of that Acura. So that's a triple for him then, Jeremy, because he started the race, didn't he?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, they're the short stints, aren't they? Relatively speaking, we've only been going for what, an hour and 10 minutes in the race only. So he'll be able to do another 1 or 2 at least if he wants to.
Yes, no more than 4 hours in any 6 for drivers, but of course that's easy enough when you've got enough drivers in the car to be able to do the rest periods. So some thoughts, Johnny, if you wouldn't mind, on what we've seen so far as we're heading into the second set. We'll do that in a moment, because let's go down and hear what the drivers think of what's going on. Diana has managed to corral Jonathan Bomarito.
Jonathan, you've just stepped out from behind the wheel. You started the race. How did you see it from your seat?
Yeah, everything is going to plan so far. Saving fuel, just trying to get in a rhythm. Everything's good. 2 good pit stops. You just want to start the race in a good rhythm, no drama, and that's what we've done so far. Ryan's in now. He'll do a great job, and we just keep cycling through. A lot of racing to go.
When we saw this we could see on the TV, there looked like a lot of dirt on the windscreen, was there? And how difficult was that for you?
Yeah, a little bit of dust and oil from the start kind of stuck to the windscreen, like you say. The sun's starting to come down a bit, so there was some glare. Asked for the guys to clean a windshield. They did. It's always nice when you get into the car to have a clean windshield, so try to help my teammates out in that way.
Well, it was a good clean stop by the team, as always. A good clean stop by the team, as always.
Yeah, great pit stop, good driver change, so we just need to get in that rhythm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And a very clean stop indeed by the number 85, the JDC Miller Motorsports Cadillac. At this level of racing, you expect to see what we've just seen. Well choreographed, tyres and fuel only for the 85, though the driver stays put.
Joe Bradley, and before that, Diana Binks, our new pit lane reporting team. The little flashes of the headlights from the Porsche number 912 and the tri-oval with who's behind the wheel of that, still Lawrence Vantour. Porsche's 1 and 2 now, so, and BMW M8 GTE in third, so Antonio Garcia dropping a couple of places on that last couple of laps. Or was that in the pits? No, that wasn't in the pit stop rotation, so he has dropped those laps on track, those positions on track.
Well, yeah, Garcia's lost some time somewhere, and I was puzzled by the pit stop times, because it seemed to be Tandy with a firm advantage for about 3 seconds, and bizarrely now, Tandy and Vantour are 0.4 separated between the two, but Vantour has put in probably 4 or 5 very fast laps now, the fastest in GTLM. So the Belgian's getting very close indeed to the Brit. 0.4 of a second, as I say, separating first and second place cars. Then Philippe Eng, who's driving really well in the team RLR BMW M8.
Yeah, and just going past the GTLM leaders now is kind of a 10, which still leads the race. It's Ryan Briscoe. He has not yet made his second pit stop. He came in first on lap 21. This is his 45th lap, so he's going quite a bit longer than anybody else on this second stint of the race. There is our race leader, Ryan Briscoe, bouncing his way through the bus stop. I would certainly expect to see that Konica Minolta car onto the pit lane this time around. That car, of course, won this race 1 year ago.
Exceptionally consistent driving from Ryan Briscoe. In his first 21 laps, his average, taking out the entry and exit from the pits, was a 136.2. He's on a 136.1 on this stint as he comes into the pits. 21 laps the first time. It'll be 24 laps this time when he crosses the line, which he'll do in front of us right now as he heads down to Joe Bradley.
He does indeed, just passing me now, the number 10 pulls to a halt. The number 10 board showing very clearly indeed. Driver hitting the marks, absolutely perfect. You would expect that. Again, no sign of that door opening, no driver change on the number 10. The Konica Minolta livery car being fueled. It seems to be the pit stops without the driver change are being refueling restricted, if you like. It's the refueling aspect of the stop that denotes the time of the stop. Fueling still going on. Tyres are done, it's off the jacks. Car looks absolutely splendid. That black livery shining, gleaming in beautiful Florida sunshine, and then I'm screened off by tyre smoke. Fantastic.
And as that car leaves the pit lane, the race leader, the new race leader, is now heading into turn 3, into the International Horseshoe, with Felipe Nasser about a second or so behind behind Oliver Jarvis, who will now lead the race once again.
And the reason that Ollie Jarvis is leading again is because Ryan Briscoe is just leaving the pits, as Joe mentioned. Still getting used to seeing Ryan Briscoe's name next to something that isn't a Ford. It's a Cadillac. It is the Konica Minolta racing team. In the LMP2 ranks, Ben Keating has just been in and out. And he's stayed in the car. Ben Hanley still in second place. John Ferrano has just pitted in third in the Starworks number 8, the Tower car. And Cameron Castles is in fourth position. Still fighting their way back from the back of the field. Dwight Merriman in the 18. Actually, no, not from the back of the field. It's been an up and down race for Dwight. He got passed by a few battling GTLM cars early on, then he got back past them again. But then it seems at the start of the at the end of the GT Le Mans stint, they get back past him again.
Yeah, that's fine at this stage of the game. No question, no worries there. I think I was told Ben Keating was going to do a double stint at the beginning of this race. Well, I don't think, according to scoring these, he hasn't yet changed. This will be a triple for Ben Keating in the LMP2 leading PR1 Matheson Motorsports car.
Number 3, Chevrolet Corvette exiting the Western Horseshoe with Antonio Garcia, 4th position. Philippe Eng, Laurent Vantour and the class leader Nick Tandy a little bit further up the road. The gap between the 3rd place BMW and the Corvette is 4.3 seconds as that car then goes up onto the banking of Speedway Turn 1. GTD, meanwhile, has still Zachary Robichon driving for Pfaff Motorsports in that Porsche and leading by just 1.6 seconds over Trent Hindman's Heinricha Racing Acura NSX.
Just hearing that, for the moment at least, we can't put total faith in the pit timing, as there's a little problem with the pit in and out sensors. Being worked on by our colleagues at Al Kamel, who do such great work for us here at IMSA Radio, hashtag IMSA Radio D24, looking further ahead, of course, to tomorrow afternoon. It will be Michelin post-race tech, Johnny, Jeremy, and a plethora of guests, I'm told.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. It's going to be like a Vegas show, apparently. Just wheeling people in and out for guest appearances. You know,
excellent.
like sort of Elton John standing doing, or, you know, at the piano doing his bit and sort of going, and ladies and gentlemen, George Michael. Well, it's going to be like that. We're just going to be rolling people in and out for you tomorrow afternoon.
So we've already had the number 77 car, the number 31, the number 5, the number 6, and the number 10 have led this race already. So 5 different leaders, 7 different lead changes inside the first 47 laps. But a good sort of solid pace there, 1:36.2 last time around for Oliver Jarvis. That's within half a second of his fastest lap of the race, so he's not hanging around there at the front of the field. The gap back to second place, well, it's just 2 seconds, which is negligible. And then the third position running along quite nicely at this stage. I'm sure the captain will be happy with the pace that's been shown by Juan Pablo Montoya in the number 6 Acura in the beginning stages.
So all of the top running DPIs have the drivers who started the cars still in them, as we're an hour and 20 minutes into this race.
Yeah, except with Jonathan Bonrita, we heard from him down the pit lane, so
yes.
Clearly they forgot to make the switch there.
Yes, good point, Jeremy. Now the Tower Motorsport Starworks machine has just been in at John Ferrano, who brought the car in, but it's not John who took it out because he's standing talking to Diana Binks.
John, you just brought the car in, and obviously early part of this race. How was it from your seat?
It was about the most fun I've had all year. So that was fantastic. No yellows, so really allowed you to get into a good rhythm. So I had 2 fantastic stints. It was really a lot of fun.
How much was the balance of the car changing at all?
Actually, I was quite surprised. On full fuel, the balance of the car was quite good. Managed to pick up about a second to a second and a half, you know, when the fuel started coming down. But the balance was good from full fuel load to light fuel. The car was really good.
It's a very competitive LMP2 field this year.
And that's the way it should be. So hopefully that'll continue for the rest of the season. Hopefully we'll get a few more entries. IMSA's done a great job to bring bronze drivers like myself back to IMSA. I've been gone for about 3 years. Immediately, as soon as I found out, I was back the next day.
And I'm guessing you can't wait to get back in behind the wheel.
Well, I'll give it a few stints.
Thanks, John. Thank you.
Great to see John Ferrano back again. Super enthusiast here. A lot of success in what is now the Michelin Pilot Challenge, along with his original driver coach David Empringham, who's here this weekend, has been coaching down there in the paddock. And yeah, super to hear that enthusiasm from John Ferrano about this LMP2 class, and certainly it is looking pretty good for this season. We've got 5 cars here, but potential, I think, for quite a few more from Sebring onward.
I'm going to say hello to Lucy Payne and all at Virage. The motorsport world is tuning in this early part of the year. Good to see Lucy and the team doing so much good work. We've seen them in the Creventic races. They've got a couple of very nice Aston Martin Vantage GT4s that they will be campaigning on behalf of customers. Very competitive, very well-run team, and that GT4, I'm told, is a very user-friendly machinery. Having raced, of course, the previous version, I'm very keen to find out what has been described by me from drivers from pro to very am. a massive step forward. Good to know the motorsport world is tuned in. Enjoy it, Lucy. Back over in Europe just after 9 o'clock, where Lucy is, 8 o'clock in the UK, and you're watching and listening live to the 2020 Rolex 24 at Daytona, 58th running of this fantastic international event. Johnny Palmer.
Yeah, the 88 GTD car is now in a little bit of traffic that it needs to negotiate. That's Rolfin Eichen in the WRT Speedstar Audi R8. And up ahead of it then will be Cooper McNeil. And that is the dice for 4th and 5th positions in GTD. Cooper with a view ahead. In fact, the Audi gets through at the International Horseshoe. So 88 now leading 63 rather, for that position. And the next in the queue is the 48 car of Madison Snow for the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini Huracan squad. So that not for the lead of the race, still being held by Zachary Robichon in GTD, and a 2-second cushion back to Trent Hinman, but it is rather busy in the lower reaches of the top 6, just heading up onto Speedway Turn 1 now of the main banking. Ollie Jarvis leading in DPI by almost 3 seconds over Felipe Nasser. And Juan Pablo Montoya is 8.6 seconds further back. One to watch again though, Ryan Briscoe with a new fastest lap of the race, that time across the line and the tri-oval. He's only 1.3 seconds behind Ricky Taylor now in the Acura DPI from Team Penske. So 5th and 6th places getting closer, courtesy of another very good lap time from Briscoe. And what about Ben Keating versus Ben Hanley? That's now just 15 seconds. So Ben Hanley's been working incredibly hard at that 40-second gap. Got it down to over half now as to what it was.
New fastest lap of the race last time around. Brian Briscoe in the number 10 machine. Oh, did you say that? Sorry, my apologies. What was that, 130?
Yeah, and John Farano's doing a fabulous job in number 8 car, driving from the pit lane because he's just overtaken Cameron Castles apparently. So who do we hear? Was it? Was it Ryan DL?
The force is strong.
Or was it? Who did John say got hopped into that car? Did you remember?
Diana was talking to him. If she can shout up in my ear, remind us who it was.
It's not John Farano showing up on the scoring, nor is it Jonathan Bomarito at the wheel number 55.
Indeed. Maybe
if that's the team's not switching over, or the driver tag not getting picked up, they get into trouble for that. It's one of the things that the race organisers are pretty hot on. And if you've ever done any racing where it's a non-automatic system, these guys probably have plugs in their communications. When you plug your helmet in, it automatically sends the new name. If you've done it in any other forms of racing, often there's a dial on the dash, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and your name's next to one of them, and your race engineer will come on the radio. Radio check, yeah, excellent. You done your driver ID? Yes, I have. Good. Pit lane speed limiter? Yeah. Don't forget to go on the fuel station. Righto. New tyres. All of that really helps. And when you've got a race engineer who's got a nice calm voice, you don't need somebody screaming at you at that point.
We certainly had one driver change and done correctly, because Henrik Hedman started the 81. I wasn't convinced Philip Eng was in the 25 BMW either, but there we are.
GTD battle going into turn 1. Buffalo Gals round the outside for the number 48. That's the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini. That was a change for 5th position as Madison Snow went past Cooper McNeil in the 63 Ferrari. Down into the International Horseshoe. Madison struggling a little bit to get that Lamborghini turned into the apex there of the right-handed hairpin. Nothing slowing it down on the straights though. Used the slipstream, the draft really well, and pulled out and went the long way around into turn 1, so was confident enough on the brakes. How long's that car been out with Madison at the wheel? Because I think he's struggling for rear end grip on that car. Let's have a look on that. He's been out for 19 laps now. Cooper McNeil out for 22. So that was a good long run for Madison in that first stint. 28 laps for him, bettered by a lap by Steen Schotthurst in the GRT Grasser Lamborghini. Zachary Robertson also doing 29 laps in the GTD category. Cooper McNeil already had a race win this week in the Ferrari Challenge race, USA, that was earlier in the weekend. Meantime, in LMP2, through goes the dark red and white Orica of Ben Keating through the first corner, and has the, that's the Turner BMW, isn't it? The Liqui Moly car right ahead of him. Oh, lock up from Ben Keating. Just grabbed the right front Michelin there. The 96 BMW maybe just taking his concentration away from what he was doing for a moment and taking his attention. That Orica in the red, white and blue looks an absolute picture, doesn't it, Johnny? Really lovely colourway on that car. Ben Keating has slightly stabilised the loss. It's still coming down, but not as quickly. It's 13 seconds as in comes the number 62 Ferrari, and Dinah Binks is there. This is the Risi pit stop.
Risi Competizione 62 Ferrari pits, and the driver jumps out. I think that's James Collado, if I can see, jumping out. And it's the full service for this one, clearly. Four new tyres and refuelling on the Ferrari. As ever, a pretty slick stop by these Risi Competizione guys. They're very experienced, as we know, in this race, as they drop the Ferrari down from the jacks. And off it goes, and there is a definite driver change, although I didn't see which driver jumped in.
Well, it was Per Guidi that started the race. Collado did the last stint. And that was a slick stop for that car, which we hear is going to be at Sebring at least. Excellent. Although it won't have all of the drivers it has this weekend, because clearly some of them are involved in the WEC, but who cares? We've got the Ferrari in the race.
Exactly, plus you don't need 4 drivers for a 12-hour race, even at Sebring.
That's a very good point.
The other interesting thing about the number 62 car, it made its first pit stop of the race on lap 21. This comes on lap 50, so 29 laps on this stint. So whether it was a problem first time around or whether it was just trying to get out of sequence with those other guys, again, will become apparent perhaps later on. The car was running, though, in the 6th position out of 7 in GTLM.
Talked with Davide Rigon this morning at breakfast at Marion's. Hello, Marion. Sandra, I know you're tuned in on 107.9, feeding the vast majority of teams and support staff in the paddock here as ever. And Davide, by the way, very, very impressive on the coffee machines. He knows all the tricks on the coffee machines. He did say, hey, I'm Italian. But he was saying the balance of the car is really nice. They haven't quite been able to get the speed of the other cars in GT Le Mans. But he said, look, you know, I'm happy. We've got the car balanced. We'll see what we can release during the race. This warmer weather might help us a little bit. We're not sure. But he says, ultimately, we'll go in there and you can only play the cards that you've got in your hand, and the ones that we've got, all right, might not be 4 races, but we're all right, is basically what he said in Italian.
Oh, you got all that from Italian, didn't you?
Yeah,
most impressive. Yeah, I mean, they clearly got the sort of speed of the Corvettes so far. They got ahead of Tommy Milner before that pit stop, but question of whether they can make any inroads into anybody else's speed this weekend. We'll wait and see, but questions about staying on the lead lap for the opening few hours to make sure that they can be in the shake-up come nightfall. Nick Tandy and Laurent Vantor continuing to lead GTLM. They're still circulating with less than half a second between them. 9:11 ahead of 9:12, and now enjoying together a gap of over 6 seconds back to Philippe Eng in his BMW.
And you talked about a few laps ago, Johnny Palmer, Ryan Briscoe setting the new fastest lap of the race. Even then, by the way, he wasn't shaking off number 85 car with Tristan Vautier at the wheel of that car. However, last time around he did get past Ricky Taylor. So Ryan Briscoe now in car number 10 ahead of Ricky Taylor in car number 7.
Let's
up
head
into 5th place.
Sorry, Jeremy. James Collado's done the second stint in that 62 Risi Competizione Ferrari, and he's with Diana Binks right now.
Yes, I'm with James Collado. He's just having some water. Obviously, he's, as you said, just jumped out of from the car. James, is his strategy working to plan for you at this point?
I'm not sure what to say. I think I'm surprised at our lack of pace, honestly. We're really, really struggling out there. We've got no power compared to the others, so it feels like we're racing in GTD, honestly. Without sounding too negative, we're nowhere. And yeah, it's only the first 2 hours, but on pace alone, we've got no chance. I think the only thing we can do is try and stay positive, work well as a team, keep the car in good nick, and see if we could just pop a few at the end. But honestly, it's really tough out there.
Were you able to glean any information from that stint that you can feed back to the team here to help?
Yeah, I think on a positive, the car isn't so bad in the corners. A little bit of drop on the tyres, but I think with corner temps going forward, and also tomorrow, that will help us quite a lot. But we need power to overtake, and without that, we're struggling to overtake the GTDs.
Thanks, James.
All right, thank you.
There's a couple frustrating.
There's been a couple of teams in other categories that I've talked to, been talking about having a lot of dirt and sand blowing into the car and blocking up air filters, and that's the sort of thing that can lose you a bit of power. Much warmer today as well, but trying to take the positive out of it there. James Collado did sound just a little bit disappointed.
That's a bit of an understatement.
Yeah, I'm being diplomatic.
I've heard him speak like that ahead of a 6 hours of Silverstone, then he went and won it. And likewise at Le Mans last year as well for AF Corsa. So things can look this bleak. What are we? Barely an hour and a half in, and you know, you ask him tomorrow morning and the picture might be a lot rosier.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Ricky Taylor
so strange,
driving as if he was on Forza Motorsport at the moment as he went down below a GTD car and then split two on the middle, with Elio Castro Neves getting ready in the pit lane for Team Acura Penske. Hands on hips, ready to go. Helmeted already, coming up to 2 hours and, well, let's call it 2 hours and 25 minutes still to go.
Yeah,
plenty of racing still to come here.
I'd just another 10 minutes before Elio needs to get behind the wheel of the car, but he's ready to go as ever, always.
Different drivers like different things. Tom O'Gorman saying he doesn't. Sorry, I'll break away from that because the race leader has to go high right to the wall to pass two GTD cars and then dive down to the yellow line to go past the Dragon Speed LMP2. So, as we said earlier, a completely clear front straight, but that means the whole 38 car field are on other parts of the track, and it seems as though Ollie Jarvis met about a third of it all in one place. Yeah, interesting the way different drivers, Johnny, prepare for their race stint. Tom O'Gorman saying he likes to do everything very, very much last minute and not put the helmet on till he has to. That would drive me crackers, because I like to be. I panic that I'm going to forget something, that I haven't put my ears, my radio earpieces in, and things like that.
Can I just make one very quick note here? The race leader has just put another lap on the number 52 car, who at the International Horseshoe is trying to put a lap on the number 38 car. That is a third position car in the LMP2 class. So Ben Keating still leads, and he's right up there behind Cameron Castles. Fourth place in LMP2 is Castles, and trying to stay on the lead lap if he can.
So that's the 52 PR Matheson Orica leading with Ben Keating, the 38 of which Jeremy was speaking is the Performance Tech Orica. All of the 5 cars in LMP2 are all Orica chassis. They all share that, and also, of course, they have the same drivetrain and gearbox with the Gibson engine. There are, I should say at this point, other LMP2 chassis manufacturers are available, but not represented here. Although we did have all 4 of the LMP2 chassis manufacturers at the announcement of the weekend, from Dallara, Multimatic, and Ligier, all here as well. Cooper McNeil in the pit lane. He's not getting out, but he is going to take a quick drink. Doesn't have his drinks tube plugged into his helmet all the time. And Joe Bradley has the champion from a couple of years ago, Paul Miller Racing.
Paul Miller Racing, this time with a Lamborghini Huracan. It's a bit odd seeing the teams with different cars, isn't it? But we're having a full service. That means driver as well as tyres. And that's all been done very, very efficiently down here at Paul Miller. Fueling going in. We're just waiting for the fueling done, and then this car will be on its way. Indeed, there it goes.
I'm at the Corvette with the number 4 coming in. Oliver Gavin has taken over driving duties, and it's a clean service for the team as they drop the car down off the jacks. They've put 4 new tyres on and are refueling, and I can see that the sister car is on its way, and it's not here yet for the number 3 Corvette Racing.
Let's have a word, literally just out of the car. You've quickly took your helmet off there, Madison. That's the quickest driver helmet change I've ever seen. Firstly, you started the car, I believe. How did that go?
Yeah, I started the car, qualified the car. Wasn't a great qualifying by any means, but for a 24-hour race, I mean, qualifying isn't everything. And then go out there in the race, and the car definitely was a lot better. We made some changes between qualifying and the race, and I was very happy out there.
How hard, how easy is it not to be drawn into any kind of race battles at this early stage?
It's definitely a balance. Like, you're out there to race, you're out there to have fun and battle, but at the same time, it's like every little move that you make is a risk. So you got to stay calm out there and not make any stupid moves.
So are we playing chess at the moment? Are we seeing a chess game play out there?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I mean, you want to have fun and you want to race, but at the same time, you don't risk anything.
Thanks, Madison. Thanks for talking to us so quickly there. Very quick with his helmet, that line.
Meantime, BMW, Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan are in the pit lane with the white car. That is the number 25, brought in by Philippe Eng. Didn't quite see if he took that. Oh, they're having trouble with the right front. They can't get the rattle gun to take that nut off. Try another. Are we going to have to try another gun? Yes, we are. And I think they're also having a problem with the left rear, but it's the right front that they have not been able to change it. This is not a massive drama yet as the fuel's still going in, so they're not actually losing time. No, that wheel nut is not coming off. That is not coming off at all. So did it cross thread on the way in? Oh dear, now they are losing time. There we, oh my goodness me.
It just came off the nut.
Came off the nut and sparks flying everywhere. He's finally got it off.
Finally.
Well, that was persistence by the mechanic. No panic down there. They have lost some time here. Make sure you don't... Well, do you know what? I think I might have changed the nut there. He's going to change the nut. He's got another one on his belt. And I think that's very smart indeed. Centre lock wheel nut, of course, just the one lug nut. And he gets out of the way. Make sure you don't compound the situation by having pit equipment in the way. Meantime, leader in the category, number 911 Porsche, is in the pit lane. Not showing in the pit lane. Ah, yes, we know the pit lane in sensors aren't great. Little bit of sticky tape being applied to the front end of that car where the white wrap has come off, and he goes out side by side with his teammate. 911 and 912 came in at exactly the same time and leave nose to tail as well. So Antonio Garcia pitted the lap before in the number 3 Corvette. So let's see where he is on the circuit and whether they have been able to make hay. That was 30 laps for Nick Tandy, 29 for Lawrence Vanto. John Edwards in the BMW, 27. Antonio Garcia, 29, before he stopped last time around. It's the two new for 2020 Porsches head out onto the track. That was very close indeed in the pit lane to a change of position between the two teammates, Johnny Palmer.
Yes, it was, but I don't think they're going to be doing any racing between the two if they can help it in the very early stages of this race. We're only an hour and 42 minutes in, and what they're doing, working together, opening up this nice little tidy lead, as I say, on everybody else, even more so now after the dramas for BMW.
Lawrence Vanter has already done 3 times as much work as he does in a normal race in the WeatherTech SportsCar Championship, because he normally qualifies the car, does the first stint, and then hands it over for a double to Earl Bamber. But of course, in these longer races, he is behind the wheel a little bit longer than that. That's how they worked it out. Lawrence is a good qualifier. He sets the car up for and qualifies, then does the first stint, takes the rest of the performance out of those Michelin tyres that he qualified, on which he qualified, and then Earl will have set the car up for the longer runs, and he runs to the end of the race. They still have done that in terms of the qualifying rotation here at the Daytona International Speedway, the Rolex 24 Daytona. But Lawrence obviously will have to do more work. He's not just going to get away with one stint this weekend. 2 Porsches getting back up to speed. Slightly higher pitch to the Porsche Flat 6 exhaust note. 4.2 litres now this year, and not quite as much like razor blades across the eardrums this year. Not just doesn't have the sharp edge to it.
No.
I still like it, I have to say. It's not unpleasant. It's not unpleasant at all.
Not as loud. It's not as
no.
Not as obvious as before, is it? The battle for LMP2, by the way, heating up. Been talking about it for quite a while. Ben Keating still leads for PR1 Mathiasen Motorsports in car number 52, but now Ben Hanley is within 3.6 seconds. It's taken Ben a long time to get up to where he can kind of see the leading car, but now he's very much got him in his sights.
It's taken about 9/10 of a second on average out of Ben. Ben's best, Ben Hanley's best on this, 1:37.961 on this stint, 1:39.3 for Ben Keating. But Ben's average, taking out the in and out laps, a 1:40.3 on this stint against a 1:39.2 from Ben Hanley.
Where are you getting that from?
Joe Bradley down in the pit lane.
Yeah, speaking of Ben Keating, the other car he's down to drive is the number 74. That's the Riley Motorsports Mercedes EMG in the GTD class. That car just been in, but the driver, not sure who's on board of that car. I think it's Aschenbach, but you guys will be able to tell me. That was a straightforward fuel and tyres, and these guys choosing to keep their driver in and really get their money's worth.
Thank you, Joe. Sorry, just quickly looking through some of the numbers that we're crunching, and another pit stop for the DPIs front of the field. This time it's the number 7 Acura team Penske. Ricky Taylor, after a 21-lap stint, has come to visit Dynabeats.
Yeah, Ricky has jumped out of the car, and the team are doing a clean stop here, changed all 4 tyres and refueling now to get that Acura back out there on the track while we wait for the sister team car of number 6 to make its way. The guys on the pit wall have been there quite some time actually, so they're expecting that any minute now.
Smash it. Still middle of the afternoon here with the 1:40 local green flag time. 26 minutes past 3 Eastern. Hello to you all over the world, particularly to Dario Franchitti, who's watching and listening. Hello D, been too long since we've had a bit of a blather. Happy Burns night for you. Hope you're celebrating in style for the Bard. About time we had Dario back here. Get him up in the booth for a bit of commentary. Battles in GT Le Mans. The number 3 Corvette. This is the yellow car. Currently sitting in 4th position for Tonio Garcia. He started the race. And the Ferrari in behind it with a lack of power, according to James Collado, who got out of the car at the last stop. Hanging on pretty well round the first 2 corners of the speedway and through the bus stop. Ferrari looks nicely balanced. 2 mid-engine cars battling. And a very good exit from the bus stop by the Ferrari. I think we got to the bottom of who got in that car, and it's not showing up on the timing screen at the moment. Per Guidi started the race, and then it was James Collado. So my guess would be that it'll be, well, it has to be either Daniel Serra or Davide Rigon. I think it might be Davide Rigon behind the wheel. He's caught that Corvette. So whatever issues were ailing that car with James Collado behind the wheel, I mean, I'll say James went very long, Jeremy, on the fuel. So maybe messing about with the maps on the engine has released something for that car. Fabulous crowd here. Daytona International Speedway and the road circuit with camping on the infield. What a great place to be in late January. The GT Le Mans leaders, by the way, as that battle we were watching is just heading on to the high banks, already heading down towards NASCAR 3 and 4. And one high, one low for the two Porsches. That was interesting. The 912 from Lawrence Vanto getting a bit of a draft from the 23 Heart of Racing Aston Martin, and that's helped him. Then a bit of side draft as he went through, and now he's using the hole in the air that Nick Tandy's number 911 is making through the tri-oval. He's not quite close enough. He'll go to the outside. Tandy in qualifying, Johnny, into turn 1 was absolutely imperious through turn 1, backing it in as if he was on a supermoto or a world superbike on a qualifying run.
Yes, it was mightily impressive, wasn't it? And I'm sure now the car's been just settled down a little bit to be good across the stint. We're not going to quite see those dramatics until very late on in the race, and they're in a position to potentially win it. But I like this formation flying from Porsche so far. It's all very professional. They're building a lead of nearly 12 seconds now on the rest of their GTLM rivals. Again, the 55 Mazda this time having to go to the right of one piece of traffic and then to the left of, I think, the Gear Lamborghini once more. So it would dive to the right of the yellow Corvette C8R, the number 3 machine, which is being driven by, well, we think Antonio Garcia, although the driver ID is slightly unreliable right now, and then to the left of the Lambo.
54 Black Swan Racing in. This is the car that started this week in the Wright Motorsport trailer. At least the chassis did. The running gear and most of the suspension were on the original number 54, but that car bit the dust early on with a nasty looking impact. It's hard to drivers left coming through the tri-oval and to pit out and hit the wall. Great work by all concerned to get that done. Whelen Cadillac number 31 going slowly. Very odd line into the bus stop. And not up to speed.
No.
The Whelen car not up to speed. Felipe Nasser, who has been one of the leading lights early on. Is this the first problem in this year's race? As they head round the high banks. No, he's staying low. He's heading into the pit lane. And down to our pit lane team. Right in front of us there, pit stop. I think that's Joe Bradley's end of things. And this is drama then. This is the first big team that's hit troubles. Felipe Nasser, who's been out there for 23 laps. Has he just gone?
No, just 3 laps.
Oh, 3 laps, excuse me. Yes, I haven't scrolled all the way across. So he's out, in and out. So what was that about? I haven't seen any issues on the, in terms of a penalty.
Wait, no, because he wouldn't have stopped in his pit. Wouldn't he? Stopped in his pit, didn't he?
No, indeed. Joe Bradley on his way. Meantime, Dinah Binks.
I'm with the number 52 PR1 Matson Motorsports car, just being brought in by Ben Keating, and it's Simon Trummer that is getting in behind the wheel. Full service for the car, and I will get a word with Ben. As you say, you've been talking about him earlier, so it'll be absolutely crucial to have a chat with him. They're cleaning the windscreen. Looks like a usual slick service from this team. No dramas so far, and they're all just having, now Ben I can see he's just gone to have a debrief with the engineer and obviously give his points over to Simon.
Nothing like hearing a car move out of the pit lane. They've got some guests to talk to in just a few minutes.
The LMP2 leader then, that's the last car to make its next pit stop, I think, was the third pit stop for number 52 car. Remains in the lead. We'll have to actually wait and see whether he comes out. It probably would have been a change of driver there, perhaps. Number 52, we'll have to see when the cars go. Actually, no, John Ferrano hasn't yet made another stop in car number 8, although he is in now. Yeah, he's in now. Okay, fine.
And whilst we have a slight lull in proceedings, we have the BMW Young Driver Programme, who have arrived mob-handed here. Thank you, Bill, for bringing them up. Introduce yourself, young man.
Hello, everybody. I am Neil Verhagen. I am 18 years old from the States, Mooresville, North Carolina, and I am part of the BMW Junior team.
Now, this is a revival of the BMW Junior team. Not in the Ishbach, whose name is absolutely synonymous with BMW, back to take on the mantle of this again. And first of all, congratulations for being part of it, but I don't think you knew you were going to be here, did you?
No, yeah. First of all, I'd like to give a big thanks to BMW and Mr. Nirpash for believing in the three of us and for creating this opportunity. But no, we didn't know that we were coming. We were sitting, actually training at Formula Medicine on Wednesday afternoon when they told us that Thursday morning we were flying out here. So it was a bit, scrambled to get everything together to come down here. But nevertheless, this is one of the most amazing events in the world, and absolutely love coming here. So. And
have you been here before?
I have, actually, 2017. So thank you for having me back again.
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
You joined us up here because you that year. Won the Mark Donoghue Award, didn't you?
Yes, yeah, I was here to receive the Mark Donoghue Award. Probably the, I would say, most prestige award that I've been handed. So, yeah, no, really glad to be back here.
We're going to nip that. We'll have more chats with the BMW Junior team drivers in a moment. First of all, Joe Bradley can clear up the 31 car coming in the pits, and then Ben Keating with Dye.
Yeah, the 31 car back in the pits after that pit stop. Some kind of rubbish had gotten sucked into the air intake, the engine intake that sits atop the cockpit. Felipe Nasser has just told me the car immediately showed signs of lack of power. They've brought the car in, they've rectified the fault, they've removed that restriction from that air intake.
Ben, you just jumped out of that car, a really solid run. Are you happy with the performance so far?
Absolutely. It's nice to start on the pole, but I didn't expect to be able to pull away. So I think the guys behind me were battling for position, and it gave me the opportunity to pull away a little bit. It's been unusual that we've had a completely green race so far. My plan was to do a double stint, but I was feeling good and performing well in the car. So we decided to go for a triple and get a little bit more of my time knocked out in the P2 car.
There's just no stopping you, is there? You're in this car and you're in another car this weekend.
Right now I have about a 2.5-hour break, and then I'll go do a triple stint in the AMG. So I'm feeling pretty good right now, but ask me again at 2 a.m.
Ben, they say this race is very much about patience. Obviously the strategy and the reactions to whatever's happening is the key, but would you agree patience is the key here?
I think patience is surely the key, but this race is very different than the past few races. We're not going to have any rain, you know, knock on wood. It doesn't look like we're going to have any rain, and there are fewer cars in the race, so I'm expecting a lot fewer yellows, a lot more green flag racing, and you really do have the opportunity to pull away based on performance, which is unusual. Normally in the 24, it's just about being safe because that safety car comes out, it bunches up the field. Don't get me wrong, we are going to be patient and we are going to be safe, take no unnecessary risks, but it's nice to be able to pull a gap and have a little bit of cushion.
Ben, I can just see the enthusiasm from your face talking to you. Obviously, our listeners on radio can't see that. But just tell me very quickly, final question, what is it about this sport that makes you want to keep doing it?
For me, I love endurance racing. I love all the drama that unfolds throughout a 24-hour race. To me, the longer the race, the better. You know, it's just totally different. It's a total team sport. you know, from the guys on the box calling strategy and doing the engineering to the guys going over the wall. You know, any one of us can make a mistake. Any driver, any guy going over the wall, anybody on the pit box can make a mistake that can ruin the race. And with the IMSA rules of how you get your lap back and everything, there's always, you're never out of it. Twice I've been 5 laps down in this race and gotten back to the lead lap. So you're never quite out of it. And I love Daytona specifically because it's so great for spectators. I realize we're talking to the radio listeners here, but this is a spectacular race for spectators because it's all held inside the speedway. You can get on a golf cart or walk and literally see any portion of the track. To me, it's a really special race.
Ben, thank you so much. No doubt we'll catch up with you over the weekend.
Thank you.
Dinah Banks down in the pit lane. I think we might have sorted out what it was that got into the air intake of the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac. Alan Prosser fast on the screen grab as ever. A piece of the windscreen sun visor was torn off when they were in at the pit stop. Sitting alongside us at the moment, Neil Verhagen with us. Neil, what have you been driving and what are we going to see you driving? What were you doing last year? What are you doing this year?
So last year I was competing in the British Formula 3, completed in that, finished 5th overall, first time going to the UK tracks. Really
is that still a 2-year programme now, really, to get in there, learn the tracks and then give it a championship run in year 2?
I would say so, yeah. I would say that most of the drivers ahead of me that were all second-year drivers with experience. So I would say pretty standard for most racing is a 2-year process, learning the cars and the track for the first year and then coming back to compete for the championship win. So, but obviously now with this opportunity that's presented itself, I've made the transition from open wheel cars to sports cars, and I couldn't be happier. So looking forward to driving on the Nordschleife next year. We start off with the M2 CS, and I think do that for 2 races and then have a race in the M2 40i. Yeah, and then
because you got to get your permit, Nürburgring permit, haven't you?
The permit to race.
Got to go back to school, baby.
Exactly, got to go back to the school. So, got to do some learning, got to get the permit, and then we do the M4 GT4, and then we do the 24 hours in the GT4, and then after that it's undecided if we
Get out now. We're not talking to any of you anymore. That is far too much fun.
It's so cool, isn't it? What a great opportunity to see this whole BMW, the proper BMW junior team, kind of reinvented after all these years, particularly with Jochen Neerpasch still at the helm of it.
40 years since the last time we saw one. What was your favourite UK track? Yes, I know I do as well. What was your favourite UK track now before we swap over to one of your colleagues?
I would have to say it'd probably be Brands Hatch or Silverstone.
Brands Hatch Indy or full?
Full.
Brands Hatch full's a great circuit.
The back section of Brands Hatch full is just absolutely unreal, especially in a Formula car. It's so on the limit, no room for error. And I've always had a good time running at Silverstone, so I love that circuit as well. So those are my 2 favorite.
We'll swap out. Thank you for the moment. Good luck. Who else have we got here? We've got Max Hesse and Dan Harper. Who's going to jump in?
And while we change over there, new fastest lap of the race set on lap 71 by Ryan Briscoe once again in car number 10. Up into 3rd place after that last round of pit stops, made up a couple of positions during that round. One of them, of course, due to the problem for the number 31 car, that additional pit stop. But he's also vaulted ahead of the number 6 car. He came in, by the way, about 8 seconds behind it, and is now scratch that. He came in behind number 55 car. He's got ahead of the number 55 car. So, and he's now pulling away. So Ryan Briscoe in 3rd position now in car number 10, pulling away from Ryan Hunter-Ray in number 55 Mazda.
Now joining us is Max Hesse, who has been racing in the TCR in Germany and did kind of all right. You won the championship, Max. It's going to be that front-wheel drive car is quite powerful, a lot of downforce. Short races, so you wouldn't have had the ABS on those cars?
No, we run without ABS. That's
right. Because it's less than an hour. How did you find that? Because those front-wheel drive cars are quite tricky to get a beat on.
Yeah, that's right. The car's a different way to drive, but I really liked it. And yeah, now it's time to have a change, and we go to the rear-wheel drive cars together with BMW. So I'm really looking forward, and we are having an awesome time right here.
Do you enjoy watching the race yesterday, the BMW Endurance Challenge? Those are the sort of cars, your TCRs, you're used to driving those. You wanted to get behind the wheel there, didn't you?
Yeah, in general, I would like to be behind the wheel right now. It's tough to watch, but it's a great time we're having here. It's good to learn, especially it's the first 24-hour race for myself. Watching right now, and then obviously when we have the 24 hours of Nürburgring later on this year, it's just a great way to prepare ourselves and to basically know what's going on.
I'm very, very envious that you're going to be running the new BMW M2 CS Racing. That's the new way to get into motorsport with the BMW brand. Have you had a chance to have a go in that yet, or are you still waiting to get a drive?
No, not yet, unfortunately, but I think we get it out pretty soon. So we start testing pretty soon, and just to prepare ourselves.
And of course, one of your driver coaches, Philip Eng, is out in this race, so you'll be watching him even closer than normally.
Yeah, obviously. We're Philip, we have a great guy with us, and we are watching him closely right now, and hope we can repeat what last year happened.
Yes, absolutely. Good luck in that, and we'll swap over to Dan, who's the final of the trio. Dan has been successful in British racing in the UK Carrera Cup. So again, you're going to be making a transition. All right, rear-wheel drive car, but you've been used to a car that handles very differently to what you're going to be in. So you're going to have to adapt just a little bit, Dan. Welcome and congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's great to be here. My first time in America and at Daytona, so it's a very special place, and a massive thank you has to go to BMW for bringing me here. And obviously to be a part of the Relive junior team is very special.
This is a bit different, this place, isn't it?
It is, yeah, a bit different to Croft or something like that. But,
well, when somebody talks about oval racing in the UK, you think of Northampton Speedway or Birmingham, Wales. Thank goodness that's been saved recently. This is a proper motorsport stadium, and you're seeing it all from up here in the broadcast booth.
Yeah, I mean, what a place you have to work from. I'm very jealous, but I mean, yeah, it's an incredible place, and the weather is beautiful. The cars sound good, they look good, so I mean, everything that we dream of is right here.
What were your thoughts, Dad, when you got called in on Wednesday morning? You had no idea what to expect?
No, not at all. I mean, we got called in, we were training at Formula Medicine, where we have been in Italy.
You weren't even in the country on Wednesday?
No, we were in training facilities where we've been for a few weeks now. Training hard with Formula Medicine, and we got called into a room, and they told us that we were packing our bags and going to Daytona.
Oh, all right then, if I must. Right, that sounds fun.
How is Formula Medicine been? Because that's got to be a bit of an eye-opener in itself.
Yeah, definitely. It's very, very tough. They're pushing us very hard, but I mean, they have so much knowledge and experience in that side of the sport, so it's fantastic.
Before I let you go, because I know you've got other things to do, can I ask you this? And it's a question we often ask young drivers. You won the Carrera Cup last year at age of what, 18?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you're 19 now, just turned 19. Jeremy and I, if we look back into history, we've seen plenty of it, would have thought young drivers trying to make their way through would have been in Formula cars at your age. Did you make the decision early that you wanted to drive with a roof over your head, or what was it that took you particularly? Was it necessity that took you into sports cars and Porsches? What was it?
It was just sort of, there was no real reason. Whenever I went through karting, I then entered for the Ginetta Junior Scholarship, and then I won that, and then that was my first year into car racing from karting. And then from there, I've just always sort of progressed up through the sports cars, and I mean, I think my end goal was always to be driving in sports cars and doing the likes of Daytona 24 and driving the likes of a BMW. So I mean, I'm just living the dream, my dream at the moment.
So Ginetta Junior, then did you go to the G55s as well?
No, just through 2 years of Ginetta Juniors and then straight into the Porsches. So that was
it's a fairly accelerated program, I have to say, Dan.
Yeah, it was a big jump, and I think these 2 years with BMW is going to be another massive jump. going from 30-minute Porsche Carrera Cup races to long endurance races.
Well, we'll see you at the Nürburgring in the future. That's another race that we cover in sound and vision. Really delightful to see and hear here. There'll be a lot of people listening to that accent going, oh, hello, finally we've managed to get an Irishman on the show. Thank you very much indeed. Best of luck for the future, and say thanks to your colleagues from the BMW Junior programme as well, won't you?
Yeah, I will do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. Great stuff, and thanks to Bill Cobb for organising that. Well done, young man. So 21 hours and 52 minutes still to go. And here we are at the Daytona 24 hours.
Yeah, and just in the last few seconds, as we see the GTLM battle, the two Porsches running around first and second. They've got a gap of about 11 seconds over the BMW in third place. Chaz Mostert, who will the number 24 car right now. We've got a change for second place overall, however. Ryan Briscoe has just moved past Dane Cameron into second place. Furthermore, he's just set a new fastest lap of the race, second time in last 5 laps then, 135.450 for Ryan Briscoe. Just 4 thousandths quicker than his previous best, just 4 or 5 laps ago, but super consistent and very fast pace from the best of the Cadillac. So it's now Mazda, Cadillac, Acura for Dane Cameron in third place, and second the Mazda's Ryan Hunter-Reay. Dropping back, he's about 4 seconds behind Cameron in the fourth position. Elio Castroneves then in the second Acura, then a gap back to the number 5 Cadillac of Sebastian Bourdais.
21 hours and 51 minutes to go. We've gone through another hour of racing here. 107.9 at the track. RS2 IMSA Radio across the USA and around the world. Sirius 216 XM 202. And of course it's sound and vision at IMSA TV. We're live trackside from the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona at the Daytona International Speedway. The next hour of racing is already underway. 18 and 19-year-old Jeremy, those BMW Junior drivers, and what? I mean, that's proper, isn't it? Particularly with Jochen back at the wheel, back at the head of that BMW Junior program. That is turning the clock back 40 years. It's absolutely extraordinary, and fair play to BMW investing in the future of the sport.
Yeah, it's tremendous to see. It really is. I mean, that true is that, you know, it's a proper driver development program. These kids have been picked for their talent, not how much money they've got. And it's up to them now to make the most of these opportunities. But as we could hear right then, 3 really personable, clean cut. Well, you couldn't see the clean cut, but you could hear the personable nature of these guys. And I think BMW, I mean, they worked super hard to sift through and find out 3 outstanding young men who could make the most of this opportunity.
And also, I say, interesting that the differences in their experiences that they've already had. So a single-seater, Ginetta and Porsche champion, and a front-wheel drive TCR champion as well. So getting these guys when they're still developing their skills and saying to them, right, we understand that you've got some talent, you've got some potential, we'll help you develop it. I think it's great, and no doubt we'll be talking about them in the VLN, which is, I'm going to keep calling the VLN for the moment, not the NLS or whatever it's changed to, but certainly the Nürburgring 24 Hours, as I think quite a few of you know, it's one of my great ambitions to do a VLN race, so I am going to have to go and get my permit at some stage, which means doing a couple of races in one of the lower powered cars, and I'm really looking forward to finding some time to do that.
Yeah, I must admit, many years ago that my goal was to race in the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring.
I'm not sure I'd want to do the 24 now, Jeremy, with the GT3 cars.
Yes,
so
I agree.
Quick in it.
I agree.
One of the later season, after the Nürburgring 24, the VLN calms down a little bit, he says, a little bit. And I'd very much like to do one of the 6-hour races.
Completely agree.
Or And you don't need a permit to do this, or I think it's a 4-hour race or a 3-hour race, what the Germans wonderfully call the Young Timer race, which is one of the support races to the Nürburgring 24 hours. That's right up my street. Ricci Ferrari back in. Change of BOP for them. They've been taking a little bit of power away, but not much. But that was a very good stint for the Ricci competition Ferrari. And in that car was Davide Rigon. Remember, James Collado did 29 laps. Rigon, not quite that long.
No.
I think since he's been, what's that, about 23, 24?
24 this time around, yeah. There's 21 for the first sim, 29 for the second, 24 for this one. So I think they're clearly trying to see what they can do to tweak something in there to bring the car back to life.
Yeah, absolutely agree. It's not going to be long before the sun starts to get low enough to be an issue for some of the drivers at various parts of the circuit. In the regulations, there is an official dark time, a daytime and a dark time, which I think is fabulous. It's night starts at 18:25, 6:25, and day starts at 6:50. We tend to go by official sunrise and sunset, and I did a bit of back of a timesheet calculation when we were in Dubai earlier this year. It's always nip and tuck between whether the Dubai 24 or the Rolex 24 here at Daytona has the longest amount of time between sunset and sunrise. And goodness me, was it not the fact that they were exactly the same. 13 hours and 21 minutes from the data that I could find. That's a lot of darkness, though.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah. When you think it's Le Mans in June, it seems
20
like
minutes.
Yeah, it does seem like that, because it stays light right through till there's still a vestige of light in the sky. It's sometimes 11 o'clock at night if it's clear, and then it's early morning. I love being on the early morning shift at Le Mans, watching the racetrack come back to life in terms of the spectators. Very different atmosphere there. Spectators here don't leave. They're on the infield all the time, whereas they drift away from the grandstands at Le Mans. Close quarters racing underneath us, going down into turn one with the number, that's the Mustang sampling car, isn't it? That's going down past the Dragon Speed LMP2, and at the same time going past the two Porsches that are battling for the lead in GT LM.
And that isn't, as you say, was it the Mustang sampling car, or was it the Konica?
Yeah, well, I was going to say Konica Minolta to start with, but I sort of saw a flash of yellow on the front. I stand to be corrected.
No, I wasn't paying attention, honestly, but the point I was going to make was the Konica Minolta car now with Kamui Kobayashi at the wheel has absolutely been charging along. He took over from Ryan Briscoe, so it's Kamui, isn't it, set those fastest laps of the race. That just changed, didn't it, on the scoring system, that's why.
Ricci Ferrari, by the way, had a rear puncture.
Oh, right.
Rear puncture from that, and thanks to Toffee Boy and David Two-Brews and one or two other people who tweeted that in. I only caught the very end of that on the pit lane in front of me, so thank you very much indeed for spotting that. That is what at IMSA Radio is for, hashtag IMSA Radio D24.
Right, and it's Kobayashi then set the fastest laps of the race fairly recently. Not only that, he's reducing the gap to the race leader. Tristan Nunez is driving now in the number 77 car, and on lap 70 the gap from first to second was 20 seconds. The number 10 car was another 4 seconds behind that, so call it 25 seconds from first to third, the number 10 car. Now the gap between first and second, between 77 and 10, is half of that, 13.1 seconds last time around. Dane Cameron then still running in third position in car number 6. Then number 55 Mazda remains in fourth place ahead of the second of the Acuras. And then Cadillac with Bourdais, Pedrohita, the two JDC cars. And then Pipo Derani trying to make up some lost ground. He has done so. He's made up about a second a lap over the number 85 car in the number 31 over the last 10 laps. So in the GTLM ranks, number 3 car is now running in the 4th position, about 7 seconds behind Chaz Mostert, who's, after the BMWs appeared to struggle a little bit in the first stint of the race, the BMWs now running pretty well. 24 car in 3rd position, 25 despite that pit stop is in 6th position. Fair way back now because of that long pit stop, because they couldn't get that right front wheel off. But the 24 car about 10 seconds behind the 2 leading Porsches, and then 7.5 seconds back to Oliver Gavin, and then about 20 seconds, back to Jordan Taylor, then about 20 seconds back to Oliver Gavin. And what's interesting to me is, if I think back to this race 1 year ago, we saw kind of a pattern developing over the first few hours of the race in the daylight, as we have right now. It's just coming up for 4 o'clock local time. Then at night time, it changed completely. For beginning of the 4th round of pit stops now is the number 6 car, and that is last year on lap 64, now in lap on 83, so a little bit early for number 6 car.
Lamborghini and Lexus battle. Number 11 Lamborghini, one of the Grasser cars, with Richard Highstand behind the wheel of that car. Sitting in 8th position in class has Aaron Thielitz in the number 12 machine. So 11 and 12 battling for 8th and 9th in GT Daytona. They're going out through the international hairpin at the moment, international horseshoe at the moment, but it is, of course, a hairpin. The 11 car is the GRT Grasser Racing Team, and that is, and just confirmation from Diana Binks down in the pit lane in my ears that that racing car was indeed a right rear puncture. They're not talking about any contact or anything like that, so they'll be looking at that along with the engineers from Michelin. It was BMWs, one particular BMW yesterday, the Turner car, that had quite a lot of right rears, at least 3 that I remember.
Yeah, and the Michelin Pilot Challenge, I think both of the cars had three of the cars, well, they had 6 between them apparently.
Very close call indeed, out on the track there from the Ghia Lamborghini with the prototype from, I think,
55 Mazda, wasn't it?
Yeah, I thought
the maroon one, but it was almost as if the 55 got a very late call to the pit lane.
It's the 10.
Oh, it's 10. Okay.
No, sorry, Johnny, you're absolutely right. It is the 55. Just further back down the pit lane than I thought. Very late call into the pit lane, as you rightly say. And this is going to be a driver change. Let's get down to the pit lane. Driver change is completed. And
Harry Tinknell, I would imagine, clammy aboard number 55.
This is taking too much time, guys. The fueling was done and the car wasn't moving. They did lose time on the driver change. Joe Bradley down at the other end of the pit lane.
Yeah, I'm with Stein Schornhurst, who started the number 11 Grasser Lamborghini. Stein, your car at the moment engrossed in a cracking battle out there on the track. How easy, how hard is it for you to sit here and watch that?
Yeah, it's, well, Richard is doing a good job so far. Main target is to stay in the lead lap, which we obviously are at the moment, and he's having a little fight with one of the Lexuses, and I hope that he's having fun. Looks like he is, and I don't know, he's doing well. If he can keep the position, it's nice. If not, there's still a very long way to go to get it back.
He's not doing anything silly there. He's not being dragged into some kind of sprint race.
No, we told him not to, so let's hope it keeps like that. But no, he's a very sensible guy, so I'm sure he'll do well.
And this is a team that knows how to win this event, twice champions here. Do you sort of glean that experience as a young driver? You're listening to how the team go about their operation?
Yeah, well, the good thing is that because they're experienced and they know how to win it, they're very calm and relaxed, and we're only looking at the end, not at what's happening now. So, to be honest, driving so far has been very relaxed. Just doing our thing, doing the laps, staying in the lead lap, and that's what it's about at the moment.
And I suppose you said that though, Shane, but you've still got to drive really quickly.
We still got to drive quick, of course. We gotta match whoever is in front, but I'm sure we can do that. So as long as we do that, we don't have to do more than that.
You make it sound so easy. I'll leave you to the job. Thank you. Thanks for talking to us.
I love the quiet, asserted confidence of young drivers like Stein there. Johnny, oh well, you know, we just know what we've got to do. These guys are lapping, you know, within a second or so of qualifying laps every single lap. No, I mean, it's not as if they're driving at 60, 70%. They're probably driving at 97% instead of 100%, or indeed, you know, qualifying 100 plus a bit percent. I know you can't drive at more than 100%, but giving it all, I mean, just absolutely extraordinary here how matter-of-fact that young man was.
Yeah, it's true. Still only 25, but he's been racing for such a long time, coming through, well, UK Formula Ford and the Formula Ford Euro Cup as well. But I remember the times when
in New Zealand, he'd done all sorts of different stuff.
But I remember he and his father used to race in the Renault RS01 Trophy as well, over mini enduros, like sort of 70 minutes or so. But the shot horses,
a couple of those. I've commentated on a couple of those. That was a good series.
The shot horses were always there or thereabouts, particularly Stein, and I'm talking 3 or 4 years ago there. But as I say, goes back to what, 2011 when he first started racing in cars.
Some of the drivers who started cars now beginning to, after doubles or triple stints, have got out of the car. That gives us a chance to get a little bit of information about what the track conditions are like. One such is down at Mazda, which is where Dinah Binks is.
I'm with Ryan Hunter-Ray, who's just jumped out of the number 55 Mazda. Ryan, how are conditions out there on the track?
Sorry, I couldn't really hear you, but yeah, it was a good stint. Really got going in the first stint there, and then started just saving fuel. You know, it was good. Car's pretty good. Just biding our time right now, really taking care of the equipment, taking it easy. So all in all, good first couple stints of the race.
How important is it to be comfortable with the strategy that you've set and be adaptable for any changes?
Yeah, I mean, we go through it so many times before the race, different scenarios that might unfold. So we have contingency plans in place in case things change, and you know, I think we're well prepared for it. So it's a matter of taking care of the equipment right now and just making you know, high percentage moves out there. And yeah, we just need to be there at the end to really fight it out.
Thanks, Ryan.
Very early days.
And here's the battle for the lead in GT Daytona. It's the number 9 FAF Porsche has led pretty much the whole way, but now Bill Oberlin is putting that number 9 Porsche under a lot of pressure aboard the Turner Motorsport BMW.
How many IMSA victories for Bill?
60, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Tied with
SP, Mr. Pruitt.
Scott Pruitt. I think I said Scott Maxwell the other day.
Ambassador for Lexus.
Yes, absolutely. With Scott Pruitt, limited edition, very nice watch that has been brought out to commemorate, but Bill is after 61, no doubt about it.
Yes.
He's got some racing left in him yet, no doubt. Out onto the speedway section, this is where the sun will start to be getting a little bit of a problem. It's right in the driver's eyes at that point, and there's no grandstand to shield you as the sun goes down. In shadow now through the west end of the circuit, through NASCAR 1 and 2. 2 Porsches battling at the lead of GT Le Mans, and that would be Fred McAvecchi, who's taken over from Nick Tandy, and Earl Bamber, who's taken over from Lawrence Vanthoor. Fred, or Mako, as he's known to his teammates, in for the full season of IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship here in the States, taking over from Patrick Pile. Still a Porsche Works driver, Patrick, moving on to other projects, and in fact is part of the FAF team that we were talking about earlier on, being loaned out from the factory to that team. On the high backs, the GT cars. There's something very special for me, Johnny, to see these GT cars on the banks here at Daytona. They look fantastic. I thought the TCR cars were stunning yesterday with the slipstreaming battles, and the GT's just the same today.
It's an annual event, isn't it? But we do have to wait every 12 long months to see these GT cars that are designed for an awful lot of road courses rather than this type of track, but it's steeped in history. And really good to see them around here. Sadly for Davide Rigon, he'd like to be as close as he appears to those two Porsches, but they've just put the Italian and that 62 Risi Competizione Ferrari 488 a lap down. So Rigon pursuing the two Porsches, but not fighting for them with them for position.
No, it has made an extra pit stop than the two Porsches.
For the puncture.
Yep. So
right rear,
the Porsches, so they'll be back in again. Not for a while yet.
At RSL, at IMSA Radio, and the hashtag is IMSA Radio D24. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch. Bright yellow JDC Miller car comes in for a stop. That looks fairly standard. Joe Bradley is watching. He'll shout if there's anything there. Tyres done. 33 seconds. Almost a stall. Is it a stall? It is a stall. Catches it and goes. 30-second stop. Not bad at all. And again, the biggest point there is that the tyres were done before the fuel hose came out, and that's exactly how it should be. The limiting factor or the controlling factor of the pit stop should always be the fuel going in once you've been doing these long, full green stops. In comes the leader from LMP2. That can't be right. Simon Trummer. That seems a bit early? No.
No, that's about right.
You happy with that, Jeremy?
Yeah.
All right,
no
okay.
Dramas. And he'd been closed down, but down though by no, scratch that. Okay, number 52 car still leads. Yes, it is a little bit early. You're right.
Nah, couple of laps only though.
The number 81, excuse me, the number 81 car had been under increasing pressure from David Heinemeier Hansen, who's yet to make his next pit stop.
Yeah. David's been out for 21 laps already. Simon Trummer comes in at the end of his 21st lap. Ben Keating, I think, did 3 stints of 22 laps. Certainly the last two I seem to remember with 22. 21, 22 and 22. Excellent run from Ben Keating. Another half an hour racing completed. The 85 has rejoined in the hands of Juan Pedrahita. No driver change there.
Yeah, and the two Cadillacs of Kobayashi and Bourdais still yet to make their next round of pit stop, their 4th round of pit stops. So they're exhibiting very good fuel economy.
Great, I think.
55 in the hands now of Harry Tinknell, so we were right in terms of the driver rotation there. He was the only one left after that car was started by Jonathan Bomarito. Ryan Hunter-Reay taking it over, and now the young man from Exeter in the southwest of England taking charge, and it goes through the Speedway Turn 1 in 6th position.
And Joe Bradley has the 2nd place car, the number 5 Mustang sampling. Cadillac has come into the pit lane. Sebastian Bourdais in command.
And Bourdais not getting out of the car. The fuel goes on. They are changing tyres, and as we've seen up and down the pit lane, it's the fueling that restricts the time. The car is up on the jacks. Mechanic right on the front, feet off the ground, right on the front of the car, taking off the windscreen strip. So he's going to have a clean windscreen for this stint at least. Tyres coming off, look like they're well used. Just coming to us end of the stop now. The car off the jacks. And Sebastian Bourdais, nice and easy. We've seen cars wheel spinning off the pit apron here, but that was a nice, clean restart there, pulling away from his pit box very, very swiftly.
Look, people are just looking at the times coming in for Chaz Mostert in the number 24 BMW, and lost a bit of time a couple of laps ago.
In the pits.
Ah, okay. Fine.
Yep.
Chevy Corvette back out again. Ollie Gavin now behind the wheel of the number 4.
Here comes number 10 car
is in the pit lane with Jordan Taylor, and from the lead of the race on this DPI pit stop rotation, here comes Kamui Kobayashi.
Excellent stint right here.
Very good indeed. He'll not do very much driving in the dark, he was telling me on Wednesday nights. Joe Bradley is there.
Yeah, pretty No driver change here. The fueling remains to be the same. And a completely different style from Seb Bourdais there, with the wheels spinning and getting smoke in my eyes right down here.
Don't burst into song. Thank goodness that wasn't Nick Diarmid there. We would have had an old standard. No doubt about that. Well, we can say that about Joe. He is an old standard, but he won't break into song. Thank goodness. Unless it's Sinatra, then that's a different thing. He likes to finish off an evening with a bit of Sinatra. Kamui Kobayashi then back out into the race in the 10 when Taylor connecting an old Cadillac. Aston Martin about to go round one of the NSXs. This
We've been trying to do that for quite a long time, actually.
This is 3rd and 4th in GT Daytona with Misha Goikberg and Ross Gunn. Ross Gunn is a factory gun and certainly very much a hot shoe down into the right-handed hairpin. Goes to the outside. It's going to be very difficult to go around the outside into the dogleg. The king, it's a left-hand corner. Ross Gunn holds his nerve, has to hush, just about holds onto it. I tell you what, Misha Goikberg did not give anything there, Johnny Palmer. He was thinking, oh, if you want to sit on the outside, mate, you do it. But one thing Misha he was very fair and gave the room on the outside on the exit of the corner.
Yeah, well, you know, both these guys getting, well, Misha very experienced in this championship, Ross Gunn getting more and more used, as he said at the start of our broadcast, to American Star Racing, but he's no stranger to the odd endurance race. And the two of them know, you know, we're 2.5 hours into this thing. Let's not do anything stupid. It was a good run off the International Horseshoe for Ross Gunn, the one of 2 silvers. Well, beg your pardon, now made a gold, in fact, for 2020. Ross Gunn got a good run off the International Horseshoe, and despite it being the outside line into the kink, he made it stick. 4 cars completely together heading through the bus stop, one of which is the Goikberg number 57 car, now down to 3rd position. Rolf Eichen in the number 88 WRT Audi is in 4th, and then Jules Gounon for Meyer Shank Racing.
Diana has the leader in GT Le Mans.
Yes, the 911 Porsche GT car has entered the pit lane. No driver change for this one, tyre change and fuel only, and cleaning up that windscreen. I've got to say now, John, that the sun, the light here is really strong now. It must be that time of day. So I would imagine as the drivers come into the pit lane now, that's something that they will hopefully not get too distracted with at this point.
Notice as well, they're peeling off the edges of that wrap on the carbon fibre front valance there. There was a lot of, I remember early in the week, I think it was both of the cars, there was a lot of changing of noses of those cars earlier on, and I just wonder if the messing about this has loosened the wrap on the front of that car. It's not accident damage. Joe Bradley, not a great pit stop going on down by you for the number 88 WRT Speedstar Audi.
The WRT guys were there, they were waving the board, the 88 Audi. I'm thinking, are you going to turn left? He just went sailing by. He finally saw them to his left. There was no one else out on the pit lane. That's right. I couldn't understand that. He kind of aimed the car at 45 degrees towards him. He had jumped out the way. The team have then had to go running down the pit lane by about 4 boxes. They've pushed the car back into place, not quite where they wanted it. And they've finally got the pit stop done, driver change as well. So this was going to be one of their more detailed pit stops. All of that is done, like we've been saying. Refueling going in being the last thing, and the 88 car finally gets that done.
The Porsche GT Team 912 car is into the pit lane. Again, no driver change as the sister car came in a few minutes ago. Refueling, tyres, cleaning of the windscreen, and these guys are going about their business as usual, as slick as ever. They're now cleaning the windscreen, shutting the door, down from the jacks, and as soon as the refueling hose comes out, that car will make its way back out.
Yeah, very quick turnaround indeed for the 2 Porsches. By the way, driving the 88 WRT Audi into the pits and making that slight error was Rolf Eichen, and Daniel Morra taking charge of that car, bringing it back out again. So GTD in somewhat of a state of flux, apart from Dennis Olsen, who continues to lead for Pfaff. And 85 laps have been done now by the now Norwegian-driven Porsche, winner of the Bathurst 12 Hours in 2019, and a vastly experienced Porsche driver. Aaron Thielitz second in the number 12 Lexus RCF, 50-odd seconds between those two, but as I say, some of the GTD field have pitted, others we're going to see stop for their latest visit to the pit lane very, very shortly. And back on the move, the Misha Goikhberg car, but we will see whether there was a driver change there at 57 in a moment or two for the Acura. So the overall lead, Tristan Nunez now in the Mazda number 77, 4 seconds in front of Kamui Kobayashi, who's been mightily impressive, as we should expect, really.
Indeed, and excuse me, before this latest round of pit stops began, there was about 8 seconds between the number 77 car and the number 10. The number 77 car came in after 86 laps. The number 10 car came in 5 laps later, and now, having resumed, there's only as you say, about 4 seconds or so between the first 2 cars. So Kamui Kobayashi has done just an excellent job for Konica Minolta Cadillac Racing, and he is up into second position and charging along. Dane Cameron about 5 seconds back in third place, and he is pretty much maintaining station with Kamui Kobayashi over the last half dozen laps or so, or rather since this latest round of pit stops, which the number 6 car, by the way, was the first to blink. That was on lap 83, so he's already halfway through his next stint, whereas number 10 car has only done 3 laps since making a pit stop.
And this is the joy, Jeremy, is it not, of this green flag racing, because what we're seeing here is how the slight differences in what's going on out there, whether it's traffic, Risi catching a puncture, that's going to change things massively. And not having had any full course yellows yet, I like the fact that people aren't all on the same strategy, and the longer we go, even if you're only a lap or 2 difference, that's going to break up the pit strategy even further. And to me, that's the absolute essence of motor racing when it's an endurance race.
Yeah, completely agree with you there. No
Shaw's got a big smile on his face.
Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I'm just watching the 4th place car of Helio Castroneves, who's just a couple of laps ago turned his best lap of the race, but that's not enough to prevent Harry Tinknell from closing in on the back end of the number 7 Acura. So the number 7, number 55 are now battling over 4th and 5th positions in DPI. Where are they out on the racetrack? Quite sure at the moment.
Conor De Filippi, whilst you look for those cars, Conor De Filippi getting very, very close indeed to the number 12 Lexus in order to generate that tow up onto Speedway turns 3 and 4. That was coming out of the bus stop, and now more distractions for Aaron Thielitz in the 2nd place GTD car, because just briefly he had Harrison Newey on his tail in the 3rd placed LMP2 car from Dragon Speed USA. So they've been rotating through the drivers at Dragon Speed. Leaders, we've got, well, not quite the leaders, the 55 and the 7. Now, Helio Castroneves, not too long ago, set the 7 Acura's best lap of the race, but he is being caught, nevertheless, by Harry Tinknell.
There they go into turn 1 now. The other battle that's brewing here is number 85 and 31. 31 car, remember, had an extra pit stop a while ago. Well, he's now closed right back up onto number 85, and has he yet made that pass? Rather, I think you're going down the back straight now. I think that's them going through the bus stop now, and the Wheeling car, I think, is just behind the Cadillac as they come onto the banking and go around a slower GT car.
Yeah, concur with that. So Dirani just 0.4 of a second off the back, and Pedrahita's JDC Miller Motorsports Cadillac. Very easy to find that car around the raceway in its bright yellow colours. Into turn 6 goes the 4th and 5th place battles then. Castroneves ahead of Tinknell. Acura DPI versus Mazda DPI. The 55 Mazda getting a very late call indeed to pit road for its last stop, nearly cleaning out a Lamborghini Huracan as it negotiated from one side of the track to the other. And Tinknell possibly not close enough to challenge for 4th place into the bus stop on this lap, but give him another 1 or 2 and he's going to be right there even though Helio Castroneves is really picking up the pace. We've had some strong stints already in that car from Ricky Taylor. Castroneves, the Brazilian, taking over was it the last pit stop that we had Helio on board? No, probably 2 stops ago, actually.
Sorry, what's
Helio Castroneves?
Yeah, he got on board a couple of stops ago. Yeah,
I remember him getting prepared.
After 3 stints, yeah.
Got it on lap 63, I think. Yeah.
Okay, and we're working lap 98.
And there's the it's now the 3rd place car in GTD coming onto pit lane. Car number 12, Aaron Telitz brings the Lexus onto pit lane, and here now is the number 31 Cadillac trying to get down the inside of the bus stop. Not this time, says Juan Pedrahita.
Juan Pedrahita has impressed us, Jeremy, where every time we've seen him behind the wheel, he's got a cool head. Won't be intimidated easily. Bright yellow JDC car coming down through the tri-oval from our left-hand side. Flash of the lights from the Whelan car. How appropriate is that? Meantime, the battle that's been ongoing for hours, it would seem. Aston Martin versus NSX. They're through the tri-oval as well, and this time Ross Gunn does go around the outside. Can he get the Aston stopped? I don't think he's going to. Just about wriggles round the outside, holds onto the outside of the track, and somehow makes it stick. That's not a textbook manoeuvre there, in fairness, and the 63 Ferrari right there as well, also trying to get back with these guys.
I did sneak past number 57 Agoik Bird there, so Misha's been doing a super job. This is his first proper race stint in a GT car, and he's done pretty nicely too. He's still running there. It's in the 10th position right now, but I tell you what, we can pretty much forget about GTD in terms of anything significant happening other than a problem until much later in the race. We're just going to enjoy the battling that is going on. But the number 9 car stays out once again. Once more, it's going to be the last car, I think, to make its pit stop in GT Daytona. It's the 2nd place car, number 11, comes in to make its stop after 89 laps.
Still just a car length between Castroneves and Tincknell. In fact, it's less than that as they head into the braking area for the Western Horseshoe. There was a bit of overlapping there. Tincknell, though, ushered to the outside line by Castroneves, catching him, one thing, getting by entirely another, with all his experience and most of it with Team Penske.
Super battles then.
Faf Porsche into the pit lane, still in the lead from of the GTD. Dennis Olsen, Richard Heistan, the 2nd place car, already pitted. Joe Bradley, does Dennis hit his pit properly?
Yeah, he's absolutely on his marks, as you would expect from a driver of the ilk of Dennis Olsen. The Norwegian driver hits his mark spot on. He's staying in the car though. He's not finished quite yet, and the car taking on a fresh set of Michelin rubber. I'm going to have a good look at the tyres that have come off. A little bit of pickup off the front tyres there. That's probably off just coming into the pits. Fueling still going on the front of this Porsche, and the windscreen being cleaned, and he refires the car. They're getting towards the end of the stop. They need to go. We've got a bit of breathing from the engine breather there as it went into takeover, starting to build up the heat in that car. But the Pfaff Motorsport Porsche is done and dusted, and he's back out into the race.
George, do you think they didn't stop the engine there, did they?
They did. The engine was stopped, and then he refired it.
You don't have to here. That's interesting.
And I'll tell you what is interesting as well. When he did fire it, we then had a lot of breather. That was either the cooling breather that I saw, and I think it was steam. So maybe they're switching it off for cooling issues. It's very warm. That might not be an issue when it gets dark.
It's Joe Bradley down in the pit lane with Diana Binks, 107.9 FM at the track, around the world and across the USA on RS2 IMSA Radio, all live and free, Sirius 216 XM 202. No breaks, just the action.
Which there is no shortage.
No, this is magnificent. I'm loving it.
I think just watch it coming through the bus stop now. We've got a battle for the lead overall as the 2 leaders come around NASCAR 3 and 4. High around one of the Lexuses goes Tristan Nunez. We're now Kumuya Kobayashi glued to his tail on board with Kobayashi as they're coming into the tri-oval.
Down underneath us and
closing. Is he getting down the inside?
He's going to try
Yes.
it. He has the second go. Dive to the inside.
Brilliant.
Classic stuff from Kamui Kobayashi. Went to the inside, looked like he wasn't going to get it done, and then breathed out of the brakes, rolled up the inside, and rather like a motocross block past, left the Tristan Nunes-driven Mazda absolutely nowhere to go on the apex. There's a big stack of tyres on the inside there, which is the clipping point, not literally, of course. And Kamui right down the inside there. That was gorgeous stuff. I thought the opportunity, Jeremy, had gone, but just let off the brakes.
Yeah, and think about it, I mean, it looked like the gap had closed up there, but there's kind of a couple of kinks, aren't there, as you come off the banking, and then Tristan Nunes kind of opens the door a little bit. He has to, that's a natural line, and Kamui said, okay, here's my chance, on board once again with Kobayashi. You see, there's the kick.
Early,
well, there's the kick against the grass, and then he knows after that he's got a chance to dive down the inside.
But
Great, clean pass.
He slowed early. It was almost as if Nunes just caught the brake a little too late. It ran him deeper into the corner.
No, that's the line.
Possibly.
That's the line.
But then he thought, I can go for this here, and then just left his brake into even later, and then up the inside.
Because he knew he could take a kind of slightly wider line and just dive in there completely alongside it by the time Nunes gets to turn into the corner. That's lap 101 we're on right now, by the way, for our race leaders. And that will be the 13th change of lead.
The line into turn one is that wide line when you're on a normal lap, because you don't want... nobody's going to go down the inside of you there,
but
unless it's Kamui Kobayashi.
If you split that corner into two parts, actually, Kobayashi lost ground initially, and then he hit the brakes so late in the secondary bit of braking, that gave him the advantage. And Nunes, I'm sure, was just thrown as to what was going on, thinking, OK, he's not going to go for it, and then there goes the Japanese. Fantastic overtake, that.
I think what happened was he braked and then kept his foot on the brake and then let it off, and that rolling off, it wasn't like he got back on the power and accelerated. No. Rolling off the brakes allowed him to put the car into the gap, and then he had to deal with getting round the corner, because he wasn't on the optimum
But often
line.
it's about
Braking and
out-positioning your competitor. If you can be there, and then you worry about the corner afterwards.
The skillful bit of that is braking and turning at the same time and not losing the back end of the car. Jamie Howe has rejoined us in the pit lane, and she's down by the Wayne Taylor pit, and she's been listening to the pit to car radio. I'm sure that caused a bit of interest from Wayne Taylor and the rest of the team, Jamie.
Well, I love listening into the radios, for some teams more than others, because they do get a little more animated. And the message being delivered to Kamui Kobayashi under these set of circumstances was just stay patient, remain calm, settle in, but be patient. We have to all remember it's still so early on in the race. Nothing can be won right now. All you can do is make a mistake and lose the race at this point in time. So all they're trying to do is just remind their drivers, just stay calm.
Yes,
yeah,
I'm not sure he was listening at that point. He may have had the MP3 player on. Porsche keys to the race. Get through the night and be there at noon Sunday. I think that's probably what they're saying to Kamui Kobayashi at the moment. Traffic's always going to be an issue.
Big lock-up there for Kobayashi into the international horseshoe.
He's pushing, isn't he?
Like crazy.
This green flag racing is really putting the pressure on everybody. You've got to get your pit stops right. You can't be clashing. I think we had a bit of bump drafting earlier on, but I haven't seen any side-to-side or other contact between the cars out on the circuit. It's been good, clean, hard. But the word that I'm going to use here, Jeremy, is respectful racing between the classes. And, people saying, only 38 cars, but we'll look at the racing we've had in the first 3 hours.
I've been rejoicing, honestly. The 38 cars, I reckon, is about right. I mean, there's plenty of cars. There's always something going on. There was a while earlier on where there was a big gap on the racetrack. But, hey, look, I love this. A nice, clean, proper race, and your strategy is going to be much more important. And number 10 car is showing good economy at this stage.
Oh, here's a problem for Kobayashi. He's just absolutely scooted through the bus stop, and he's got a full track of GT cars. He goes all the way up to the wall, round the outside of the racing competition Ferrari, which was going past the Black Swan of Porsche, having just passed another car, which was the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini, I think. Yes, it was. Oh, my goodness me. Kobe, if this is Kobayashi being patient and taking it steady, I'd hate to see what he was like when he... No. I'd love to see what he was like when he was fired up, Johnny Palmer.
Yeah, fantastic. You said here's a problem. It wasn't a problem at all. He just barged his way through, didn't he? Right up against a concrete wall. Well, that won't faze him. Another lock-up again into the International Horseshoe. So... keep doing that, and you are going to start to create a vibration potentially for later on in the stint. If that tyre tends to find the same flat spot every time it locks up.
Got number 6 Acura is in third position with Dane Cameron, but I would expect their car to be on pit lane probably next time around, or at best for its perspective, the lap after. It was last in on lap 83. We've now completed 103. Just looking down to LMP2, Simon Trummer is at the wheel of the PR1 Mathiasen Motorsports cars, continues to lead by around about a minute. That gap has been pretty stable for the last 10-15 laps over David Heinemeier Hansen, doing an excellent job aboard the number 8 Tower Motorsport by Starworks entry. And David Heinemeier Hansen was actually extended his gap over the third place car, which is Harrison Newey, driving for Dragon Speed USA. So once again, David Heinemeier Hansen, he's not a professional driver, wouldn't claim to be, but you wouldn't know it from his pace.
At IMSA Radio, using the hashtag IMSA Radio D24, Rob Chalmers suggests that Kamui MP3 player, if that is what he's listening to, must currently be on Kamui's motivation mix on full shuffle. And he says, shame the big Caddy V8 is drowning out the onboard of him screaming along to Eye of the Tiger as he's going through there.
Look, I mean, it was what I love about it. He's super consistent. Just let's run down his last 10 or so laps, moving forward to where we are now. 36.91, 37.40, 36.32, 36.6, 36.9, 36.5, 37.1, 36.1, 36.9, 36.9, 36.7. Fantastic. I mean, really good, consistent driving.
Through traffic, battling for the lead.
You name it.
You name it, he's had it. And that, Johnny, is what we talk about when the drivers are looking at what we call a stint average. What is your stint average? Take out your in and your out laps or any yellow flag laps and then say, right, what are you doing? Well, I had traffic lap, I don't care. Your race engineer is going to say, I don't care whether you had traffic lap, I want to know what your stint is. And you won't get to take out the traffic laps. No. You've just got to deal with that. That's part of what you're doing here. And Kamui's doing it excellently at the moment.
Yeah, what you can't afford to do is ease off whilst you make the decision whether you're going to go left or right. Obviously, a lap where you go high above a couple of GT cars is going to take a little bit longer, but it's about narrowing that potential for extending the lap by half a second. If you can make it just 3 or 4 tenths, then brilliant, and they all add together to make the average lap time across the stint.
Yeah, really cool driving there. That battle for 4th place continues as number 6 car does come onto the pit lane this time around, by the way, on lap 105.
And Shea's down there.
And I'm really disappointing, because I was hoping that Dane Cameron would be getting out of the car so we could have a chat with him, but alas, he's staying on board for another stint. They are giving him 4 new Michelin tires. These ones do have that nice gloss on them, so you can tell that they have not touched the track before. They have the number 5 on the side, so I would assume these are set number 5 of this team that was saving tires, as Dane told us, throughout the weekend. Fuel nozzle's been attached now for 24, 25, 26 seconds. We've got about 5 seconds left of fuel before Dane Cameron now. Interesting. They only went to 29, so they didn't use a full tank or they didn't do a full fuel.
Interesting. Looking across the track at the moment, and welcome back, by the way, Shea and Jamie. Looking across the track here, massive spectators, and still the little bleachers on the inside of on driver's left at the International Horseshoe. Plenty of people down on the fence line there as well. Good afternoon to all of you. Not much room down there. It's still 2 and 3 deep at the fence line, all the way along that run down towards the kink and then down to the Western Horseshoe as well. Sun dropping now rapidly in the January sky, and the drivers will have to deal with it for a little while longer. It'll be right in the face of the drivers as they're heading towards the western hairpin, obviously. Just turning through the western hairpin down is the number 912 Porsche, which leads the class. Earl Bamber got ahead of Fred Makowiecki.
At that last round of pit stops. But what's really interesting is the fact that number 24 car, still with Chazzy Mostert at the wheel, has closed right in now on the number 911 car. So that is a battle for second place. If I go back,
so that means Chaz got past the Chevy Corvette as well, because he was behind that for a long time.
He did that at the round of pit stops.
Right, okay.
So he's been in third place for a while, but it's taken him about 8 laps to close down that 4-second gap to the second of the Porsches, and there's now a couple of seconds or so between the two Porsches, but Chaz Mostert is pretty much right behind the number 911 car that led the early stages. We talked about a battle earlier on between number 7 and number 55. Well, Castroneves has managed to keep his nose ahead still of number 55. The other battle we talked about a while ago was number 85 and 31. But that was resolved. Pipo Derani did make the pass on Juan Pedrahita and is now edged away. But Pipo remains, as a result of that extra pit stop, a minute behind the leader.
Coming to the end of another race hour. Before we get to that, been trying to work out whether the Corvettes have been losing some time in the pit stops. We haven't got fully accurate information here, but just by hand timing and by eye, I would think they've been losing a bit. Shea Adam is down there, might be able to shed some light.
Well, it's a really good thing the number 3 Corvette did not need to take on any fuel within about the last 5 minutes, because they've changed out the fuel nozzle. Dan Banks waited to receive the old one, carried it very carefully over the wall in case it's needed again, and then helped attach a new fuel nozzle. So they're going to see if it makes a difference for the number 3 Corvette. That's the yellow one. Meanwhile, we've got pit stops. The number 55 Mazda is in. No driver change there. Still Jonathan Pomerado, who's going to leave behind the number 7 Acura Team Penske. Both cars, new tires, both cars, same drivers, both cars, a lot of fuel.
Another hour of racing has been completed. And we now only have 21 hours to go. 107.9 here at the track around the US and across the world on RS2 IMSA Radio, Sirius 216 XM202, and in sound and vision via IMSA.tv on the IMSA app, and of course at www.radio-show.co.uk. Wherever you are, hope you're still with us and enjoying it. 20 minutes before 10 o'clock in the evening in the UK, 1 hour later than that in Europe. Settle in for a night of racing par excellence. Make your decision now if you're going to have a nap. Will you stay up through the darkness hours if you're on a different time zone? Or here in the US, are you going to be one of the night owls that does the whole 24 hours? Like to hear what your plans are at IMSA Radio. Hashtag IMSA Radio D24. We'll keep an eye on that. It's Johnny Palmer and Jeremy Shaw with me, John Hindorf, in the booth, and back down in the pits. It's Shea and Jamie, Shea Adam and Jamie Howe. Well, gentlemen, 3 hours completed and 108 laps at that point. So times that by 8, that's 864 laps as we stand at the moment. Even I can do that one.
Very good.
Yeah. Currently, the lap completed, and therefore the distance record is 808 from 2018.
Pretty close, isn't it?
So far, so good. Side-by-side action again, and once again it's the blue. Number 57, NSX right in there. The Wright Motorsport Porsche was the one that took advantage under pressure originally. The NSX from the Lexus in behind it. But the 16 Wright car coming through and making hay there. Magnificent stuff. As into the pit lane 77 Mazda from second place, Tristan Nunez. Adam.
Staying aboard is Tristan Nunez, fuel and tires only for this car as we are getting ready for a slew of LMP2 stops, including the leader when Nick Bull will be getting behind wheel of the 52. Tristan Nunez service done, back out on his way, 31 seconds worth of fuel for that car.
Yeah, it was Patrick Long, by the way, in the number 16 Porsche, who's managed to get around the outside of the Lexus and now get in front of the 57 Heinricha Racing Acura with still Misha Goikhberg at the wheel of that. So that'll put Patrick Long into 7th place now in the category. 9 seconds adrift of the next car, but at least that little clump of traffic he made short work of, and they're all now about to be overtaken by the overall leader, Kamui Kobayashi, in the Konica Minolta Cadillac. 38 seconds there or thereabouts is the advantage over Sebastian Bourdais for the Japanese, with the 77 car now rejoining Tristan Nunez still at the wheel, as Shay said. And I kind of like the fact that a little bit of the wrap is peeling back on that Porsche, because we can tell the difference now.
Very good. I like what you're saying.
Yeah.
I don't think Porsche will be overly happy.
I agree.
But you can see the carbon weave underneath, and I really like that. 31 in, as we mentioned, from... Looks like people staying aboard. Yes, it is. And it's a long car, that Cadillac, isn't it? Long between the wheels. Very good on long, fast corners. I wonder if it just makes it a little bit difficult for it to change direction quickly in the chicane area here. Aston Martin number 98 with Ross Gunn on board. He's been doing
It's actually Andrew Watson now.
Oh, is it Andrew Watson?
Yeah, he's
another
taken over.
Aston Martin Works driver, but one of the young driver program. He's right in behind Alessandro Balzan in the Ferrari number 63, the WeatherTech car. Welcome back, Alessandro. We have missed you in behind the wheel and in the paddock. Smashing bloke, Alessandro. And you came over on the plane, didn't you, with Mr. Watson, young Andrew?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, and have enjoyed his talents, well, from Ginetta Juniors, actually, in the UK. Then he went into the bigger Ginettas on the British Touring Car Championship package in the G55.
Fastest cars on the touring car package, the G55s.
Faster than Porsches?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe at some tracks. Maybe at some tracks.
All right, faster than the touring cars. Good point. They are faster than the touring cars.
But it's a great place. I mean, you were chatting to Dan Harper a little while ago. That's how he started his car racing in the Ginetta category, then worked his way through Porsches, and now with the BMW Junior team. So plenty of hot new talent can be spotted in the Ginetta Junior ranks, and you only have to be 14 years old to get your hands on one of those machines.
Jamie Howe, as I mentioned earlier on, back with us in the pit lane. And interesting this, Jamie, because with all this green flag running, we're not getting all the cars coming in at the same time. You've got the 38 Performance Tech LMP2 car.
Yes, one of the LMP2 entries, and now there was a driver change that happened. So Robert Hassan got out, and Don Yount now getting strapped into the car. The driver change taking much longer than the fuel and the tires. It's already put 4 new Michelins and topped it off. But when Robert got out of the car, the belts weren't aligned where Don wanted them to be. The steering wheel was in his way, so he had to pull that off, move some belts. A crew member had to get in there to assist. So a long stop, but no real mistakes there, and he's underway.
Thanks, Jamie. Well, this is all great news as well, you know, in terms of all this green flag running at the start of the race in perfect conditions for Simon Hodgson and the rest of the team at the IMSA Technicals, who work so hard and collect so much data. They'll be loving this. Just saw a car peeling off to come into the pit lane, which I think was the Juan Pedrahita car. Yes, it is. And that's going towards Jamie's end of things as well. And following it in is the long-time leader of the class, now second for Philip Ennemar Hansen in the number 52. In fact, that car's been serviced and is on its way back out again. 62 Risi Competizione car is in as well. Now, Davide Rigon, that's another 29-lap run for that car. So we've had a couple of 29 lap runs for that machine. And I think there was a driver change there. I think Regon got out of that car. I'll tell you in a second. When it heads out of the pit lane, which it is doing now. The 85 car is down and away. And it was Daniel Serra that got into that car. Led to believe that Daniel Serra is going to do double duty at Super Sebring and do the just basically the 20 hours of Sebring then. 8 hours for the WEC on Friday from midday to 8 o'clock. No problem, says Shaw.
Well, how many people did it last year? There were
quite a lot. I mean, there was a Corvette
yeah.
in the WEC race, and then the same crew that raced that car on the Friday got into the other Corvette, another chassis, and raced the full 12 hours. So yeah, your teeth will be chattering by the end of it across the concrete. But these guys train very, very hard throughout the year in order to take that sort of punishment.
One guy who trains very, very hard, Simon Trummer, you just got out of driving the PR1 Matheson Motorsports prototype LMP2. It's a different class for you, but you don't even look as if you're that tired. Is it just that easy to lead this race?
No, nothing at all. I mean, the Oreca, I know it from 2 years ago when we was the same class as the DPI. It's really a hard car, it's a nice car, but you have to push every lap to keep up the pace. It's a bit different than the Cadillac, of course, yesterday, last year, but it's not easy.
With the conditions right now out on track, how are they with the sun setting? Is it hard to see?
Yeah, the bus stop and turn one, and especially the pit entry, I couldn't see anything. Sometimes it's difficult to judge when you overtake GTs, how far you can go, but it's manageable.
Hey, good job out there. It's dinner time.
Thank you.
Not quite. 10 minutes before 5 in the evening. Hello to Matt Gordon, said not to be home. Shame not to be home, keeping up with the Rolex 24 all night, but thank you very much for your commentary. I'm packing for Berlin tomorrow. Kevin Swindley, this is an interesting one. I managed to watch the start of the race in a local Pizza Hut by taking the phone from my daughter and telling her she wasn't allowed to have it while we were eating. Excellent stuff. Daughter and niece, who I'm looking after at the moment, been in bed for a while, so I'm seeing how long I can go before bed, and it affects my daycare duties on Sunday. Right, into the pit lane comes the leader. This is Kamui Kobayashi, who's been doing a fantastic job, and he's heading up to the Wayne Taylor Racing pit stall, which is all the way up at pit out, so just beyond halfway actually, and Jamie is there to watch this stop.
They're opening up the door on the number 10 Cadillac from Konica Minolta, but Kamui Kobayashi will stay behind the wheel of the car. They just gave him a drink of some water. This is one of the teams that does not use the fresh water drink system inside of the car. So every time they make a pit stop, if the driver is going to stay in, they pass him a water bottle football style, squirt it into his mouth. He's been in there 22 laps so far, getting 4 fresh Michelin tires, topping him off with fuel. This team is extremely impressed with the job that he's done. Wayne Taylor telling us before the race started, this decision was made, and a little bit of a stall. This decision was made a year ago that they wanted to have him back if his schedule allowed. They put him back in, and they've been nothing but happy.
23 laps on his first into the car, and as Jamie rightly said there, 22 on the second, and they've been ultra competitive and ultra consistent. The 77 Mazda on the high banks, Tristan Nunes coming round and diving into turn 1 now. Where is Kamui? Remember, on cold tyres, and we've seen how difficult it is to get the tyres up. It's going to be very close, you know, as they go down into the international hairpin. There's the 10 car going through now. I'm watching through the binoculars as it gets up to speed and heads towards the kink. And here comes Tristan Nunes through the kink. He's closing down on him, and this is a battle for position. And effectively the battle for the lead on the race circuit at the moment.
Absolutely.
Through the western hairpin. I don't need the binoculars now to see them as they head towards turn 6. There's a little bit of traffic, but they won't have to pass that GT car until they're on the banking. Here comes the Mazda. Nunes with tyres a little warmer. He's in the slipstream. They're in the middle of the track. Now they'll have to go high to go past the Audi.
Gonna have him.
And he's going to go down the inside. He's right on the yellow line. 2 wheels over the yellow line. The left-hand side Michelin's gets the nose ahead into the braking area for the bus duck. That will be the pass, but can he keep it on the track? Nunes can. That was aggressive. He knew, Johnny Palmer, that was his opportunity while the tyres were still cooled and not up to temp and pressure for those Michelins on Camui's car. That is a really heads-up piece of driving. Push, 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 and he's got the lead back.
And you know the great thing now, we might be able to enjoy another cracking overtake into turn 1 in the next few laps from Kamui Kobayashi as soon as he has got those Michelins up to temperature. So down off the banking and into turn 1 comes Tristan Nunez, having taken the lead back again for Mazda number 77 on that lap. Great run off at Speedway turn 2.
14th lead change of the race sees Tristan Nunez on lap 116 now, back in the lead race. Meanwhile, Harry Tinknell in the other Mazda has just set the new fastest lap of the race this time around on lap 115, 135.388.
And the Dragon Speed car, which is now still being driven by Harrison Newey, ultimately trying to hunt down Nick Boole, who took over from Simon Trummer, the guy we heard chatting to Shea Adam not so long ago from the PR1 Matheson Motorsports car. So Boole versus Newey, 52 and 81. Just heading out of the right-hander. So the number 3 displayed on the side of the 81 car. Yeah, that should actually read 2, because it's second in the LMP2 class.
He's got ahead of number 8 car, is he? Fran, okay.
Yes.
He's just overtaken him.
Only just, right, okay. So at the start of the lap it would have been third, that'll be why.
Correct. A very pleasant 20 degrees Celsius in the air, still 25 degrees on the track, so the track hasn't lost much temperature at all. There'll be cooler parts on the circuit, of course.
10-car penalty, pit lane speed violation, plus 3 kilometers per hour drive through penalty. Ouch.
That's Kamui. Patience, Kamui, they said.
That's thrown away we talked about it, John, didn't you? That was one of your Porsche keys to the race. Do not make any mistakes, particularly on pit lane. That's going to be a major backside kicking, I think, for Kamui Kobayashi. 3
clicks, but that's enough to get the penalty. You'll get a little bit of leeway. Meantime, we haven't mentioned GT Le Mans for a while. Bamba now with 4 seconds of a lead over his Porsche teammate, 912 from 911, and then Chaz Mostert still right there, just about another 6 seconds further back in the 24 BMW. Then the Chevy Corvette of Jordan Taylor, the number 3 car, that's the yellow car.
Yeah, what's interesting about that is that the BMW looks very, very good, particularly early in the stints. Then towards the end of the stints, seems to drop back just a little bit particularly from the Porsches. But the gap from the Corvette to the Corvette, as that's come down also. It was as much as 18 seconds about 8 or 9 laps ago. It's now down, as you just said, John, to 14 seconds. So it's reduced by 4 seconds. There is Kobayashi, and all that advantage they build up by trying to go long on fuel, it's going to be undone, because the whole battle amongst the DPI is certainly closing in. There's a new best lap of the race, not fastest lap of the race, but his race by Pipo Derani in 7th place. But the top 2, here comes Kobayashi now to serve his penalty. But Dane Cameron has already gone past him in 3rd place, so that shows you there wasn't much of a gap there. And here now comes Elio Castroneves to move into...
And Harry Tinknell right in behind.
Exactly.
This is going to drop, I think, him down to... I don't think Bourdais is going to get around.
He'll be 5th.
So he'll be 5th, yes.
Number 85 car, by the way, has fallen a lap off the lead.
I like taking the penalty early. It's not really difficult to argue that one. Actually, do you know what? Bourdais not that far away. Where is he? Here he comes, I think, round. And by the time he gets back up to speed again, Bourdais might have gone through as well.
Already.
He's gone through. Yeah, he's gone through. So that's already 6th. Costly. Porsche keys to races. Jeremy said in our Michelin countdown to green. In green flag racing, You cannot afford to make these mistakes because the field isn't getting packed back up again because we haven't had to call on the services of the safety car. And long may that continue, by the way.
Yeah.
I know there will be people out there that say, I really, really want to see another restart, but I really, really want to see the comparative strategy and performance of all the teams and drivers, Johnny.
Yeah, and well, it's horses for courses, isn't it? We always, well, I tend to enjoy a bit of a reset now and again, but also it's great once in a while to have a Daytona 24 run as long as possible. We enjoyed it in 2018. We got nowhere near the race distance in 2019 because of all those red flags and the race flagged early as well. By the way, Kobayashi now just 2.8 seconds off the back of Sebastian Bourdais rather. So Kobayashi, as you say, going back into 6th place.
I want to go down to Jamie here because this sounds like it wasn't the big mistake that we thought it might have been. Jamie, what's the situation with that number 10 Konica Minolta Cadillac?
What I was concerned with was that there was a problem with the pit lane limiter and they were going to have to struggle with that through the rest of this race. So I went down and I actually talked to Wayne Taylor. He said the limiter's working fine, but if you remember on that pit stop, I said he stalled it just a little bit. When Kobayashi was leaving the pit lane, he accidentally got it into 2nd gear, which then negated the pit lane limiter. So that's how he got over the speed. And luckily it's something they're going to have to deal with the whole way through. They got the penalty served and now they just have to come back from it.
Excellent piece of detective work by Jamie Howe down there in the pit lane. And the point of that is that you can either cancel the pit lane speed limiter or change up into 2nd gear and it cancels automatically. And that's where he must have just caught it and didn't manage to hold on to the speed. Surprised it was only 3 clicks, to be honest. He must have realised that there was some issue there. Into the pit lane for the Alessandro Balzan-driven Ferrari in 5th position. This is the number 63 Scuderia Corsa car. He's not, I would say he's not getting out of the car. He was reaching for his drinks tube there for a moment, but then he went for the straps. I'm not sure. Shea Adam is at the pit and will be able to tell me more.
Balzan stays aboard, so Alessandro getting new tires to play with. Ooh, and they do have stickers on them. How exciting for Alessandro Balzan to make his return to IMSA at Daytona. He's won 2 championships. He's won the 12 Hours of Sebring. He's won the Glen, but he doesn't yet have a podium finish at the 24 Hours of Daytona to go with his fine achievements. Windshield tear off. Alessandro will be able to see where he's going out on the track as the car is still sitting up on the jacks, waiting on the left rear tire change to be completed. And now it drops off, still waiting on the fuel, so no time lost on the slightly delayed pit stop as far as the wheel change was concerned. Fuel nozzle still attached. And now Alessandro is released out onto the track. Enemies beware.
5 previous Rolex 24 starts, a best of 4th position, as Shea points out. They've not let that podium pretty darn close, but not close enough. So they'll be looking to set that right here. It's been a good run so far, certainly for that Scuderia Corsa WeatherTech Ferrari.
BMW 25 is in. Jamie is watching the Rahal Letterman Lanigan team going to work.
And it's Connor De Felipe that's behind the wheel and will stay behind the wheel for at least one more stint as he will take on 4 new Michelin tires. It is his 6th Rolex 24 start, and he was a part of the GT Le Mans winning team from 2019, back for another full season. But this year joining with Bruno Sprengler as his co-driver for the full season as they still wait on fuel. They did go ahead and use one of those tear-offs on the windshield also. If you think about driving in your street car at this time of day when the sun is starting to set, everything on your windshield all of a sudden is the biggest nuance you've ever dealt with. And so they're gonna make sure the drivers have the same clear vision that you want when you're out on the road.
Which makes perfect sense to me. A little bit of vibration as he goes out on the pit lane limiter. Oh, and he's trying to scrub the release agent off the front tyres by cranking on some lock left and right. That's a good way to do that, but you've got to do it carefully. Do you think can we, Kobayashi might be a little bit fired up now, Johnny Palmer?
Yeah, there's a chance of that, I would say. 7/10 of a second off the back of Sebastian Bourdais then in the number 5 Mustang sampling racing car, which is the JDC Miller prepared machine. And just heading through the Western Horseshoe now. That was Bourdais going rather deep into the Western Horseshoe. Might have given just a few extra tenths in the direction of the Japanese behind.
There's a pit stop that we need to pay attention to because we need to see if the new fuel nozzle works. That would be the number 4 Corvette, the silver one. Oliver Gavin brought the car in. Marcel Fessler will be taking it over. They are shiny new Michelin. They do still have the release age on it, what you guys were just talking about. New drinks bottle for Marcel, who his co-drivers say is one of the fittest people in all of the paddock. Right now, the car has been refueling for 28, 29, 30 seconds. Still up on the air jack, still working on installing the new water bottle. They're going to pour some water from a water bottle onto the windshield, give it a quick wipe off, and now Marcel tries to leave the box. He hesitates for a moment and goes. That was a 41-second stop. The sister car is about to come in. That also will be a driver change. Nick Katzberg getting aboard, and I'll let you know what the purple numbers on the side of that car say as soon as that service is done.
Live across the USA and around the world on RS2 IMSA Radio. No blocks, no interruptions, all of the action. You can find us on Sirius 2 on 6XM 202, one on 7.9 if you're here at the track. If you'd like to get in touch with us, please use at IMSA Radio this weekend. Hashtag IMSA Radio D24. BMW off the track on its outlap.
Yep.
And that was Conor De Filippi struggling with cold Michelin tyres. Not the first person we've seen doing that. In fact, it was a big lock-up rather than just Johnny Palmer, the terminal and understeer. But that meant that he went off later in the corner and wasn't so close to hitting the barriers. We did see somebody hit the barriers there earlier in the week, didn't we? And that's we've got an incident. There's an Acura. This is, and it's I think
Mazda,
the Mazda
55.
Yeah, that was
Mazda.
a battle for third position.
This is at the bus stop.
7 and 55.
Both in the tyres. We're still green at the moment. The Mazda's moving. The Mazda's moving. There's been, and so is the Acura. Although damage to the front and side, lost the rear wing on that Acura. They're still moving. We've stayed green, but there's been a coming together at 4 minutes. It's the number 7 Acura. This was the battle for third and fourth. It's Elio Castro Neves and Harry Tinknell. And Elio driving. He'll be super quick in a straight line with no rear wing.
Ooh, there's a lot of damage, isn't there?
There's tyre smoke with rubbing bodywork coming off that car.
Also dropping debris, though, coming off Speedway Turn 4, so that will be closely looked at by the officials as well.
Both of them have made it back to the pit lane. And straight into the paddock area for the Acura. That's going straight to its garage. Right rear damage. Well, rear damage mainly, but not just the rear. There's front as well. It looks like the Acura might have got the Mazda might have got away a little more. It's right front damage. The normally lovely aero paint film on that, and the Mazda's going out. Tinknell then just to stop. New set of Michelin tyres and go for that. Tinknell had been out for 14 laps when that happened. And just a 28-second stop, so that's a standard length stop for it. It was coming into the bus stop, and Tinknell diving down the inside and making heavy contact with the Acura as he came down the inside. He wasn't there, he was not there, and Castro Neves turned in at his normal point. Tinknell, is that over-ambitious,
yes,
Jeremy?
Yes, completely unnecessary at this stage in the game. Totally unnecessary by Harry Tinknell. He's been chasing Castro Neves now for since the last round of pit stops. Why he thought he needed to do that, I have absolutely no idea. And that was just under review.
I tell you what, that is interesting though.
Yep.
There's more tyres there than there were the other day when when the Acura went off there, and
which was Ricky Taylor's.
Which was Ricky Taylor's, which was the same car.
Yes, of course.
And so that car's been off at the same point twice, pretty much. But there's definitely extra tyres running down there. Harry Tinknell, for the moment, has got away with that in terms of damage. Of course, it's been looked at an incident responsibility. It's going to be, well, just a drive-through. But that is the penalty. So Tinknell will have a drive through. The penalty for Castro Neves is far longer, and another pit lane speed violation as well. And that was another 3 kilometers an hour this time for the number 86 NSX.
Yep. And the number 6 car was just on pit lane as well that time around. Came out of second position. That's only 18 laps since his last stop, so that's earlier than was necessary. I wonder whether the number 6 car might have picked up some debris running through the bus stop. And
I think they thought there was going to be a yellow.
Could have been that too.
There was a lot of stops that were slightly out of kilter. In comes the Mazda with the disco lights on the front of that car. So Harry's going to do his drive through. That'll drop him back down again. It's good news for Kamui Kobayashi, of course, because he'll make up a couple of places here that he lost for his drive through, JP.
Yeah, well, that's the yin and yang of a motor race, isn't it? You know, you can have a bit of bad luck, and then it's just a case of being patient, particularly in a 24-hour race, because everybody else has got a chance to have their bit of bad luck as well. We've still got 20 and a half hours rather still to go. It is nearly 10 past 5 here at the Daytona International Speedway, and so much more to unfold. Amazing that we got away with no caution period, though. I did think that the bits falling off the Acura might actually cause the yellow flag, but we're still green.
Let's go down to Jamie. Plenty of action on the track for a moment or two, and now some in the pit lane as well, Jamie.
Some of our GTD competitors, the 74 Ranch Resort, Riley Racing, Mercedes AMG, you hear it firing up. 41 seconds of fuel. 4 new Michelin tires. Lawson Aschenbach stayed behind the wheel. The number 48 Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini also on pit road. They did do a driver change. Brian Sellers got out. Corey Lewis is now behind the wheel, where he will get in for, I think, 2, maybe 3 cents. 4 new Michelins. Both of them are underway.
Let's go to Shea Adam, who is already looking at a damaged Acura in the garage area. Shea, what's the news?
Well, it's not good right now. They're peeling off the bits of carbon, the bodywork coming off, and it is in shards. But the big issue is that the radiator runs along the right side of the car, and that's where the clout happened with Tinknell and the Mazda. So there's a lot of bits of debris that are being shred off, but right now there's a lot more concern as to what part of the cooling system has been affected by that hit.
Another GTD entry in. It's the number 88 Audi R8 with Daniel Morad behind the wheel. He will stay in to finish out this sunset stint as he gets 4 new Michelin tires and topping it off with fuel as well. Lexus just leaving pit lane. Pit lane's getting to be a little bit of a busy point right now for these GTD cars, but everything on schedule, and so far no issue.
Johnny shaking his head.
Kobayashi fully locked up again into the international horseshoe, nearly smacked into the back of Sebastian Bourdais. He's wasting no time at all here, but it's high-risk stuff this early in the race. Round the outside now of a clutch of GT cars. For whatever reason, Bourdais just doesn't quite have the speed in his Cadillac compared to the Japanese behind.
Lock up from the JDC Miller the JDC Motorsport Mustang sampling cars. He goes out through turn 6. Easy to do there. There's a change of pavement, and it's quite undulating at that point. It's 38.7 seconds between Kamui Kobayashi and Tristan Nunez, the leader of the race. He's got Sebastian Bourdais a couple of tenths of the second ahead of him. Remember those numbers. Kamui just absolutely hammering the curbs through the bus stop, and now tracing a dead straight line. He's staying all the way to the bottom, right next to that yellow line. That's the right place to be. The downforce helping him. He's closing in, and then he'll get a big boost of draft as he comes down through the tri-oval. Here he comes, he goes to the top. Is he going to try and pull that same manoeuvre again? He wasn't quite as close this time. He'll take a more traditional line around the outside.
Well, more so that I think there that Bourdais was made sure
on
there was no room for him to go down the inside. There's that last bit of grass that you have to clip before you run wide again to take kind of a second apex at turn 1 there, and that was what Bourdais was able to do. Keep that door closed, no way through there for Kamui Kobayashi.
Well, that was an interesting little passage of play, wasn't it?
It certainly was, and that could be well, it is pivotal in the race.
Shea Adam is back in the pit lane for the moment after hauling round to the Acura Team Penske pit. We'll keep an eye on that, obviously, but that's not going to be the work of a moment. The other question, in fact, Castro Neves is out of the car. Castro Neves is out of the car. He's shaking his head. He's not happy. That might be, well, that's obviously going to be a longer stop than is worth keeping the driver in back there. Stand by, Shea. I'll get you in a second. As rather typically, just as you left, Castro Neves has jumped out. Having said that, I don't think he's ready to talk to anybody. No. They're still working on the car. They're still getting tools out of the chests in the garage area, and there's a crowd gathering outside. They understand these fans are very, very knowledgeable. They understand the significance about this, and Helio Castro Neves beckons over another member of the team. Shea, the other question that we needed to answer was on the Corvette pit stop. Did the change of fuel nozzle change their fortune?
No, and that's not good. The sister car did its stop in 33 seconds. That would be the yellow one. The silver Corvette, it took 41, remember? So putting a new fuel nozzle on the canister to help get fuel from the actual place where it's stored into the car, it wasn't any faster than the old one.
Oh dear. Thank you, Shea Adam down there in the pit lane. Jonathan Bomarito and Ricky Taylor, both with Helio Castro Neves, his two teammates, and that car. Sorry, Alexander Rossi and Ricky Taylor, his two teammates in that car, both with him. And I'm sure they were saying, look, we know it wasn't your fault, Helio, but JP called comfort for that. There's a long repair for that car. They will repair it because this is a season-long entry, and they'll want to be out there and take any points they can at the start of the season. But that right there is their chance of victory in the 2020 Rolex 24 Daytona. It's gone right there.
Yeah, true. But you know, points on offer, as you say. An 8-car DPI class. One or two others could fall away and not make the finish. So if you can get the car back out, then it's worth just picking up whatever you can. In what is going to be a long season in 2020. You'll be grateful of those points by the end of it.
Very, very confused about why the two Corvettes are struggling, or why one of the two Corvettes is struggling with a fuel fill. It's just not going in as quickly. And it's not as if it's just half a second or a couple of seconds from what Shea was saying. 35 to 41, did you say?
New purple sector there for Kamui Kobayashi coming off the final sector. He's all over the back of Sebastian Bourdais, but can't yet find a way past. Meanwhile, Tristan Nunez, he's trying to put a lap on Juan Pedro Hita in caliber 85. See where they're on the racetrack right now. Where are they? In this third sector, probably heading toward the bus stop.
Side-by-side action in GT Le Mans, Jeremy, as they go into the bus stop. This is Corvette versus BMW, and this is the battle for 6th and 7th position. Marcel Fesler and Conor De Filippi, they're on to Speedway, turns 3 and 4 now. A bit of damage, is it on the right? Oh no, it was the shadow of the wing mirror on there. Here comes the BMW to the high side, pulls out of the draft, a little bit of side drafting by Conor De Filippi, and it works as he gets up to the high side. Does he completely clear the Corvette? He does, and that was before the line. So that's interesting, Johnny, because if we do have a dash for the line at 1:40 tomorrow, then you can pull past someone before the line. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, and in meanwhile, the other BMW has just moved up into second place. Chaz Mostert in number 24 car has just got past car number 911 for second place in GTLM.
So 6th and 7th places of the faster GT cars changing places. The number 4 is the Corvette that we speak of, struggling in the pit stops, just not able to get the fuel in quite as readily. Side by side now, though, between Kobayashi and Bourdais. Bourdais will have the inside line into the kink, but he does seem to struggle a little bit off the international horseshoe. about in the braking area for the Western Horseshoe. Again, the 10's far better under braking, but then doesn't seem to be able to get the acceleration out of 6. Just watch whether Bourdais pulls away again, because I've been watching this lap after lap. The drive off the corner is way better for the number 5.
And it's the same. This is the same car, don't forget. So here comes Kobayashi into the bus stop. Maybe he's super late on the brakes there, but he's almost lost the toe here. Now he's just back into. He's not going to be close enough.
No.
He's not going to be close enough. And Kobayashi, for all of his planning and scheming, just can't be quick enough at the right part of the track.
Got to do
get
it on the
this done.
infield. He's so much stronger on the infield, but then can't get up onto the banking compared to Bourdais.
He's closer this time, Jeremy. Shea Adam waiting with an interview. We'll go down to her in just a moment or two's time. He's definitely closer coming out of 4. He's in the draft now and again. And all of a sudden, it's like a big hand is pushing him forward. He's there this time as they come through the tri-oval. 2 sets of white headlights in the gathering darkness under the shade of the grandstand here. Tries to go around the outside, cuts back to the inside. Bourdais knows the move though and keeps it down. Now get the punch out of turn 1. He's right under the rear wing of Sebastian Bourdais' car. They've got the 86 MSR Auto Nation car. My goodness, they get down to that hairpin very quickly indeed out of turns 1 and 2, don't they? And it's as you were into the kink. In fact, if anything, Bourdais with a little bit extra. We'll keep an eye on that as we thank Shea Adam for waiting with Misha Goldberg.
Misha, you're very familiar with the cars on screen, having driven them last year, but the Acura. Can't hear right now. Yeah, we'll duck out the back of the garage. There we go. Misha, it was a long stint to start the race for you in the Acura. You must really like this new car, though, because you kept refusing to get out.
You know what? Yeah, there is a bit of adjustment for me coming from prototypes, but I love GT cars. I love prototypes. At the end of the day, you know, racing's racing. All cars are awesome, and I'm just having a blast. The racing is really close. It's great to see different variety of cars, and you know, it's Daytona in 24 hours. It's such a cool event. There's still a long way to go, and yeah, just super excited to be a part of it.
Are they going to give you a bit of a break before you have to get back in?
I mean, they need to. I'm cramping up pretty bad. I never did even a full stint on this seat setup, so we're going to have to be creative here and come up with something to do a couple more.
Good luck.
Thank you very much, Shay.
We just had a couple of pit stops in the GT Daytona category. The number 19, the Gear Racing with Grasser Racing Partnership. They just made a pit stop. There was a slight delay with the right rear getting it off. The crew member gave a little shake of the head when the wheel nut wouldn't come off, but they didn't lose any time because they were still waiting on the fuel. Catherine Legg is now aboard that machine. Also, one of the team cars, the GRT Magnus Racing number 44 Lamborghini, was in. Andy Lally stayed behind the wheel. That was a 71-second pit stop. It looked like the fuel was slower than what they were expecting. We're still waiting on the class-leading number 9, FAF Racing Porsche, to come in.
Thank you, Jamie and Shea. You've missed nothing of this fantastic battle between Bourdais and Kobayashi. They still, as you were, second and third, Bourdais and Kobayashi in that order, both in Cadillacs. The number 5 Mustang sampling car now run by JDC. And behind him, the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Run Cunningham and Alta car. And this will be getting frustrating for Kamui. This is 23 and 38 have been together. So there's been more accidents out there, inconclusive results, no further action. We've got the leader in the pit lane. Tristan Nunes is in the pit lane, and Shea Adam can see that.
Tristan will be staying in the pit lane. Ollie Plaw's turn to go out and play. 4 new tires and a lot of fuel for the white Mazda. As the service is nearly done, now the pit board goes up, and Ollie Plaw is released.
Nice clean stop. Huge crowd still outside that Penske garage. There's little viewing windows out the back of the NASCAR garages here as well, where you can look in through the side, and people literally press their noses up against that. Still this battle for second and third going through the kink and down towards the...
Which is now the battle for the lead, by the way, number 5
yes.
and with the number 77 and 31 car in pit lane.
Yes, good point. They've just gone past the Lexus That's the number 14, I think, that has just gone past that. Down to turn 6. Get your braking right. Power up onto the high banks again. Now all in shade, that western end of the speedway itself. Sun long since gone down far enough to put that in shade. Still in shade. And now they come back into sunshine just as they exit NASCAR 2 and down into the braking area for the bus stop, which Bourdais hits the brakes now and turns in left, just takes the curb, right, straighten the car up. The last bit, you really don't want to be turning the wheel at all as they're back onto.
But Kobayashi's in front, you've mentioned that, right?
Did
it on the infield. Did it on the infield, but I don't remember actually seeing it. But Kobayashi, the Japanese, now in front and pulling away from Sebastian Bourdais. So shows how much the number 10 was being held up by the number 5. Infield, it must have been. He'd done it by the Western Horseshoe.
No,
so.
Well, I watched them all the way. There was definitely no change all the way out of the.
He was in front coming out of turn 5, without a doubt. I saw it on the screen in front of us. So,
yeah. So he must have done it in
into
turn
international
1.
or
no.
Turn 1, possibly, yes.
It must have done it turn 1.
We were
turn
focused
2.
on the 77 Mazda. Yet another example of just not knowing where to look next at Daytona. But yeah, the number 10 car, having had that drive-through penalty after all, which put it way back, now back to the lead of the race.
38 seconds back from the lead. A leading GTD car is in, and I might as well just put this on a recording and hit it. The leading GTD car is the FAF Porsche, number 9.
And that car has already made the stop and executed the driver change. Dennis Olsen is now out of the car. Lars Kurd is now behind the wheel. I also want to correct one thing I said. Catherine Legg had her suit and her helmet and everything on and at the ready, but she did not get behind the wheel of the number 19. So Raheel Fry is still out.
It was round the outside at turn 1.
Of course it was.
Of course it was, because that's where Kamui doesn't understand.
That was about his only chance.
Well,
because
he doesn't. He doesn't appear to feel that the laws of physics apply to him. He's working on a slightly different gravitational pull.
Well, we've had inside, now we've had outside, so next time he takes the lead, it's got to be through the middle of two DPIs.
And that's the full hat trick, left foot, right foot header.
There you go, perfect.
Lovely.
He's probably moved on from his MP3 rotating now through shuffle and listening to us, so we'll look out for that later on.
He's got a bit of thrash metal on if he's the way he's driving at the moment. Absolutely.
So Ollie Pla in the 77 rejoining in 4th position and about 8 seconds behind Dane Cameron now in the sole surviving Acura, or they're working on the 7 car to get it back into the race as quickly as possible. Elio Castroneves and Harry Tinknell clashing at the bus stop chicane. That labelled firmly, the blame labelled firmly at the door of Harry Tinknell. He had to come in to serve a drive-through penalty in the 55 car, which has put it back to 6th position. And the 7 car being topped up with fluids now. But it's going to be a little while yet before we see that back in the race.
yeah, and Dane Cameron is in 3rd position, but dropping back pretty rapidly from the 2 leaders.
Yes.
Go back to lap 125. There was 25 seconds between the 5 and 10 battle, and actually no, there was more than that.
Well, you're looking at that, Jeremy. Dennis Olsen has come down from the pit box of the FAF Porsche to talk to Jamie Howe.
Yes, and I'm sorry, it took me a minute to get over here. He had just climbed the stairs, tried to take a seat. You had a fantastic stint out there. We're talking about the sun. What condition is the racetrack in?
Well, the track was pretty good, I must say. No massive issues with pickup, no debris, so that's good. And the car is running good and no issues, so we're happy.
It's been a fairly clean race so far, at least in the GT ranks at the moment. What does the attitude of the drivers feel like when you're out behind the wheel?
Well, actually, I think it's harder than what it usually is because they don't want to lose the lap. So I was behind a few guys and they started to defend their position, but it's a long race. We just started, so we just have to stay calm and get to the end.
One of the things that we were talking about before the race started, these were the warmest conditions we had seen all week long. How did that change the start of this race compared to what everyone was expecting?
Well, first of all, I think it's, at least since I've started racing here, which was last year, the weather was terrible. This year is no rain expected. So this means that you know, the strategy of the race and the structure is changing. There is not going to be so many yellows, and I think that's, you know, changing your mindset a little bit. It's probably going to be a 24-hour sprint race.
24-hour sprint race. John, thank you.
That's what it is, absolutely what it is. Hello to Laura Plattman, who's tuned into the UK. Time there coming up to 10:30 in the evening. Jess Coleman in Michigan. Daytona and Bathurst 12 hours, back-to-back weekends. How lucky are we? Almost as lucky as we are, Jess, because we get to do them both, Johnny, Shea and myself, as well as about, I think, 17 drivers doing the double this year. 22 drivers, thank you, Shea, doing the double, and we'll be heading off. I'm heading off on Sunday. Shea and the drivers and Johnny all heading off on Monday. We're keeping the team split on itineraries after the recent issues with the air flights. Shea will be corralling and herding up all of those 22 drivers to make sure they get there on time. All of the teams have said that they need someone to get them there on time. Only kidding. Absolutely. 20 hours and 13 minutes to go. Hello to Scuderia Clam and Glickenhaus. Great race so far. Looking forward to VLN1 with the new 004C. And very happy with Convergence. Congratulations to everyone that put that together. It'll be a great day for us when we can race the Daytona, the Rolex Daytona 24 with our hypercar. I am not disagreeing with that at all. I presume that's Jesse who's tweeting that out. If it is, about time for another chat, I think, Jesse. Thank you very much for your time in the past on Midweek Motorsport. Wednesday, 8 o'clock UK time. That's 3 o'clock in the afternoon here on the Eastern Seaboard. And we'll be live from Bathurst for our usual 2-hour dose of motorsport chat. Let's go down to Shea Adam, where there's still a big crowd down by the Penske garage. Elio Castro-Neves, his two teammates, Alexander Rossi and Ricky Taylor, were both there as well. Shea, what's the situation down there now as we check back in with the ongoing repair?
Well, I want you to just listen for a moment.
I can't hear anything. You turned the mic off.
No, I didn't. There's no panic. There's no screaming. There's no yelling. There's no throwing of tools or trying to go through toolboxes to find which one you need. You can't remember where it is. This is remarkable. Right now, everyone, and I mean just about everyone from both crews, working on the single car. There's a carpet laid down under the middle so that the crew members underneath the car have a very soft surface to work on it. They are all like little worker bees going to this middle area. There's two of the drivers still here right now. We've got Alexander Rossi and Ricky Taylor on the other side of the car. I can't get across as is because there's a crowd behind the back of the garage, and I've come in the Mazda side to try and sneak my way through. I do see Elio on the far side. I'm going to try and see if I can sneak around to there. Is that okay, John? You okay to bear with me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, let's see. Oh, I can get to Ricky now. Let me creep my way in through. And try
I think that's a smarter idea to start with, Shea. I like you working your way up to it. That's good.
Well, you know, I figured it might be worth talking to someone who's won the race before and understands what this is like and how crazy it can be when stuff is going on. Oh, Elio is actually going to be easier. Elio, I'm so sorry to stick a microphone under your nose right now, but it's not your situation. It's not your fault. It's not what you did out there. The penalty was assessed to the other car. Does that make this even worse?
Well, it's not about whose fault is it. It's a common sense. You know, when we're talking about 24-hour race, it's about, I'm sure his team saying, look, stay off the curbs. Don't pass when you don't think it's going to pass. I mean, everyone goes to the same meeting with everyone. Obviously, drivers put their helmets on and they forget about it. But what really intrigues me right at this point, I mentioned to the team, look, tell his team that, and I'm sure they're watching TV because everybody's watching. I should tell them that I will let them by if they have a run on it. Just tell them to be patient. So when you say like that, and you tell to the competitor, you tell them like, oh, okay, we can work together. Plus, we're catching the leaders. We're catching the guys in front. It's not that I'm like a turtle out there, you know? We were actually pushing. It was good. It was fine. So that's why I'm so frustrated, because in the end, we're here in the garage. They just got to drive through. They can get their lap back, and they still be competitive. We can.
But this situation is quite remarkable. The fact that it's quiet in the garage, you might be spoiled because you've been Penske for so long, but this process is very impressive.
I mean, Team Penske is absolutely incredible. You saw in the qualifying when we were able to go out, and right now I'm going to have to leave you because we're about to go.
Please go out there and have fun.
Thank you, I will.
So, Shea, is that the car getting ready to go, did he say?
Well, it's closer. They're telling him that he can put his helmet on and get back ready into a position because it won't be here for very much longer. There's still mechanics working on the right-hand side, but they are putting the body paneling back on. And if you listen now, there is a little bit of noise because the engine is about to refire.
That's an excellent job by the Penske guys to do that. And Elio, by the way, class act to talk to us there. Shea, nicely handled as well, by the way. Let's go down to Jamie in the pit lane for a little update. We had the number 10 Kamui Kobayashi car in during that interview. Obvious reasons we stayed with the story of the Penske. Jamie?
And it was a nice, clean, and easy stop. Ringer Van de Zande now behind the wheel. Kamui Kobayashi has taken his seat on the top of the Konica Minolta Wayne Taylor Racing pit cart, talking to the team, debriefing a little bit, but we'll get a word with him in just a moment.
I think that says it might have been another 3 laps or so early, that one, Jeremy.
Every stint that car has been after 23 laps. That was just a 20-lap stint for KK there, Kamui Kobayashi. Curious to know about that. Oh, well, no, wait a minute. The last lap was a penalty. Scratch that, because it was 3 laps after. Okay, fine. So it's 23 laps since his last fuel stop. Forget that.
Absolutely. Well remembered. No, well done, Jeremy. Well done. Angus Martin tweets in at IMSA Radio using the hashtag IMSA Radio D24, listening to Elio, heartbreaking. But a class act.
Yes.
A class act.
Absolutely. What a great interview he gave there to Shea Adam. But Shea, by the way, you should be absolutely no surprise, no panic down at Team Penske, for goodness sake. Those guys, they don't panic about anything at all. They've seen it, been there, done there, and fixed it.
And Roger bought the T-shirt
exactly
company.
What you expect.
Didn't just buy the T-shirt, bought the T-shirt company. So it is Renger van der Zande then in behind the wheel of the Konica Minolta Cadillac now in 3rd position. Let's give you a rundown as we're coming up to, in fact, just past 5:30 in the evening. It's that beautiful golden light that you get twice in this race, once now and once in the morning. Acura DPI Dane Cameron leading by 11 seconds. The 77 Mazda in 2nd position is Ollie Pla now. Number 77 cars. Elio having a bit of a laugh with his teammates and getting ready to get into the car. 3rd, the Cadillac of Renger van der Zande. He's another 25 seconds further back, and he's got Loic Duval 5.5 seconds behind him in another Cadillac. That's the number 5 Mustang Sangling. LMP2. Nick Bull leading it for the number 52. That car's been at the head of the field for a very long time, and Ben Keating really took off like a scattered cat at the start of the race. But Colin Brown now installed in the number 81 Oreca in 2nd place, 31.8 seconds behind the leader. Let's see how that changes. He took about a 1.5 seconds out of Nick Bull last time around. 3rd is John Ferrano back in the number 8. Well, not sure, because that driver tag wasn't working quite well in the Starworks Tower car. 912 Porsche leads Mathieu Jaminet in the GT Le Mans category from in 2nd place, 3.4 seconds further back, Chaz Moster in the 24 BMW from RLL. And 3rd is Matt Campbell now in the 911 Porsche, the number 911 Porsche. 4th, the Chevy Corvette is 21 seconds further back from that podium position. GT Daytona, hang on, I've got the recording. Leading GT Daytona, the number 9 Pfaff Porsche. Lars Kern, Lars Kern behind the wheel, the man who holds the Porsche lap record for street cars at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Corey Lewis is in 2nd place in the number 48 Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini. And that car yet to come across the line, but he's well back on the leader and has about 9 seconds on the car behind. No, a little more than that. The BMW M6 is 22 seconds behind. That is the 96 car in 3rd position. That's how it stands with 4 minutes to go at the end of another racing hour. And the crowds have stayed around the Penske garage. on the roof, out front and behind. They're being cleared away from the front of the garage now, Johnny Palmer, because it's not going to be too long before that car is away. Elio back in the car. There will be things they can do with him in the car, and they might even want him in the car. They'll want to make sure all the wheels are still pointing in the right direction. And Elio just sitting there, extremely calm. And considering what's happened, I'm very impressed. But of course, that's what he does. That's gone. That's out of his head now. He can't think about that. Impassive for the moment behind the wheel. And Wayne Taylor has wandered down to talk to his son, Ricky. Not his car that was involved, thank goodness. Otherwise, that would have made Sunday lunch a bit difficult.
It would, wouldn't it? Dane Cameron is now in the lead of the race in the number 6 car with that pit stop for the number 10. Because number 10, of course, is still making up for that extra pit stop for the drive-through penalty. So Dane Cameron leads the motor race now, and he seemed to be struggling a bit in the last stint. Now, though, up to speed again. His last lap, actually, this one was a 37.1. The previous lap was a 135.75, which was within a couple of hundredths of a second of his best lap of the race. So I wonder whether they only have 38 sets of tires for the entire weekend here for the Rolex 24 at Daytona. I wonder whether Dane Cameron perhaps double stinted a set of tires on that last run out there. Possibly, I don't know that. I don't know that at all. But he certainly seemed to be struggling then, and he doesn't seem to be struggling now. In fact, he's just turned his best lap of the race at a 35.70 this time around for Dane Cameron. It's lap 142.
Jeremy Shaw with Johnny Palmer and me, John Hindhaugh there, just pausing for a moment as the leader, Dane Cameron, was going past the leader in GTD. And remember, the leader in GTD is the Pfaff Porsche.
And so, right, okay, so so since the number 77 and 6 cars have made their last...
That's the Mazda.
Not since they made the last stops, but the number 77 car is now behind the number 6.
Correct, by 11 seconds.
By 11 seconds. The number 77 car, just before it made its last stop, had been struggling to get around the number 85 car, which is trying its darndest to remain on the lead lap.
Correct.
Cost it a fair bit of time. It possibly... Yeah, cost them a fair bit of time, so we'll see how that pans out. But Olivier Pla is now at the wheel of the number 77 car, having taken over from Tristan Nunez. And he's about 11 seconds behind Dane Cameron at the moment. That gap's been the same for the last half dozen laps or so.
Coming down to another race hour, and with the time rapidly approaching 20 minutes before 6 o'clock. And the sun's still shining, and it's still very bright. We've not had a cloud in the sky all day today. Absolutely extraordinary stuff. We're live from trackside at Daytona International Speedway. This is IMSA Radio, every moment of the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship for 2020, including all of the action from here at the Rolex 24 at Daytona. 107.9 FM at the track. RS2 IMSA Radio across the USA and around the world with no blocks or breaks. Sirius 216, XM 202. We've got sound and vision for you in most territories around the world at IMSA.tv and, of course, at the player at www.radio-show.co.uk. The next racing hour starts right now. Let's go down to the pit lane where the temperatures are still fairly nice. What I would say, Jamie, is of course you're now in shade down there rather than in the sunshine. Has that made much difference to the comfort factor down there in the pit lane?
Well, the temperatures dropped, I'd say probably 10 degrees. It was what it feels like now. The sun has gone behind the grandstands at the World Center of Racing. The tower that you are in is so tall that the sun drops down behind there right around about 5 o'clock or so, and it's 5:40 now local time. So it's very comfortable on pit lane. All of the teams are starting to turn on their night lights that will be out on pit lane. There are a bunch of LED, different light structures that the teams have constructed just to get ready for this endurance race. It's something that they take pride in. They'll use different light schemes. They'll get different light boards. It's kind of decorative down here. It looks like a little bit of a playground at nighttime. So we'll see if we can get some pictures up of that. But it is very comfortable. I'm still waiting on Kamui Kobayashi. He's doing another interview at the moment, but I'll let you know when we have him.
Brilliant. Thank you, Jamie. Jamie and Shea down in the pit lane. Jeremy Shaw, Johnny Palmer, and John Hindorf here. What a wonderful piece of work has been completed now by the Acura team. Penske mechanics on the number 7 car. Engine is running, asking the huge crowd to move out of the way so that they can get that car back on. It will have to come back onto pit lane. Oh, bit of a slide from the back of the new tyres that have been put on that car. Now, are they going to go to their pit stop and add fuel? Shea, Adam.
And Elio sitting there very patiently, as he did before he got out of the car, and then when he got back in the car, service having been completed. The sister car is into the pit lane as well. That's the number 6, so I'll keep an eye on that. Comes in with the number 1 on the side of it. As Elio is just waiting for the last drops of fuel, the sister car is in. That will be a driver change. The reigning Indy 500 winner taking over, that would be Simon Pagenaud, as Elio leaves the pit box. Perfect execution, new tires and new driver.
And I told you we were waiting on Kamui Kobayashi. He has now finished his other interviews. A fantastic pair of stints for you out there. The team was happy with what you were doing behind the wheel. What was it like on track?
I think we have a quite good pace overall, and obviously a little bit shame for the penalty, but you just missed the pit limiter, and we overshoot speed, and we could drive through. But we got a lot of speed, and definitely it will come with a long way to go. It's just waiting over the night, and we see it tomorrow morning.
We're watching some of the passes that you were making. I was listening into the radio. They were telling you to be patient, stay calm. How difficult is that?
No, I mean, I was quite patient. I mean, obviously, you got a pace, but somehow we need to overtake, like, where I have a chance. Unfortunately, we don't have good top speed, so it's a little bit hard to overtake, but I mean, still, we manage it. And, after overtaking, we got a really good pace, so, I think this is how it is right now, and we are just trying to keep clean the car until tomorrow, and we see.
You did this race last year also with Wayne Taylor Racing, but new co-drivers this year. What's the process like to get comfortable when you have to share a car?
We got 2 new guys in the team, Scott and Liam. Langer, we got experience from last year. But, I think the team is built the same strategy, so I'm quite familiar with the team. And, I think Scott and Liam had a good enough experience with the prototype car, this United States race. So, we work together as a professional, and we built the car, I think, pretty good. So I think we are confident for this today and tomorrow.
With 4 drivers now, you get a little bit of a break, but how much time do you have off?
Well, I mean, still too early to sleep. Just take coffee and the break and chilling somewhere around, and come back in the middle of the night.
Still with a big smile on his face, that's Kamui Kobayashi. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was Kamui's idea of patience? Oh my goodness. Okay, well, we had a pit stop from the 55 Mazda, and Harry Tignall has gotten out. Jonathan Bomarito has gotten in. 4 new tires on that car, but as he pulled out of the pit box, the engine just had a very little funny bubbling to it, so that's something we need to keep our ears on.
Thank you, Shea and Jamie. Great work down there from our pit lane crew. So into another race hour, under 20 hours to go now. Johnny, you're looking perplexed.
No, I was just waiting for you to put my microphone on.
Okay, no.
39 minutes that car, the 7 was in the pits being worked on, by the way.
So that's a stint. That's basically a stint.
It is a stint, and the car is now stone last. I mean, it's behind all the GTDs as
22, 23 laps down.
23 laps down off the overall leader, yes, who is now Ollie Pla in the Mazda number 77. So
I love the fact that the crowd all stayed to see the end result of that, and the car going back out again. Again, what I was saying, that's a knowledgeable crowd. round here.
Championship points, though, they're all awarded within the class, aren't they? So
Correct.
it's still basically classified as 8th. And
is it, or is it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And you don't have to hit a minimum distance either.
No, there's no minimum distance anymore.
So they'll be hoping that one or two of the other DPIs fall away through the course of this race, and you know, it's going to be a tough old ask to catch up with the overall leader. But it's really just about accumulating points now.
Indeed, and the only good news is there are only 8 cars in the class. So
yes,
the worst
so
that can fall back
is
is a dozen points basically, because it's 23 points for 8th position and 35 for the win.
So Castroneves driving the 7 once again. In LMP2, all 5 cars together on the timing screen now, from 8th overall back to 12th. Nick Boole for PR1 Matheson Motorsport leads. All of the cars now are Oricas, by the way. We had the chance of having a Riley in the race, but that did not take part this week, although it was at the Raw. Very close indeed for GTLM. I've been watching this developing over the last hour or so. The top 3 are pretty much within a second of each other. And it's the 2 Australians, Mathieu Jaminet, and then the Australians behind, Chazzy Mostert and Matty Campbell in their BMW and Porsches respectively. But Chaz Mostert just 0.3 of a second off the back of Jaminet.
He's pitting.
That's a shame. Okay.
It's broken it up. The BMW pulls left-handed and into the pit lane and will come in for service. It's team car Jamie Howe, who was in just a lap ago for RLL.
Yes, that was the 25 BMW in 8. There was no driver change there. Connor De Felipe did stay behind the wheel of that car, but the number 24 now on its marks on pit lane, and they will do a driver change. So as Chaz climbs out, Jesse Krohn will get behind the wheel of the car. He finished 6th with BMW last year in the GTLM team standings, as Chaz now helps him fix up his belts there. The team takes on 4 new Michelin tires. They're still waiting on the fuel as well. It's 23 seconds, clean windscreen here. This is a longer stop than what the 25 machine was. They're at 30 seconds now, still waiting on that fuel. All the other work is complete. 35 seconds stopped in the box.
That was extraordinarily efficient because, as Jamie was saying there, the driver change finished long before the fuel hose had to come out. That's how it should be done. A number of you noticing and commenting about the fact that the yellow Corvette has a headlight out, only has the left-hand headlight on, and what that means later. I'm pretty certain so long as it has one headlight, it's okay. One headlight and one tail light, that's fine. However, they may decide to change the nose cone or something like that, because obviously if the other one then gets damaged or goes out, then they have to come in. The only thing I would say is, have they actually got their headlights on at the moment, or is that just the running lights, the day notice lights? There's no regulation that says you have to run with lights all the time when you're on track in IMSA, as it does in some other series. So we'll keep an eye on that, but thanks for asking. That's why we have the Twitter feed on the screen in front of us, at IMSA Radio, hashtag IMSA Radio D24. That's the way to get in front of us, at IMSA Radio, hashtag IMSA Radio D24.
And what about the illuminated race number boards on the side? What if one of those goes out? Does that need to be fixed?
I don't think they are all illuminated, if I'm honest.
Okay.
It's,
all right, well, that might answer that question then.
They've got
the
those
positional lights, of course, that are always illuminated because they're the LED'd on the side of the car.
The electro-phosphorescent type of illumination seems only to be on some of the cars. I noticed that in nighttime practice. And
so that's not like the Le Mans 24 Hours either, where you have to come in and repair a number.
I can't think it must not be. So. Just starting to be able to see the headlight traces on the track from the number 55 Mazda. It's up on the high banks under the control of its driver, Jonathan Bomarito. Oh, problems. Right rear puncture for the 81, the Flexbox sponsored Dragon Speed USA car, and he's got half a lap to go. That's happened just going into the bus stop, and that at the moment being piloted by Colin Brown, so he will have been pushing very, very hard indeed. Right rear does get a bit of pounding here, Johnny, and we've seen that over the last couple of days. And Colin will have been pushing hard because he was trying to chase down the leader, of course.
Yeah, this is the car that ended up on its belly earlier on in the weekend, of course, as well, when something went awry with a pit stop and the wheels had been taken off the car, and then all of a sudden the air jacks retracted and the car ended up on the ground, and the team struggled to get it back up again. But rear right on an LMP2, I'm trying to scratch my head whether we've had that before this week. We've certainly had it on GT4 cars in the Michelin Pilot Challenge. Ooh. But that tyre getting very, very apart from the car here. I think it's the carcass is just about going to hang on to the rear right as Colin Brown arrives now on pit road.
We'll take an update from Jamie in a second after Harry Tinknell with Shea Adam.
Well, Harry, we heard from Elios after the story. You were the one who got penalised. How did it go down from your vantage point, the contact with the Acura?
Yeah, look, I sent him in the wall pretty hard. Doesn't look good on TV. But also you don't really see it from my side on the onboard either. You know, all through the stint, it's left and right in the brake zones. It was quite dicey racing at times. I wasn't really sure where to put the car. I was trying to be cautious and save fuel as much as I could. And then essentially, you know, all the way through that double stint, if there was a car in front going into the bus stop, he would lift early, so he wouldn't, you know, concertina up and give me a chance into turn one, which we all do. And this time around, I was much closer. I saw him back off and I thought, okay, well, I'll just nip through. The closing speed was maybe like 30, 40 kph, but then I think once he saw me coming, sped up a bit, or went back to the throttle, and then the pinch point comes really fast. I tried to get out of it once I realized he'd gone back on it, but like I say, you know, if you're lifting and accelerating, moving from left to right in the brake zone, sometimes you get sent in the wall pretty bad, and I feel bad for them because you know, they're a great team and a great driver, and I never want to send anyone in the wall like that. I'll take it on the chin if you know, we got the penalty, and I'm sure, you know, the viewers will see it as my fault, so I just have to move on, learn for next time. You know, it's easy to say, you know, 3 hours into race you don't need to be taking big risks, but honestly, when if you saw it from my perspective on board for the whole stint, you would see how it came to that point for me.
The important question, though, is the 55 Mazda still capable of winning this thing?
I hope so. I mean, I feel really bad. You know, I damaged the car a little bit, you know, and we're that down, so it's difficult, but I just went out and pushed. I think we had the fastest lap of the race at that point, but you know, not that it's about that at this point in the race, but when you're frustrated like that, the only thing I know to do is just push hard and try and get on with it. So it's certainly, you know, still in the race, clean so far. We need a couple of yellows, I think, and hopefully we'll get it back for Bomber and Ryan and the whole of Master Team Est.
Thanks, Harry, for chatting with us.
Sorry?
Thanks for chatting with us.
Thank you very much, cheers.
I think what Harry's trying to suggest there is that there were a number of occasions previously in the stint where he was up alongside somebody and there was a bit of give and take. But he wasn't, you know, you've got to be either level or just slightly ahead in the braking area as you get into the bus stop, and he wasn't there for me. Accepting his mistake.
Yep.
We've got to move on.
Yep.
In some ways, it might have been better if he kept on it and there'd been side-to-side contact rather than.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, if you're going to make a pass,
yeah, you've got to be fully committed.
You've got to be fully committed.
With someone like Elio Castroneves, I mean, if you're going to make a pass, it's got to be a proper pass. You can't just go half-heartedly at it. You've got to be right there. You've got to outbrake yourself almost to be sure that there's no way the other car can turn in. So, you know, I feel bad for Harry, and hats off for him there for kind of putting his hand up.
Looks like we are about to get the reigning.
You said didn't do it on purpose.
No, listen, no. That's a very good point that you make there, Jeremy, and that's very good, and I'll second that. Nobody at all is suggesting that he moved him out of the way. Absolutely not. That's
and I don't remember him ever making an error like that in the past. I mean, it's a glittering record that Ticknell's had through the years.
Master Race through
I didn't see that race. Yeah. But in all his years in the ELMS and in F3 as well, you know, brilliant. So
yeah, you know, it's a mistake, but it's not deliberate, and I think that's what he's saying. He's saying clearly also trying to mitigate it by saying frustration was building up there. I accept what he's saying, but I think you've still got to take every corner, every breaking point and every overtaking opportunity at the face value for right there, right then. And
but also, I mean, Elio made the point that they'd already had a conversation between the Acura guys and the Mazda guy, and he said, you know, they'd almost decided amongst them that they weren't going to do anything silly this early on in the race. We've dwelt on it far too much now, I think.
I know. I just leave it. He got penalised, so whatever we think, whatever the Twitter sphere think, and I have to say that with, I think, one exception, everything I've seen on social media agrees with the decision of the stewards. It doesn't really matter whether we all disagree with the stewards because it's not our call to make. But I put that out there as, and I'm not saying I do, by the way, because I'd never want to be a race steward. Two jobs I never want to do in racing: BOP or race steward. Happy to do pretty much anything else if required. Beautiful sky this evening as the sun has dropped down below the skyline now at almost 6 o'clock. And with the introduction of the new driver into the Lexus, Shea Adam, he's going to get a new piece of equipment as well as Kyle Busch is getting ready.
Well, it's sort of an interesting situation down here at Ambassador Sullivan because the 14 Lexus, which Kyle Busch will share along with Jack Croxford, Parker Chase, and of course Michael De Quesada, has a lot of cameras around it right now because Kyle Busch ready to get aboard that Lexus, as you just mentioned. The sister car, however, is the one that they just scrambled up onto the wall for the number 12 with a new door. So not entirely sure what's going on with that, if you can see if there's anything wrong with it out on the pictures on track, but they're just now lowering the board. So I'm going to keep an eye on this one and let you know if it's just something trying to pop loose. But also of relevance, the number 912 Porsche into the pit lane. That was the class leader in the GT Le Mans category. It was Jam bringing it in, and Matthew Jaminet will be staying aboard, but he is getting 4 shiny new Michelin, so it is not yet cool enough for teams to be comfortable double stinting their tires yet, which we will be seeing over the course of the night shift. Still waiting for that number 12 Lexus to come in.
While you're waiting for that, just an important point to make about the differences between the GT Le Mans class and everybody else. Everybody on Michelin, but all classes except GT Le Mans have only one compound of dry weather tyres.
Correct, and those compounds are determined by the team, but they must select well ahead of time before they get to the track. It's Shea Van Gisbergen who's driving the number 12 right now. They just looked at the door and gave a thumbs up to say, yeah, we're gonna need that other right side door. So the old one popped off as, the window had come out. That's what was going on. So perhaps Shea Van Gisbergen getting a little bit too chilly behind the wheel of the Lexus. This stop is going according to plan. The 77 Mazda is also in. Fuel and tires for that car as well. 912 has already left and just waiting on fueling and, of course, getting the new door for Shane.
And a few cars taking this opportunity to pit as well. The number 74 Riley AMG is in, but also making its way down pit lane right now is the number 31 Whalen Engineering Cadillac DPI car with Philippe Albuquerque behind the wheel. He will stay behind the wheel of this car. There was an interesting development during the stint. They told him they had lost all telemetry and he was going to have to relay information to the team, such as fuel numbers. I came down and checked with the team and I said, is that something that you'll be able to fix under a normal green flag stop? And they said, it's actually not a problem that we're dealing with. The only time we lose telemetry is when the TV cameras are in our section of the pit. He said there are only so many frequencies available. We seem to be on the same one and they cross us up, so we lose that telemetry. So as soon as the cameras are gone, everything's fine. They told Philippe we're all good now. They cleaned off the windscreen, gave him 4 new Michelins, and he's out.
Did a TV camera come close to there? I don't know. lost the end of that one. In comes the number 14 Lexus. That means it's time to go to work for Kyle Busch. Shea Adam is down there.
Driver change complete. The old driver getting out of the car. The new one already installed. That would be a guy who's not used to sharing cars and he's not used to turning right at Daytona. But, you know, Kyle Busch, he's a fast learner. He'll get this thing figured out. They've given him happy hour in effect, and they've given him 4 new Michelin. So it's going to be a very good stint for Rowdy as he's having a little bit of trouble plugging in his helmet. It looked as if they plugged in his helmet to the car and then it actually came unplugged from his earplugs. So that's That's the first little drama for him to deal with. But now the driver change is complete. The windshield is being cleaned. No tear off. Fuel nozzle comes out, and Kyle Busch gets moving. Lost about 4 seconds from when the nozzle came out to when the car actually got any form of momentum.
They'll take that. His headphone, his communications cord goes across the front of him and down into the centre console, and I'm not sure that's the best idea, to be honest.
No, but awkward, isn't it?
That's certainly, I've seen that in NASCAR before, but I've not seen it in a GT car. You normally have it somewhere close to your shoulder, plug in, sometimes even on the ears of the seat that wrap round the wings of the seat.
Well, he pulled down on the belts as he was coming out of pit lane, and the risk of catching that cord and
exactly
actually yanking that out is very, very high. You can't see where it is, of course, because you're looking at your race helmet.
Drivers who fasten their own belts, I find that fascinating. I've no clue how they do that. Being able, they must do it just by muscle memory.
Yes.
If you're actually fastening the belts yourself down at the buckle, because you can't see. You can't get your head down far enough, because if you could get the helmet, the bottom of your helmet on your chest, you still wouldn't be able to see very much, but you can't, because that's what your hands device stops you from doing. The other thing about the hands device that you've got to get right, and doing quick changes in a GT car, it's not as easy as it sounds. You've got to get the belts seated on your hands collar properly, because if it slips off, the only way you can get it back on is to unfasten it.
Right.
And you either have to really loosen it off and get your thumb underneath and pull it down, or you have to unfasten it and start again, and at that point you can't be out on the track, of course. Once again, though, Kyle Busch gets straight into it and is letting the Lexus move around underneath him. Back to Jamie for another update.
A few of the GT Daytona cars are now on pit lane. I'm standing by the number 48 Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini. And I'll tell you guys, these LED headlights on the cars that are all now on this Endurance Night package, these are so bright. And you think about how bright the lights are around this Daytona circuit, you think, why is this so necessary? But they're necessary for all of the cars that are out there. Different colors designate different classes, so it lets the drivers know which class is coming up behind them. Corey Lewis saying behind the wheel of this Lamborghini, waiting on the fuel, and he is out.
Running a bit too deep there into turn one was Kyle Busch, but again still on reasonably coolish tyres at the end of his first lap. So there's more and more rubber going down across the width of the track, arguably at turn one, with one or two almost running out of road earlier on in the piece too. So that car 16th in class. Lars Kern continues to lead GTD for Pfaff Motorsports, and then the 48 car, which is the Lamborghini of Corey Lewis, 21 and a bit seconds adrift. Then Frank Pereira in the number 11 Huracan. We've got a Porsche in fourth position as well, with Anthony Imperato driving that. Just 2.4 seconds between Pereira and Imperato, and Matt Lauda in his Aston Martin now breaking into the top five, although that car's just coming to the pit, so will drop a little bit further down.
Is that what he's calling himself?
Yeah, I noticed.
Matt Lauda.
I noticed that above the garage as well. It's on the sign with all four drivers listed.
I like Matt Lauda. I had a really good evening with him at after an Aston Martin test day a few years ago out in Monte Blanco, and he's got some good stories to tell, really good stories to tell, many of which I'm thinking of now and still giggling inside. Hello, Lara Plattman, who is tuned in sound and vision. Oh, there's another drink for those of you doing the IMSA Radio drinking game. Lara back in the UK, time there just after 11 o'clock in the evening. Just starting to get the gathering darkness. There's still a little bit of light in the sky. First bits of cloud that we've seen, but it's nothing threatening, just a little bit of cirrus out there, and it's beautifully lit up by the setting sun. So we've got, well, if you don't think that nature is a sports car fan, why would you have the Gulf Racing colours in the sky in the morning and night? That's all I think of. It's orange and blue.
Love it. Just looking at GTLM, we just completed another round of pit stops. The two Porsches are the last cars in on that 145 and 146, now completed 148. But now it's Jesse Krohn in the BMW car number 24 that leads the way in GTLM.
Yeah.
Ahead of Matt Campbell in number 911 car. Matthew Jaminet is right on his tail in a 912, then a gap of about 16 seconds back to the number 3 Corvette. That's actually a little bit less than it was before the round of pit stops. Then in the 5th position in the class is Alessandro Pierguidi, about another 17 seconds further back. It's the Ferrari.
Loic Duval bringing in the number 5 car then, and now heading out along that very narrow pit exit road, which is still speed limited. You can only release the limiter when you get just about halfway along that white concrete wall, which is parallel with turns 2 and 3, often called Daytona's hidden corner, that little right and left kink just before the Western Horseshoe. And the 85 Cadillac of Matthias Leist now heading towards the far horseshoe from us, the right-hander.
Leader is in the pit lane. Renger van der Zande brings the gloss black number 10 Cadillac in for its pit stop. He should be staying aboard, Jamie.
And he is staying behind the wheel of this number 10 Cadillac right now. The spotter was so calm on the radio, telling him it was clean into pit lane. You're the only car there. Just enough information so he knows what to look out for. He knows there's not going to be any traffic, no surprises as he comes in. Just keep the driver nice and calm. 4 new Michelin tires, waiting on the fuel. The car is off of the jacks right now, cleaning off the windscreens, just making sure there's nothing blocking the airflow of this car as they get into this nighttime running. Nice, clean, and efficient stop. 33 seconds in and out.
Very, very nice. The two things I noticed about the number 10 Konica Minolta Cadillac, when it goes down off its jacks, it doesn't drop down as if it's been dropped from the sky. It goes down as if it's damped. You know, when you used to get the very expensive cassette players when they first came out had that damped effect when you open.
I was thinking about kitchen drawers.
Yes, exactly the same thing. But yeah, it reeks premium quality as it just drops down slowly. The other thing that I've noticed is when it's sitting in the pit lane, it looks to me as though the Konica Minolta signage on the side is lit up. It's not actually, but it's reflective, and it's been reflective in the pit lights that they've got over the top. Beautiful attention to detail, so that anybody that's taking pictures of that car while it's in the pit, you will not be able to miss the Konica Minolta signage down the side. Lovely stuff from Wayne Taylor Racing. Shiny, shiny, shiny.
Yeah, and once again, 23 laps, that last stint in the number 10 car.
Renger's found the two Porsches from GTLM that now run 2nd and 3rd. We'll get an opportunity to get by them through Speedway turns 1 and 2 on the high side. So first of all, past Mathieu Jaminet and Matt Campbell now in front. So in the last stint, Jaminet was actually running ahead of Campbell. 911 and 912 have had turns in front, but it's now a BMW, as Jeremy's mentioned, that leads GTLM in the hands of Jesse Krohn. That's the car 24, the black machine that was being driven by Chaz Mostert in the previous stint.
Just a quick update for those of you following the progress of the number 7 Acura Team Penske car. That was the car that was involved in the accident with the master of Harry Tinknell earlier on. It came off rather worst. It is running. Elio's still behind the wheel. It is 22 laps still off the lead. So it's exactly where it was, currently on lap number 138 as against the leaders 161. Virtually impossible to make up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Did you say 21 laps?
22.
22, right, yeah.
In fairness, Jeremy, it could be 21. It depends where he's on the track, but yes.
No, expect it to stay there.
It was pretty much in for service and repair for a whole fuel stint, which is 22, 23 laps. That was my... Johnny said it was 40 minutes, and that was my assessment of it without even looking at the timing screen. So that was a bit of a finger in the wind, but an educated finger.
Right, and we're on board here with Renger van der Zande.
We're sitting in the booth.
Yes, exactly. Simon Pagenaud leads the motor race. 161 laps completed now by the the Acura that's had no problems, as he's side by side. What I was going to say was he was under intense pressure from number 77 car, the Mazda. It's absolutely side by
drafting.
side.
And one of them is going to have to give way. They've got traffic ahead when they go either side.
Wow.
There was a bit of indecision there by Ollie Clark. Didn't know whether to lift or not as they were coming up to the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini.
He was kind of pinned in behind because I think that Simon Pagenaud there made sure that he was going to be pinned up behind a Lamborghini, so he kept a fairly high line there. The Lamborghini was just kind of staying out of the way. Supposed to stay low on the banking, but that's where he was and that's where he stayed. So Pagenaud sort of pinned made sure number 77 car had a lift.
But come on, Jeremy. Pagenaud knows how to drive ovals. He has a ring from a certain place in Indiana that proves that he knows how to drive around ovals. He's been caught again. I take your point, though, Johnny, about those side number panels, because the Acura are beautifully illuminated, but if you look at the Mazda, not at all. Oh, well, are they? Are they just not glowing as brightly? But you can't see them anywhere near. They were very close. There was a bit of side drafting action coming on.
It's Pagenaud edging a Pla up on the racetrack, so he gets stuck behind the Lamborghini and has to lift. That's what it was.
Really smart. Side by side. This time on the low side for the Mazda, into the braking area for the bus stop, and this time with a bit of clear air between them, the pass was made.
And that was Corey Lewis being the inadvertent roadblock, by the way, in the 48 Lambo, second place.
You're driving along in your GT3 car, 165, 170 miles an hour. You look back, not one set of headlights, but 4 lights, 2 sets behind you, and you go, oh, come on, please tell me you've seen you. Please tell me you've seen you. Don't try and go, where do I go? All you can do is hold your line at that point.
I think so. Jeremy makes a point about needing to stay low, but I mean, once you are high, you've got to stay there, because, you know, all havoc could kick off if you just decide then to jink across at the last minute. Porsche's still in the same order. Campbell from Jaminet and Jesse Crone a little further up the road. Nicky Katzberg in the best of the 2 Corvettes. He's in 4th position, but he's about 13 seconds away. So it's all about, again, that top 3, really, the black BMW and both of the Porsche RSR 19s. They're into the tri-oval now and across the start-finish line.
So that's our 21st lead change. Super battle, isn't it, between these, well, I don't remember it's a battle so much, but interesting to see the 2 Porsches have been in very close contact pretty much throughout this race so far, Johnny, have they not? Just looking at the number 31 car, Philippe Albuquerque, just had his best lap of the race. Just looking at the best laps for each of the DPI cars in this race so far, in the order in which they're running. Car number 77, its best lap, a 35.6. Number 6 car, 35.7. The number 10 car, which is the fastest lap of the race, well, actually not, actually, no, it's beaten, a 135.4. The number 5 car, 135.7. Number 31 car, 35.6. Number 55 car, which is the fastest lap of the race, said a while ago by Harry Ticknell, 35.3. Matthias Leisting, car number 85, 35.8. So all 7 cars within a half a second of best lap time.
From our colleagues at Michelin, let me just give you the weather update and track update. Air temperature now 18 degrees Celsius, track temperature 18 degrees Celsius, so still pretty warm in the air there, only dropped a couple of degrees. It was 25 on the track the last time I mentioned that, but that was a good couple of hours ago, so it's dropped down a little bit. Lamborghini in the pit lane, let's see if that's going to its box. Yes, it is. It's going into the pit lane now, not sounding great as it went past Shea. Might have just been on the pit lane speed limiter, and it's pulled to a halt. That's Jamie's end of things. We'll let her do a little bit of investigation. And stopped. The lights went out. It's restarted, and that is the car that won the last couple of years. Jamie, what was all that about? Because I didn't see them do anything to that car.
It was the number 11, the GRT Grasser car. The team was not particularly ready for it. Grasser was ready for the number 19, the Gear Racing car, to come in. They did pull into the number 11, pulled to a stop. They opened the door, shut the door, then quickly sent it back out so it wasn't impeding the entry for the number 19. I'm going to have to go and check to see what that was all about. I didn't hear anything over the radio, but it did not look to be planned the way that the number 19 was. Now off the jacks, waiting on driver change and 4 new Michelin's. Fuel still going in to the Lamborghini Huracan.
It's Frank Pereira behind the wheel of that car, and he had been reported as going slowly a little bit beforehand. So maybe that was just a Control-Alt-Delete from the team there to get him going, and it's perfectly timed before the other car came in. Hello to 603. Tweeted to us at IMSA Radio with the hashtag IMSA Radio D24, and the 11 Grasser car still not up to speed for Frank.
No.
Just get me point finished. He's just asking, can you weave in some driver communications to the broadcast? We don't have access to them, I'm afraid, in IMSA. And one or two of the other races, like the WEC that Johnny covers for us, we do. But not here. So apologies for that. Although we do have Jamie listening in so that we can eavesdrop on what's going on. Well, per Frank Pereira, that's not looking good.
Yeah. Two-time defending champion in this race. 11 car.
Now, guess who's leading the GTD category?
Is it the number 9 Pfaff Motorsports Porsche,
It
John?
is, and it's in the pit lane with Jamie Howe.
And this was on schedule. They had been waiting to make this pit stop. It'll be 4 new Michelin tires. Lars Curtin will stay behind the wheel of this Audi. They also gave him a clean windshield. He asked for that. They took off one of the tear-offs. There's only a set number of those on the car. Each manufacturer can get away with a couple of more or a couple of less, depending on how well they can see through them. The curve of the windshield has a lot of play into that. Otherwise, they just keep it clean. They went ahead and pulled one off. Very clean stop for Pfaff Racing.
And whilst that was happening, the number 7 back in the pit lane. This is the car, remember, that is pretty much a whole stint of racing down after a 40-minute pit stop. Shea Adam was watching that. Elio has taken the car back out again after it rejoined.
Alexander Rossi has taken the car out for his first stint, so he's getting his first laps during this year's race. Effectively a stint behind, but it was new tires for that car as well. They did look like scrubbed rubber, so perhaps there is a little bit of teamwork going on between the two Penske's.
Welcome to the booth for the first time, I think. I don't think we've had Pedro Motta in before, the VP Marketing for Porsche Cars North America. Welcome, Pedro. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too. How are you, John?
I'm very, very well. What do you think of our little eagle's nest up here? It's fantastic.
It's fantastic, fantastic weather. A little better than last year, if you remember.
Yes, and we were out in Dubai for the 24th there as well, and that wasn't too kind on us. I suppose I should say welcome back to Porsche as well for you. You've been plying your trade with other motor manufacturers, but the draw of the Stuttgart brand just too much for you.
That is correct. I spent 13 years with Porsche, and Porsche does leave your heart, so it was just a matter of time until I came back.
You come into Porsche Cars North America at a very interesting time in the automotive industry. Yes, we're involved in racing. We all love our racing, and so do our listeners and viewers. But in terms of making this happen, as the number 11 Grasser Lamborghini has gone behind the wall with Frank Pereira after that problem, in terms of making racing happen, that comes from the automotive side, and we're in a time of great change for automotive at the moment. What are the biggest challenges that you face with a brand like Porsche in 2020?
That is so true. We've been doing so well with our combustion engines, as we know. We had 10 years straight of records in the United States. We just finished last year also with another record. But as you say, we're at the beginning of a revolution. We're going electric, as you might have heard. We just launched the Taycan at the end of December. I know you had a chance of driving a Taycan today. You have to tell me what you thought about the car. But we're basically getting ready and prepared for the future. And the beauty with Porsche, we can have a car for each segment, for each different customer. So we still do 911s and GT3s, but we're getting ready for the electrification challenge.
The thing about the Taycan, which is, I said at the start and the end of the piece that I recorded when I was out doing the laps here at Daytona this morning, was this is not Porsche going electric. This is Porsche being Porsche. and this is electric, being Porsche and being engineered, because Porsche are an engineering company first and foremost. They solve problems. They just happen to build motor cars as well. And you've come at this from a completely different way. This isn't batteries and electric motors put into one of your current cars. Sorry, pun not intended there.
You're so right, John. So some people say, oh, the Taycan is a Tesla competitor or a Tesla fighter, and that is so not true. First and foremost, the Taycan is a Porsche. It's a Porsche that happens to have a battery electrical powertrain. But when you drive the car, you totally understand what I mean when I say the car is, when you steer the car, when you brake, when you feel the handling, it is 200% Porsche. It feels like a 911.
Everything you touch is Porsche. The steering wheel looks exactly like the GT3 Touring that I fell in love with in Australia last year, one of the last of the 4-litre cars with the 6-speed box. The handling, I mean, it's extraordinary how stiff the body is, and that comes from the fact that the battery pack is so low down the centre of gravity. The dynamics of the car, from a driving point of view, I'm not expecting that very many people will want to take them on track days, but you certainly could.
You can. So we actually did the dealer launch in Barcelona. I get to drive the car on the F1 track.
Did my invitation get lost in the post, Pedro? Come on.
Maybe next time.
Okay.
But basically, you're so right. I mean, the car has a very low center of gravity because of the battery. So the center of gravity is actually lower than in a 911. But what I love about the car is that Porsche DNA, really. When you steer, when you turn the car, it's just the nose there's no body roll, nothing. It's so pure, so perfect.
I turned off the noise that you can have when you're in Sport Plus mode, because I wanted to hear actually how quiet it is, because one of the things that you have to deal with if you're building a pure EV is you don't have an internal combustion engine, even a beautiful flat 6 one, to hide any squeaks, rattles, road noise, wind noise, or anything like that. Does that mean that the whole philosophy of the engineering of the car has to change?
No, not at all, as you know. And we actually decided not to come with an artificial combustion engine noise inside of the car, because we like to be authentic. So what you hear actually, we have almost no noise. The car is almost silent. It just has endless amounts of torque. As you know, it has over 1,000 Newton meters, which is roughly 750 foot-pounds of torque. So the drive is absolutely effortless and silent. And you do have a little bit of an electric noise coming from the powertrain, but what we did with that noise mode, or basically the sport mode, what we did was to amplify the existing electric mode instead of coming up with something artificial.
Just to pass on the racetrack a moment or two ago down into the crash in the pits on the front straight. Two cars have come together. It's the 47 and the number 23 right in front of us here. It looked like one of the cars was coming into the pits. So that is the heart of racing, Aston, and that's lost the bonnet, the 47 car, and we have our first full course caution. And it was I think it was the 47 that was coming into the pit lane and has made it to the pit lane. It's lost part of the rear end of the Lamborghini. Debris everywhere at pit entrance.
The drivers were told very clearly this morning in drivers' meeting, you must commit early to coming into the pit lane. So there's really no excuse for that sort of an incident.
The 47, I think, should have rolled through there. Jamie, how is down at that end of things?
Yes, they were telling the 47 he was actually on his way in. Eric Luck's behind the wheel. They wanted him to keep driving through the pit so they could just take a look, make sure nothing was hanging off on it. But he did go ahead and stop. So they're sticking to their plan. They're going to take on tires. They're going to take on fuel, even though pit lane is closed. So they will have to come back in. They're going to have to serve the penalty for this, but they're sticking to their plan with this stop.
Well, they could do it. A bit of work under emergency services. The Aston is not going anywhere. It's very, very quick. These cars on a full course caution coming through at racing speeds here. This is not great from these professional drivers. We've got track vehicles out at the entrance to pit lane, just a few feet off the track, and they're still coming through at full racing speed. And now we have a track vehicle on the apron at racing speed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars coming through at ridiculously quick speed. This is disgraceful, I'm afraid. This is absolutely disgraceful. And I'm sure race control will be looking at this. There's no... absolutely no excuse whatsoever here. We've got a car stranded.
Well, the thing about this
lane
is that the drivers are told again in a drivers' meeting, when the yellow comes out, pack up behind the safety car as quickly as you can, but be observant in the accident zone.
You've got to clear the accident zone first,
Exactly.
Jeremy. These guys are coming full racing speed.
No.
The first few were. Absolutely. These lot have slowed down, but they're certainly not at yellow flag speeds. This is why I like Code 60. I've got to tell you, these cars would have been at 60 kilometres 2 laps ago. I'm afraid, I found that quite scary, if I'm honest. Heavy contact then between the Lamborghini number 47 and the Heart of Racing Aston Martin, which has lost its bonnet, part of the left-hand front suspension as well. We'll get these cars packed up. That car's going nowhere, the Aston Martin. That's going to need to be lifted. Right, let's put that to one side at the moment. Pedro Mota from Porsche Cars North America is with us. Bit of excitement for you there. And we got a ringside seat, Pedro. How important still is racing to Porsche? You're Porsche Cars North America, you're not Porsche Cars Motorsport, but I mean, can you even separate the racing side and the sports side from the automotive side with a brand like Porsche?
No, we cannot separate, as you know.
Easy answer.
It is an easy answer because racing is such part of our DNA. We love to compete, we love to race, we love to learn from racing, we learn also for engineering purposes from racing, and we love to showcase our cars and our reliability also.
Now, we're going to get a chance to review the action. That was the Aston going through.
Seemed to be chasing the Lamborghini, didn't it? Curious.
Yeah. I mean, they didn't hit. I don't think anybody hit a wall. I think they just hit each other. And clearly, by the way, good news is the 23, the driver of the 23, which I think is Alex Riberas, isn't it? Yes, it is. He's out of the car under his own steam. He's fairly animated with the AMR safety crew here, not Aston Martin Racing, of course. The AMR crew has stepped up and supported the safety crew in the medical operation for IMSA for the last couple of seasons. He just wants to walk back to the pits, I think, and he's been told, we've got to take you to the infield care centre and give you a little bit of a consultation. But he's clearly very alert and very agitated about what went on. Pedro, before I let you go then, so Taycan now always going to be a place for 911 as far as Porsche is controlled, a fairly single-minded but very, very practical and usable sports car?
Absolutely. So 911 is the icon of our brand. It shapes our brand. It's our brand shaper. And then you might have heard our global CEO, Oliver Blume, say the 911 will stay with a combustion engine as long as possible. As long as I'm here, that's what he said.
And as long as it doesn't get legislated out of existence, of course, which is always a possibility. As far as electrification is concerned, you've had hybrids for some time now. The Panama Sport Turismo SE turbo hybrid I drove across America was an extraordinary piece of equipment with all that horsepower, fabulous sounding 4-litre V8 and still 38 miles to the gallon, by the way, on that trip. Now you've got full EV, more EVs to come. The Taycan is a full-size, very, very luxurious and sporty saloon stroke hatchback. SUVs, crossovers, you build all of those now, and electrification to come.
So we basically will continue with that three-pronged strategy. We have internal combustion engines. We'll continue with our plug-in hybrids, and we'll launch more electric vehicles in the future. The Taycan was the very first one. In terms you just asked about plug-in hybrids and other SUVs, we're coming with the Cayenne Coupe. It's coming now in March. So that's going to be a very sexy and attractive car for people that want a more sporty SUV.
It looks great. I've seen it in the UK and I'm driving it next week in Australia.
You might have seen we announced that globally that the Macan will continue with an internal combustion engine for a certain time, and then one day will go also electric.
And in terms of the architecture of the Taycan, the batteries and the motors, is it possible to say that there was at least some learning, if not crossover, from what Porsche developed for LMP1 at Le Mans with the 919 hybrid?
There's a little bit on the battery technology and the inverter that we learned from the LMP1, which is extremely exciting. It was an extremely successful car, as you know.
Well, I managed to get to see the Evo version of that at Brands Hatch breaking the lap record with Nick Tandy behind the wheel. That was an extraordinary day as well. So, summing up then, Porsche's always going to be Porsche and always going to be a sports brand.
Absolutely, yeah. All cars that we produce are sports cars. And basically the Taycan is a Porsche first and foremost. It just happens to have a battery electric powertrain.
Welcome back to Porsche. Enjoy your time up at Atlanta. It's a fantastic facility, and you know you're welcome to come back anytime you want. Pedro, thanks for being with us.
Thank you so much. Pleasure. All the
Always a
best.
pleasure. Thank you very much indeed. Pedro Mota, the VP Marketing of Porsche Cars North America. There's a bit of drama for a Porsche, and it's in a bad way, I'm afraid. This is the leader in GT Daytona. The plaid Porsche from Canada is moving very slowly. I wonder if they're struggling for fuel, Jeremy Shaw. When was that car left
they were in only half a dozen laps ago. Certainly isn't that. That car, I think, has led every single lap, because it was the last to come in on the first sequence and the last to make its pit stop on every other sequence after that.
Running repairs on the additional plastic curbs at the bus stop with looks like bolts being tightened there. And in the meantime, we also got a chance to take a look at some onboards of the cars from the cars behind the incident, and it looked like both cars were heading to the pit lane, Jeremy, and whichever car was behind, and I didn't really identify that.
The 47 car certainly was, and the 98 Aston was, I'm pretty sure, was behind it. I'm 99% sure was behind the Lamborghini. The Lamborghini certainly came down below the double yellow lines, as did the Aston Martin. So whether the Aston kind of didn't realise where he was, or whether he just was surprised how early the 47 he slammed into the back of the number 47 Lamborghini.
I'm surprised there's so little damage on the Lamborghini. Actually, it only had a bit taken out of the right rear.
Well, there's a lot more damage certainly to the Aston Martin. We saw that car was missing the whole wheel had come up, the whole rim had come off. The wheel had come off the rim on the the left front, wasn't it? And,
yes.
Curious incident. And there's so the pits are open and there's a safety car at the pit lane entrance. That's kind of interesting.
I think that is
pits are open for prototypes anyhow.
Yeah, I think that's because there's so much debris there. They're covering workers getting that. 77 is in the pit lane. That's the race leader. And tyres going on that car. They look to be brand new. Fuel going in. Didn't see a driver change on that. Fuel only for the Acura number 6. No tyres. And that is gone. Down and away. That'll be a change of position in the pit lane. Let's see who gets to pit out first. I think it's going to be Acura Team Penske who get this one. Yes, it is.
It is.
So red light at the end of the pit lane, of course, because they haven't cleared all of the cars going through. Now it's a green. And off they go. There's a new bodywork. Oh, the bodywork's come off the number 10. Cunningham and Alta Cadillac. Diana Binks is down there.
The bodywork came off. They put a new wing on the rear of the car and now putting the bodywork back on. They're working frantically to secure it into position. It's taking a bit longer than I think they expected, but they're just waiting to put the rear adjustment, the rear bodywork back onto that car. They've now done that. They're putting it on. These guys have worked quickly, but I think that could have been just a little bit slow. Now they're going to refuel the car once they've secured that bodywork onto the number 10.
Meantime, Shea Adam was watching pit stops and including that really interesting piece of strategy, Shea Adam, by Acura Team Penske.
Time stopped from Acura Team Penske on the fuel for Simon Pagenaud. No tires went on whatsoever, but of course they lost the benefit by then having to wait for the pit exit light. Weren't the first car back necessarily, well, they were the first car back out, but then they had the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac, which made it out in front of the Mazda, so the Mazda went from first in to third out.
Yeah, they'll get the position in the line, and that's the key thing. It wouldn't have mattered if they'd been 3 or 4 seconds ahead, because they would have ended up with everybody line astern.
Yeah, there was nothing lost there by the number 6 car being held at the end of the pit lane, because the point is he came out of the pits ahead of everybody else.
He was first in the line of prototypes.
And they're going to go out. But the reason that number 6 car was able to jump from 5th to 1st was because it was only in the pits 3 laps before the yellow. So they needed hardly any fuel. Great idea, great strategy by Acura Team Penske. Come in, just put a splash of fuel in so he's got as much fuel as everybody else, and he's going to be at the lead of the pack. They knew that the next car behind them, so to speak, that came in was the number 10, and that was in 7 laps earlier, so that needed kind of 3 times as much fuel. So they were able to just splash that in and get it out of everybody else. The 2 cars that did not pit under prototypes were number 85 and 55, which is particularly good news, particularly for the 55, because those 2 now will be able to go around, pack up behind a safety car. They will get the wave around it before we go back to green, because when the other leaders came onto the pit lane, they were able to go on past to get back onto the lead lap. They're at the tail end of the lead lap, but they will be waved around the safety car. Before we go back to green, any cars in between the safety car and each of the class leaders are able to go around past the safety car and come around to the back of the pack.
Yeah, and of course we will be getting the prototypes coming back to the front of the field as well. There will be a class split. The FAF Porsche is moving all right again now, so whatever ailed it before, I'm not sure. This is emergency service, is it, for the 48? No, this is the GTDs. Yep. Pits are now open for the GT cars. And GTLM Porsche's coming in together. Shea Adam, they'll have to be careful here as they stage this pit stop correctly.
And a very sloppy stop for the number 911 as Matty Campbell slid the back tires coming into the box, and the car actually with its nose facing away from the pit wall, so that was not planned. But he is getting out, and that is Nick Tandy getting back in full service for the 912 as well. And also for the Turner Motorsports BMW, that is Robbie Foley getting behind the wheel of that car, as further down the pit lane, who is that screaming? 911 ahead of 912, it's Vantor once again. And in the Meyershank Racing Acura, the number 57, that's the Heinricher 2, that one has come in, but the 86 stayed out.
Okay, side-by-side action on the pit lane.
The 86 was a lap down, so that's why that's staying out.
That makes sense. Side-by-side action on the pit lane as the NSX and, was that the Corvette? Yes, it was side-by-side for a moment. Right, Porsche goes out in behind the Corvette. Then it's the Turner BMW, the Liquid Moly car, heading out. We've got some track sweeping going on as well. The incident involving the 23 and the 47, the Heart of Racing Aston and the 47 Lamborghini, is being investigated. Keeping a weather eye on the FAF Porsche, which has been leading forever, now dropped down to 6th position in class, but is now at least up to speed for Lars Kearns. That's something we need to follow up, so let's find out from the team, please, from our pit lane reporters, and find out why that car was going so slowly. Trying to remember if it had any lights on even when it was running around. They are another team. The number 9 Porsche is another car that has sort of a running light in the pit lane. When the pit lane speed limiter comes on, one of the headlights goes off. And, well, that's up to speed now, no doubt at all. So we're still under full course yellow, and there's still some cleanup going on for the debris. And want to make sure, race control will want to make sure that the tri-oval is swept clean. We are getting track services and safety workers have cleared out, and we've got the pass around, or the wave by rather, going now.
Yeah, that's for those cars that were in between the safety car and their class leaders, able to go around to the back of the pack to take up their correct positions effectively on the lead lap behind the class leader. Again, in the drivers' meeting this morning, the Chief Steward Bo Barfield, he said, look, you know, we're not, everybody knows we're not expecting many full course caution during this race with the quality of the field here and the fact there aren't gazillions of cars out there, and therefore when we get an opportunity we're going to try and send out the sweeper and clear up some of the rubber marbles offline that will have developed. There have been a lot of marbles developed over the we're going for 5 hours now, haven't we?
107.9 at the track, RS2 IMSA radio across the USA, Sirius 216 and 202 and around the world, also on RS2 IMSA radio. No breaks and no blocks on our audio coverage, and it's all free as well. If you've missed any of the race and you want to catch up on it later, well, you can do. Our archive has been updated by our hard-working staff back at RSL HQ in London. Rob Lomas for the first stint, and it's Kescorp. Curry is making sure we're talking to the world right now. We're live from Daytona International Speedway, trackside for the Rolex 24, under our first full course caution, and the next race hour starts right now. So, Jeremy, just under 19 hours to go, our first full course caution. I tell you what, race control, I don't know how they're going to sort this out, because no really conclusive angle from what we've seen. They do have some other CCTV cameras. Well,
there was. I saw one angle where the cars are going away from turn 4, and I'd be surprised if there wasn't a penalty for the 98 car. Anyhow, but
what Riberas is going to say is he brake tested me.
Well,
he
yeah,
stopped in front of me, but he was heading in the pit lane.
Yeah.
So into the pits for the Lexus.
Riberas shouldn't have needed a pit stop. He was only in on lap 143, so that was only 15 laps to go.
Kyle Busch out of the 14. So a very short stint for Kyle Busch, but full course yellow. This is a free pit stop for the team, and I seem to think Kyle only got in a few laps ago. Yeah, 19 laps ago. Well, he's getting there. 19 laps.
A bunch
about
of these
10 laps short.
There were 9 cars on the lead lap in GTD, but when the leaders pitted last time around, that put all these cars back onto the lead lap. So we got pretty much all the field in GTD, the vast majority, now back on the lead lap. In LMP2, great stop there, I think, by the Dragon Speed team, because I think they were able to leapfrog ahead of number 52 and get back onto the lead lap in LMP2, and the number car's running third place in the class, the number 8 car, that did not stop. I think is also back on the lead lap as well, just got the wave around and is able to make its pit stop. So 3 cars back on lead lap in LMP2. All 7 cars now that have had no problems, i.e. other than the number 7 Acura, are back on the lead lap for the DPI and overall. In GTLM, everybody's
Jeremy,
been on
just
the lap
stop you for
all the way
a moment
through.
because we've had a Control-Alt-Delete moment for BMW number 25 going on to the high banks. Came to a halt, all the lights came out, it's now refired, and we're back on. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that was it. So during that round of pit stops, the 2 Porsches were able to leapfrog ahead of the number 24 car. That would be mainly because number 24 car needed an extra 7 laps of fuel compared to the Porsches. So that was that shorter stop for the Porsches enabled them just to sneak out ahead of the number 24 car. The number 3 then remains in 4th position. The number 25 with which car was it had the problem?
BMW number 25.
25, okay.
Yeah. It's gone again. It's cut out again. It's dead stick. No lights, no nothing. It's a quick recycle of everything. Flick all the switches. And who's behind the wheel of that at the moment? It was Bruno Spengler that took it over at the last pit stop, wasn't it? And that car now back underway. No, it's not. He's dropped down off the high banks. He's on the apron. Oh, cautions break cautions. That's what they say. Meantime, down in the Lexus pit, Jack Hawksworth talking to Kyle Busch. Need to find out what's been going on there in terms of why they came in 10 laps early. That's the number 14 Lexus. But I don't think we're going to go back to green here, Jeremy, because I don't think that BMW is under power. If it is, nah, it's not. It's slowing down.
Yeah, I think this track, I don't know, is there a track sweeper out there anywhere?
I can't see one, Jeremy, but the BMW is lights out and not away we go, just lights out and nobody home at the moment. Another reset by Bruno Spengler. It seems to fire up and then either go into limp home mode or just cut out completely. Maybe if he just keeps it on the pit lane limiter or something like that. If he can get it round, we might get away with one more lap of caution. Where is he at the moment? I don't even think he's into turn 4 yet, is he? He's on the apron at the moment, so that's the good news for Bruno.
So we've got
stop again.
15 cars on the lead lap in GTD.
Exactly as we like, Jeremy.
Oh, yes.
Quick reminder, if you want to get in touch with us, at IMSA Radio, please. That's where it's coming up in front of us, at IMSA Radio. Hello to Alan Prosser. Thank you very much indeed. He's done some frame grabs, both in the pit lane entry lane from Alan. Thank you, Alan.
BMW behind the wall to the garage.
Has got it in
25.
and got it right. Excellent. Well done, Bruno. Lots of flicking of switches and all that sort of thing. They've got a tyre cart to lead him back to his pits. They might actually rather want to either push him or tow him back to that. So well done to Bruno. We might actually be able to go green here. Let's have a look if the lights are still on the BMW safety car. I don't think they are.
Are they?
No, it's, excuse me, onto the Audi safety car. BMW's just gone behind the wall. And it's into the pit lane, so stand by for our first restart with 18 hours and 53 minutes on the nose. Still to go. Simon Pagenaud will lead the field to the green flag. Philippe Albuquerque, a little bit dozing there. That might give Olivier Pla a chance to steal away second position. Yes, Pla going round the outside, but then gets rebuffed. And the top three are together within fourth position. Loic Duval in the dark-coloured Cadillac number 5. Then the whole of the GT field. Mazda number 77 trying to look to the left, now to the right with the Whelen Engineering number 31, the red and white Cadillac in front of him. Olivier Pla, never backwards and coming forwards, Ollie Pla. Very fast motor racing driver. And again putting pressure at the far end of the circuit. Meantime, WeatherTech 63 Ferrari has the GT Le Mans Ferrari behind him, and they're in a battle with the number 4. That's for 5th and 6th position, that Ferrari and Chevy Corvette, but of course it's all for battle and for position at the moment. He can make up a lot of ground on these restarts, but it can go horribly wrong as well. Out onto the high banks at turn 1. The right Porsche, the blue and black Porsche with the gloss black tailpiece on there. And now onto the banking. 62 Ferrari going high on the 96 Liqui Moly Turner BMW. Meantime, the lead is through the bus stop for the first time since the restart. Top 3, then just a little gap. Number 6 Acura, number 31 Cadillac, 77 Mazda coming back towards us now through the tri-oval. I can actually only see 2 sets of lights, so somebody must be right under the tailpipes. Yes, it is, and it's Pla again, who's looking inside, outside, round the outside into turn 1 is a brave manoeuvre, but has he made the car ahead make a mistake? Yes, he has. And that was a slight error by Philippe Albuquerque, and I don't actually think I've ever said that in commentary before. Philippe Albuquerque, under extreme pressure, missed his braking point by maybe a couple or 3 feet, drifted wide in the second part of the first corner. Ollie Pla says thanks very much, no second invitation required, second place. Kerr and indeed Ching. And now he's after the leader. Pla really racy on what must still be quite cold tyres, with the ambient temperatures now sitting in the teens of Celsius. Same for the track as well. Onto the speedway turn 3, and Jeremy, the stewards have looked at this and race control have made a decision for that last incident.
Yeah, incident responsibility, stop plus 60 seconds, where you might remember the earlier penalty for the the Mazda was just a stop and go for the number 23 Aston Martin. Incident responsibility with number 47, stop plus 60.
Rather moot, given that car probably won't come back,
No,
but
well, true.
the point has been made by race control that that's not acceptable. Ollie Pla, brilliant move. Philippe Albuquerque just going a little deep. Ollie Pla goes right, goes left, over and under, and over and out as far as P2's concerned, and now he's going for the lead, and he's already got his nose ahead in the tri-oval, right round the outside, even before the braking area into turn 1. Ollie Pla has got the 77 Mazda, the white, black and red car, really turned up to 11 at the moment.
Yeah, and also number 10 car, Renke van der Zande, managed to sneak past Loic Duval, and number 5 Cadillac on that lap as well. All the top 6 cars now nose to tail.
So Pla now, will he be able to break away from the battling Simon Pagenaud and Philippe Albuquerque? Renke van der Zande is right there as well in the gloss black number 10 Cadillac. In GT Le Mans, Jesse Krohn leads from the 2 Porsches after a good bit of pit work by the Rahal Letterman guys. Hang on, we've got a car going slowly. A very slow prototype there.
That was the number 3 Corvette ahead of one of the Porsches, wasn't it?
Well, we've got the 24 BMW ahead of both of Porsches, leading GT LM at the moment. Jesse Krohn.
Yikes, that's a big shuffle around. There was one Porsche leading, then the BMW, then the Corvette, and then the other
That's
Porsche.
a change back then. That's the 24, lost the lead. Jesse Krohn has lost the lead to Nick Tandy.
He did have the lead, didn't he? You're right.
And that's... Sorry, my attention was taken by the slow-running prototype, which as it was white, I was wondering if that was the leader. This is where the binoculars come into use here, trying to see the cars from the side as they go through. So underneath us now, there's the leader. That was still Ollie Pla. Pagenaud second, Philippe Albuquerque third, then Van der Zande, Loic Duval for the Mustang sampling car. Let's wait to see how the GTs come across the line. It is the 911 because it's got the piece of black carbon showing through, but here comes Jesse Krohn. Krohn to the outside, might be scored the leader here as he goes across the line, and is, but Nick Tandy takes it back. That's what's been happening, Jeremy.
Yes.
Jesse Krohn's dragging by on the line and getting ahead and scored in the lead, but by the time it's turn 1, the Porsche's back up the inside.
Brilliant stuff.
And sitting right in there is Nicky Katzberg in the mid-engined Corvette C8R.
Yeah.
Then in 4th place, Lawrence Vantor in the 912 Porsche. Then Tommy Milner's about 4 seconds further back. He's got his wing mirrors full of James Collado back in the 62 Ferrari. Still in the hunt, despite the lack of power that James was talking about earlier on. Bruno Spengler, of course, behind the wall and in the paddock, not just sitting in the pit box. It's gone back to its garage here, down towards turn 4 of the speedway.
Yeah, so here we are. We got Mazda, Acura, Cadillac, the top 3, covered by not very much, although the Mazda is definitely inching away. In GTLM, we've got BMW, Porsche, Chevrolet, and another Porsche, all nose to tail. In GTD, well, everybody and their dog is nose to tail, aren't they? Led by the Lamborghini right now, with Corey Lewis at the wheel of the number 48 Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini.
The battling in GT Daytona is superb. The full course caution that we had was for that incident between the Aston Martin and the Lamborghini. We'll get some more news on that in a moment, but here again, the battle for the lead in GT Le Mans. And here again, on the high side, Jesse Krohn in the dark coloured BMW gets ahead, almost gets all the way ahead. He needs to get down to the line. He does, gets down to the yellow line behind. We've got prototypes coming through, but this time Krohn makes it stick, and Nick Tandy drops back to second. Still the Corvette in third, and the second of the Porsches in fourth. Let's go to Diana Binks down in the pit lane, who has caught up with the John Gore from Aston Martin Racing.
John is with me now. John, first of all, how's the driver?
I think he's fine. I think Alex is fine. He's a little bit shocked. I think He says that the Lamborghini braked on the banking to try and get in the pits, which he was a bit surprised about. Whether that's the real story or not, I don't really know, to be honest with you. I mean, they've been given a penalty, I can see. There's a lot of damage on the car, so but for sure we'll try and help them repair it, because it's the start of the season and they're just learning the car just now. So give them a few laps later on, that'd be great. It's disappointing because the pace of the car, I mean, the 98 car looks really strong. I'm sure Nicky will be really disappointed he didn't get in that car towards the end. Yeah, we got a few things to sort out in the pits on the 98 car. But the pace on track looks pretty good, so we're in the pack now and fighting for it, so let's see what happens.
We understand there was a sort of late change to the driver lineup and Paul Dell'Elana couldn't be here. Are you disappointed about that?
Oh, he's here in spirit, trust me. He's listening right now, and and for sure he's watching at home in Canada. Yeah, I mean, he had a little skiing incident, had a minor injury on his leg. But of course he wanted the car to race, and we're in a great partnership for nearly a decade now, to be honest with you. And he's desperate to win this one, and he's going to win it one day, I'm sure about it, but it won't be this year. We'll try and win it on his behalf.
And we've got Andrew Watson here this weekend. How's he getting on?
Say again, sorry.
Andrew Watson's here this weekend. How's he getting on?
A great opportunity for Andrew, it really was. It really was a last-minute call-up for him, but he did a great job in the first stint. He's never driven in the US before. Doesn't know any of these rules. He's off to Australia on Monday for Bathurst, but he's fitting this one in between, and yeah, he had a great start. Hopefully he does well later in the race.
And for the moment, John, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
But I just say happy burns night to our two Scots down there in the pit lane. John Gore, a racer of some repute himself. I remember him in Ferrari Challenge, and he's rapid, always was, and great to hear him on our airwaves again. Jeremy Shaw.
And I think probably what happened there for Alex Ruberes is that the number 47 car it made the commitment line below the two yellow lines that run down the side of the racetrack on the short chute between turn 4 and the tri-oval. And it didn't make the move particularly early, I have to say. But I think what happened is that the Aston Martin was probably trying to draft him and followed him down underneath there, didn't realise that he was underneath the yellow lines because the car was directly in front of him.
Welcome back, Joe Bradley, to the pit lane. Evening, Joseph.
Evening, everybody. And I've been able to catch quickly up with Kyle Busch, who brought the number 14 Lexus in 10 laps early, we believe. Kyle, was there any reason behind that? We believe you came in 10 laps early in the stint.
Well, I mean, the caution came out, so that kind of changed all of our plans and what we had scheduled to go on. And, basically, when the caution came out, we got the wave by, and then when the rest of those guys pitted, we got the extra wave by. So that's when we got the opportunity to come in, get tires and fuel on it, do a driver swap, and get Parker back out there, just try to eclipse his allotted time that he's got to run, and Jack and I will finish up a little bit more later.
How are you enjoying that aspect of this kind of racing? You know, sharing the car for one must be a bit alien for you.
It's interesting, you know, I mean, it's pretty fun. Get you an opportunity to race with some other guys and learn some more about these cars and how different people kind of talk about what their driving experiences and driving styles are like. And that's fun for me. I just like to kind of take all of that in and learn some of that and use the different experiences that I've had from NASCAR over here and learn something over here maybe to take back with me to the NASCAR side. So it's you never quit learning. I think you can always learn something, so we're definitely getting some of that right now.
Well, congratulations, reigning champion in NASCAR. Reset to 0 for this coming season. I suppose you treat this as a kind of warm-up?
It's a warm-up, yeah. Normally this time of year I'll be going and running like a super late model or something like that somewhere in the country. There's a race this weekend in Georgia, there's another one out in Arizona, and then next week there's another one out in California. So I would have done all of those, but instead we're here. I'm going to run some 24 action and have some fun.
And the dynamics of the car, Kyle, completely different. Your day job, completely different style of racing and car. Give our listeners an idea of the dynamics of the car from the race driver's perspective.
Yeah, the biggest difference is just the brakes. You know, these cars have ABS in them, driver assist. They also have traction control, driver assist. And so you really got to utilize the car. Let the car kind of do the work. So driving it off into the corner way farther than you think you should and slamming on the brakes and letting the car do its work to be able to make the corner is pretty tricky. I mean, obviously there's still the opportunity that you can go too far into the corner. I did that at pink lap 1 on my stint, but...
Yeah, we saw that, I did see that.
Okay, good.
Cool tyres as well.
Yeah.
Fairness too, you know?
Yeah, I was learning. I was working my way into them things a little too quick. But no, I mean, those are the biggest things. These cars are a little lighter. They've got bigger brakes on them, so they can be more agile. And it's interesting how this tire is too. This tire is way different than our tire. So, you know, just learning all of that and then knowing the technique that I've had in NASCAR forever is not even close to what you would use over here. I actually found myself getting back into that a little bit when we were testing here, and Jack had to slap me in the head and tell me to go back to sports car racing.
Kyle, it's an honour to talk to you, and it's great having you here at this race. Fantastic to have a champion like yourself out of NASCAR, enjoying doing some endurance racing.
All right, I will. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kyle.
Brilliant stuff from Joe Bradley and Kyle Busch down there in the pit lane. You cannot deny Kyle's enthusiasm for motor racing, and you know, he's come into a GT car. He's not at the front of the field, not in the glory drive, if you will, but my goodness me, he's taken that car by the scruff of its neck. I've been very impressed, and when he has lost it, Jeremy, it's because he's been trying to go fast, and he's been trying to carry speed through the corners, and I don't think there's any shame in that. As I said the other night, I still think it's brave for a champion from a different form of motorsport to put his reputation on the line. I know you'll say that that's not how he's thinking, and I'm sure it's not how he's thinking.
Right.
But he's on a bit of a hiding to nothing, and more power to his elbow as far as I'm concerned.
Love it. Yeah, I mean, you can hear the racer part of him there in that interview. Great interview. Great answers to Carl. Super to hear that. I mean, no short answers there, just proper answers to really, really good questions. I think that was a good insight into perhaps the real Kyle Busch, which maybe we haven't seen too often in the NASCAR
well,
ranks.
he has exactly. He has a particular reputation in NASCAR.
Rowdy.
I shall leave it at that. But he's come here with a different mindset. Right, let's get back to racing. Down to turn 1, 6th and this is the second and third place cars with the 6 and 31, which is what I was trying to say. The 6 Acura and the 31 Whelen Cadillac with traffic ahead of them. And
the number 10 car right there as well.
Second, third and fourth then. Let me amend that too. Or if you prefer, Simon Pagenaud, Philippe Albuquerque and Renger van der Sande, all of this parish this weekend, and all fighting for position through a pack of GT D and GT Le Mans cars. Flash of the headlights from the number 10. Like Duval's not that far back in the number 5 Mustang sampling Cadillac as well. Bit of a rear end moment for the Whelen cars. It goes up onto the banking. Through past, this is unbelievable. Weave left, weave right. The Black Swan Porsche left up on the high side, but kept its line. Exactly the right thing to do for Sven Muller in that car.
Yeah, he's supposed to keep to the low line, but hey, that's where he was, so that's where he stayed. He didn't try and redress any bounces there. And while these guys are at the front of the field, the very front of the field, are moving their way through the GTD cars, the fastest car on track that last lap was actually Matthias Lace to car number 85. That's the car it's in 7th position. That was the car that got the wave around back on the lead lap, then made a pit stop to get back on the same fuel sequence as everybody else, but because of that had to start at the back of the field because he wasn't able to catch up before we went back to green. So he's got some ground to make up, and he's doing that right now.
Still need to find out what happened to the Pfaff Porsche, the number 9 car, when it was crawling around was it in the full course yellow? Yes, it was, but it lost positions. However, now back up to 2nd position for Lars Kern, who's fought his way through. And he's only a second and a half away from the lead with Corey Lewis, the Lamborghini Huracan of Paul Miller Racing.
Right, so Alvaro Parente was running in 2nd place in number 57 Meyer Shank Racing Acura at the restart behind Corey Lewis. So Alvaro's now lost a couple of positions, both to the number 9, which is Lars Kern in the Porsche, and Tony Vilander in the Ferrari. So the order in GTD: Lamborghini, Porsche, Ferrari, Acura, Porsche, BMW, Lexus, Porsche, Lamborghini, Aston Martin, Lamborghini, Mercedes, Audi, Lexus. Why did I say so many? Because they're all on the lead lap. Cool stuff. We come to leaders one more time. 180 108 laps and 187 laps completed by the leaders. Oh, that was a replay. I was wondering I didn't see them come past here. I wonder what that was all about. I'm not sure what the replay was about then.
GT Le Mans, the 24 BMW of Jesse Krohn leads from Porsche. That amazing, I think it took 3 laps. He kept edging ahead at the line, then Tandy would come back to him, and then finally he gets past and is able to hold a Tandy second. Nicky Katzberg for Chevy Corvette in third. They're separated by all of a second, those top 3. And then there's a second further back. It's Lawrence Vantour. Then there's a 4.5 second gap between the 912 Porsche and the second of the Chevy Corvettes. That's the number 4. And he's got nothing at all between himself and James Collado. Top 6 in GT Le Mans, with, remember, the other BMW behind the wall receiving remedial attention at the moment from the Rahal Letterman Lanigan crew. In LMP2, Gabriel Aubry, who has impressed every time he's been behind the wheel of that car that we've seen him. Ben Keating did a great job at the start, by the way. The number 52 then leads with a lap on the field.
No, he's just pulled away. He's a fair way ahead, but the other two, Ferrano and Henrik Hedman, are on a lead lap. Right. They're just a fair way behind. Okay. And in fact, those two, Ferrano has just got past Henrik Hedman, I think on that last lap. Yeah. And those 3 cars then are a couple of laps ahead of the number 18 car of Nick Minassian. Let's see, Era Motorsport entry.
Battle for third position
There's
overall.
battles everywhere. Talking of GTD, as you were a moment or so ago, Alvaro Prent, we said he took forward from 2nd to 4th. He's now also been passed by Sven Muller in the number 54 Black Swan Racing Porsche that is now up into contention in 4th place. Great stuff.
Corey Lewis then by 1.1 seconds in GTD. The yellow lights on some of the GT cars, the GTD cars, and if I glance up and there's a camera shot from the top of those cars, and I just glance up, it looks like the car's on grass because it lights up and it looks more green to me than yellow. And I've been caught out a couple of times when I've been looking at the timing screen and glanced back and thought, oh, somebody's off. No, they're not. No, it's just their headlights. So I just nip back down to the pit lane and call in PC Bradley. Joseph, are you still with us down there in the pits? Or is he talking to somebody down there? Oh, it would help if I fed you.
Where else would I be?
Yes, I know. I'm just testing. Have you got the FAF Porsche at your end of things?
No, that's a Dyson.
Okay.
It used to be. The last
You've
session.
swapped round?
Yeah, we've swapped around every session.
All right, okay. That's
fine.
Full field. Just a quick thought, if you would, on Kyle Busch. Very down to earth. Has a particular reputation in NASCAR, but he's come here to have some fun and learn some new skills.
Yeah, and you know what? When I stepped in there with the microphone, he kind of gave me that look as like, oh, who are you? And I'm sure that, you know, when you've got a profile like him, current NASCAR champion, you kind of be very wary about how the media treats them in that kind of high-end level of racing. It's a bit like F1 drivers when they come to sports car racing. We heard Alonso say that it was refreshing to be here and be in sports car racing. And a different attitude, and I think I thought that was a good interview. I had him smiling, and it was very insightful. And I, for one, you know, being the geek that I am, I was interested to hear what he said about the complete difference in the cars. We know what the differences are. There's complete difference to a NASCAR on an oval like this to a GT car on a road course. But getting that sort of info and that insight from the horse's mouth, and one driver such as Kyle Busch is, you know, who else can you ask that? It's like you don't get very many opportunities to ask a current NASCAR champion what the major differences are, and it's great to get that insight, I thought.
You're absolutely right, Joe Bradley. It was great questions and great answers.
Yeah,
it was a really fine interview. Just in GTLM, we've got the top 4 cars pretty much nose to tail. Actually, a slight lead, just over a second now for Jesse Krohn and number 24 BMW. number 9-11, Nick Tandy, Nicky Kadsberg, number 3, Lawrence Vantor, number 9-12, Arno Still. Lawrence Vantor has just set the fastest lap of the race in GT LM on that last lap around at 143.181. The lap record was set last year by Colton Herder, the 142.8. So we're getting pretty close to that. Good, really good pace as ever in GTLM. Super battle.
So, as you said a little while ago, though, Jeremy, super battles everywhere.
Yeah.
Actually. DPI, Daytona Prototype International. Oh, hello, welcome back to the 25 BMW. So that's another story we'll need to follow up and find out what the issue was when that car was coughing and spluttering. And it was Bruno Spengler who somehow got it back and didn't extend the full course yellow. Oh my goodness me.
What was that?
912 Porsche going into the kink and gets passed by an absolute flying Renger van der Zande, who didn't lift at all going by and now is right on the tail of Philippe Albuquerque, and that is a battle for position as they go past the number 3 Chevy Corvette of Nicky Katsberg. They're up onto the banking at NASCAR Turn 2. We'll go down to Nick Manassian in a moment or two's time with Diana. Let's stay with this battle for position 3 overall and in Daytona Prototype International in DPI. Down towards the braking area. Oh, use of the indicator for the number 24 BMW leading the GT Le Mans class. Jesse Krohn, leading his class, has the awareness to know there's 2 faster cars coming, uses the right indicator to say, I've seen you and I'm staying high. That's a man who's used to racing on the Nordschleife right there. It's sometimes frowned upon in race series, but I think that was absolutely fabulous, the use of his trafficator there.
It is, because in some conventions you use your indicator to point which way the other guy should go. In others, you use it to point where you're going to stay, and those can be obviously completely conflicting. So it is a bit dangerous, but as long as everybody knows where you are, then it'll be clearly good.
Let's get a quick word with Nick Manassian before he jumps into the car. Diana?
It's not. It's Nicholas Lapierre and the number 8.
Nick Lapierre. Excuse
Tower
me.
Motorsport by Starworks car. You're just about to get into the car in a few minutes' time. What's your thoughts ahead of this?
Very excited, you know. It's always a big pleasure to be here in Daytona. The team did a great job to put this project together, you know, and John did a very great beginning of the race. So we are very happy with the position we have now. We are very pleased. We know it's still going to be very long, but it's looking very good right now. We will try to get through the night without any problems, but finger crossed. I jumped in the car in a few laps, so I will enjoy the time out there.
How much has the car been evolving as this race has got on and now we're going into the night sessions? How much has the car evolved as we got to this point in the race going into the night sessions?
Yeah, obviously it's much cooler, you know, it's a big drop in terms of temperature. So we had to manage a setup that could go through the day and the night as well. I mean, on track temp, it's a massive difference compared to what we had around midday. But so far, the car is coping quite good with this condition. But most important is that the car will be, we hope it will be fast tomorrow for the last few hours.
I always watch drivers sitting in the pit area here, waiting to get into the car. Are you just sort of going, oh God, hurry up, I want to get in behind the wheel? Or are you talking strategy?
Yeah, we speak about the strategy, how the tires are going, the fuel consumption, all these kind of details. The engineers are telling us what we should do, how many stints we're going to do, what our opponent doing as well, and then we do our strategy considering this, and yeah, they just tell us for now to take it easy. At this moment of the race, it's really important to go safe.
Go well.
Thank you.
Tyler Binks with Nico Lapierre. Got the wrong Frenchman. Great battle going on still between those 3 Daytona prototypes. Simon Pagenaud, Philippe Albuquerque, and Renger van der Zande, I think, did get in front of Albuquerque there.
I think he did, yeah. Snuck around at turn 1. And this is the battle now for the lead in GTD. The number 48 Lamborghini leads Tony Villander in the WeatherTech Ferrari, wants that lead. Right behind them, maybe less than a couple of seconds, is Lars Kern. And then fellow German Sven Müller in 4th position in car number 54. So the two Porsches battling for third and fourth. But super battles all the way through. Also, Jonathan Bomarito on that lap 193, managed to sneak past Loic Duval in a number 5 Cadillac. Just.
News about the Pfaff Porsche. They mistakenly took the pass around and then tried, in fact, did give it back. That's why they had slowed down. Side by side for the leader, GT Daytona.
Around the outside,
and around the outside. That was bold, Jeremy.
Yeah,
I've seen that a few times today already.
Through the kink, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Nice move.
Very nice. Clean and good driving as well by Corey Lewis.
Yes.
As well to give the room. In comes the Acura number 6. Should say, by the way, the Pfaff Porsche still in third position with Lars Kohn. Diana Binks is down at Acura Team Penske.
Clean stop here for the guys, no driver change. It's just cleaning up the front of the car. Now it's all getting a bit dirty after being out there on track and all the rubber hitting the front of the car. Refueling done, and you can just hear that car firing up and it heads straight back out.
Yeah, lovely job, and gets out ahead of the 31 Whelen car, which had dived into the pit lane as well. So Albuquerque was getting towards the end of his stint, was he?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we'll be seeing everybody in very shortly.
That's all. Those last 20-odd laps have happened very quickly.
Didn't they just?
Albuquerque, 20 laps. At the moment, Ollie Pla's on his 22nd. So is Renger van der Zande, so is Loic Duval. Jonathan Bomarito, 19. Matthias List, 18.
Yeah, all of which, except for the number 85 car, or 4 of which were under yellow.
Thank you. So that'll stretch it a little bit. Pass for third place. Sven Muller has gone through in the Black Swan Racing car. So that's a position dropped for the Pfaff car. What a story this would be. Tim Pappas back to racing as a very late braking dive down into the pit lane from the number 10. Renger van der Zande from second place. Jonathan Bomarito will go through with the 55 Mazda 1-2 as the Konica Minolta car comes into the pit lane.
And that's very interesting because number 10 car usually has been going longer than everybody else on the tank of fuel.
Well, that's only 21 laps, and they've done more than that. And there was 4 of
22, but 4 of them are under yellow.
Exactly. That car did a 23 lap stint earlier on.
It's been doing 23 on a regular basis.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Bourdieu got 23 out of it, didn't he? Yes.
Yeah, they all did.
Yeah. So you'd have expected them to do a little more than that. Mind, they've been racing particularly hard, in fairness. At IMSA Radio, hashtag IMSA Radio D24. So even with, well, of course, there was a little bit of change of tactics for 1 or 2 teams. It's not as if everybody did full service or indeed needed full service at that last and first, and therefore only full.
No, but they're all on even keel at the restart because they've all taken on. They're all full of fuel when they took the restart. So now we're seeing a read of where they think they are in terms of fuel consumption. It's certainly, I'm a little bit surprised to see number 10 car in ahead of everybody else, particularly ahead of the Mazdas.
Well, there's still plenty of action out there as back out into the fray for the Whelen 31 car, and right ahead is the 6th place number 6. Now these 2 cars have both just made pit stops, so they're both on the same temperature of tyre. In comes the 55 from second. That's the Mazda of Jonathan Bomarito. Now, can he get out and put some pressure on the 2 cars that he was sitting in behind? It was all getting a bit tight. Last wipe of the windscreen. Fabulous stuff on the banks in the dark, isn't it? It really is wonderful. Here comes the pass down the inside into the bus stop again, and through goes the Whelen car. The number 31 takes 6th position, Philippe Albuquerque. And the Mazda is already rolling. I think he's going to get out ahead of these 2. Yes, he is. So that's a nice piece of strategy from Mazda Team Yost. Into the pit lane for Gabriel Aubry. leader in LMP2. The pit stop cycle starting again. Joe Bradley.
Yeah, pretty standard though for the 52 car. Just tyres, Gabriel Aubry staying on board of the 52, and the fueling just stopped now. You'll hear the car fire, and that was the car just pulling away there. So pretty standard there, and continuing.
Question asked by Spooner in Orange, one of our marshals listening in from back in the UK. Did the number 10 perhaps have to short fill when it came in last time because they replaced the rear wing in the bodywork and they maybe didn't want to lose the lead lap? That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that, but they did do the bodywork first before they filled that car when they did the replacement. 77 is in from the lead. Ollie Pla brought the car in, and new set of Michelin tyres. Clean of the windscreen because they've got time, because fuel is still going in. Normally a big rev from the Mazdas to get them going. Yes, they are. And off he goes. 38 seconds for the Mazda. The normally pristine front end of the Mazda Motorsports machine looking a bit battle-scarred already, but only from rubber debris. There's not any cracks or accident damage here. Here comes the number 10. Because the Matthias List machine also pitted, and the 10's gone through. The 10's gone through into turn 1, so the Mazda will come out at the very best in second position. So Renger van der Zande, I reckon, leads the motor race right now. Out of the international horseshoe and down towards the kink. It was his run through the kink in traffic that gave him the opportunity to make the pass on the wheel and engineering number 31 of Phelan Albuquerque. And Renger van der Zande has made that advantage stick. Loving his time with this car. Down 3 gears into turn 6. Now, let's not forget the GT battles out there at the moment. And there's plenty of action going on with the Jesse Krohn BMW leading in the darkness. The number 24, difficult to pick out. It's the darker of the two cars. Then Nick Tandy in the white 911, number 911. Then Nicky Katzberg in the number 3 Corvette. And then Lawrence Vantour's right there as well. And then there's 6 seconds back to the second of the Corvettes, the grey car with Tommy Milner. 1 BMW, 2 Porsches, 1 Corvette, all battling for the same piece of tarmac through turn 1.
And number 85 car, by the way, was classified as a leader last time around on lap 197 because by virtue of its position on pit lane.
Yeah.
So they count another car. I think all the cars except for one now have led the category in DPI. And as Renger van der Zande comes across the line now, that'll be on to complete at 198. That'll be our 25th lead change. So van der Zande leads by, well, pretty good margin, 6.4 seconds all of a sudden over the number 31 Cadillac. Number 77 car has came in with a really handy lead of over 6 seconds. It comes out a distant 4th. That's bizarre.
Ollie Jarvis got in that car at the stop. Ollie Pla got out.
Why was it such a slow changeover?
It was 38 seconds that stop, but everything was done. It was all about the fuel. It was all about the fuel, Jeremy.
Okay.
Driver was changed, and they were using the time to, instead of use a tear off, they were cleaning the screen, one either side. A quick note to say hello to James. A sunny, warm Melbourne Sunday morning. I should really be outside, but this great race and the interviews, analysis and commentary is keeping me inside. Thank you, James, for that, and hopefully you'll be tuned in for the 12 hours of Bathurst next week. Full coverage on National Network Television, and 12 hours with no breaks on Fox Sports. I'm led to believe next weekend, if that's the case, down under. Looking forward to that again, and 22 drivers making the jump across the Pacific to Bathurst next weekend to join Johnny Palmer, Shea Adam and myself, as well as one or two other people, a few close friends.
So lap 199, Renke van der Zande not only is in the lead, he just turned the fastest lap of the race, 1:35.288, a new fastest lap of the race. So that's Renke van der Zande, lap 199. And also it's the car's best lap of the race for the number 31 Cadillac in second place, 1:35.635. Simon Pagenaud in third position, exactly a second slower than that in third place.
Corvette carving through traffic, still this battle rages on in the GT Le Mans category. Corvette ahead of 911. That was a pass. Nicky Katzberg got by Nick Tandy in the traffic. Magnificent stuff from Katzberg, dragged up behind the Porsche and used the cars ahead as a bit of a pick, and managed to make the position going into the bus stop. Let's go down to Joe Bradley in the Master Team Yost pit, where Ollie Pla has just got out, Ollie Jarvis has just got in, and they lost a bit of time at the pit stop there. It was 38 seconds, Joe.
Yeah, Oliver, firstly, we were watching that cracking battle you had out on track. You must have really enjoyed that.
Yeah, that was fun. But, well, okay, at the moment we are running a good pace. The car is feeling really good. Well, you know, it's this race, you know, you need to keep going until the end, and to have the car in the best shape as possible for the last 3 or 4 hours, you know, to make sure that you are going for track position, especially at the end. So yeah, it's still far too early to. But no, everything's feeling good. You know, pit stop were great. Car is feeling great too. So let's keep going.
How flat out are we when we see you guys racing wheel to wheel, jockeying for position? Just how intense is it?
I think at the moment everyone is having fuel. You know, so.
We think you lost a little bit of time in the pit stop there. I don't know if you'd be aware of that.
It's because our strategy. We know I was coming for the end of my stint, so we had to put more fuel in the car compared to the 10 car or to the WTR car. So yeah, that's normal.
Thanks, Olivia. Thank you.
Yeah, so
it's not normal because they all started that stint on the same amount of fuel. Maybe the number 10 car came in a little bit earlier than was anticipated. Perhaps with the idea of getting out there on a new set of tyres and trying to make up ground before the other guys do
the
it.
Performance potential.
So the number 77 car certainly went a couple of laps longer than did number 10. Whoops.
Turn 1, and it is the number 10. Jeremy was talking about that. Renke van der Zande, that was our leader, 5 seconds in the lead. He went long in turn 1, didn't panic, just released the steering a little bit, got off the brakes. Renke is pushing that car. There's no doubt about that in my mind at all. Fantastic stuff. Renke doing lap after lap through this traffic, leading the race for the Konica Minolta Wayne Taylor Racing organisation. Just a slight mistake on that transition. Came in all right. All 4 brake discs absolutely lit up.
Yeah,
it's like an induction hob just before you put your peas on to boil, isn't it? Unbelievable stuff.
He was in way too deep.
Yes.
Oliver Jarvis, his best lap of the race on lap 201. Car number 77, 1:35.616.
Half a minute off the lead and more now, that 77 car, Jeremy.
Huh?
The 77, 13 seconds off the lead, that 77 car.
It's really interesting how, they all came in. The number 77 car had a good lead. Still don't understand why it lost as much ground as it did, because it lost about 15 seconds or more during that round of pit stops. That's not right. Something went awry there for sure.
38 seconds. It was before it moved, and the fuel hose was in all of that time. There was no problem with the driver exchange, so either the fuel hose didn't go on properly to start with, or it took an awful long time to fill.
Something like that. No, it must have been the former, I think, because everybody needed pretty much the same amount of fuel within a couple of laps worth, which is only going to be a second or so difference at the most. So